Hi, welcome to my channel. The full version of the audiobook is available on my Patreon. You can quickly find it through the link in my profile description. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 1 Who is Haaland? Time had already laid the groundwork at this moment. At the 2007 FIFA award ceremony, the highest honor was awarded to the young and promising Kaká, whose Ballon d'Or competitors were a 22-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo and a 20-year-old Lionel Messi. In 2008, Manchester United won the Premier League and Champions League double. Cristiano Ronaldo won the Golden Boot in both competitions, and at the end of the year, he won his first Ballon d'Or. In 2009, with Cristiano Ronaldo's record-breaking €94 million transfer to the Bernabeu, a newly built Galacticos team was about to set sail. This was a year of miracles for Barcelona, and also a magical year for Messi. Guardiola's dream Barcelona swept all before them, and the Argentine also achieved a grand slam of individual honors in this year. In 2010, although Messi's two Barcelona teammates, Xavi and Iniesta, helped Spain win the World Cup, they still couldn't shake the Ballon d'Or voters' preference for Messi. 2011 was another unparalleled year in Messi's career, as he won his third Ballon d'Or with an absolute advantage. In 2012, the world didn't end, but Messi experienced a crazy moment in his career, scoring an unprecedented 91 goals in a single year, and unsurprisingly winning his fourth Ballon d'Or in January of that year. The copywriting for World Football was as solid as ever. Lin Yun was quite engrossed in reading it at first, but gradually he lost focus. It's been 6 years. 6 years ago, Camero was ranked among the top 3 in the Ballon d'Or, marking the beginning of the post-80s generation's formal dominance of world football. That same year, Lin Yun joined Reading's Youth Academy, officially embarking on his football journey. As for why it was Reading, it's because his father worked for Warwick's UK branch, and the company's headquarters were located in Reading, the Silicon Valley of the UK. 6 years later, Kaká has gone from being the invincible Prince of Milan to an injury-plagued Real Madrid number 8. Cristiano Ronaldo has become the most terrifying goal-scoring machine and record-breaker in football today. Messi has unbelievably reached the top of Europe 4 times, and he has gone from being a nobody in a Reading youth team to being a nobody in a Reading junior team. Regret? Maybe I have. After all, how many 6-year periods does one have in a lifetime? Envy? Of course. How many people wouldn't envy such a life? Host detected, Jade system activated. Ball Jade system, only a tiny bit stronger than the king of balls. Scanning host information. Scan complete. Data processing. Attributes generated. Although startled by the sudden sound, Lin Yun understood the situation to some extent. Is this the system? Although there was no time travel, no ding, and it came in a simple, crude and sudden way, this seems to be, maybe, or should be the legendary system, right? With an emotionless mechanical voice, streaks of multicolored light appeared out of thin air, intertwined before my eyes, and finally froze into a light screen. Lines of text appeared on the light screen. Name, Lin Yun. Age, 17. Registered position, center. Predominant foot, left. Template, none. Characteristics, none. The beginner template will be released soon. Based on the host's age, the template keyword is prodigy. Based on the host's registration location, the template keyword is scoring goals like crazy. Based on the host's preferred foot, the template keyword is locked, left foot celestial. The system is searching based on keywords, please wait. Recommended young prodigies, Messi, Kaká, Mbappé, Haaland. Recommended template for scoring goals in large numbers, Messi, Gerd Müller, Cristiano Ronaldo, Haaland. Left-footed geniuses recommended templates, Messi, Bale, Robin, Haaland. As system notifications scrolled by, Lin Yun suddenly had a bad feeling. Because it seems that all the keywords are pointing to 2 names, Messi and Haaland. But the problem is, who the hell is Haaland? He would be overjoyed if he could directly choose Messi, but he was afraid that the system would mess things up and randomly lock him into Haaland, a player he had never even heard of. Manchester City did have a captain named Haaland before, who was widely known for his feud with Keane, but the fact that he scored goals like crazy is enough to rule him out. Could it be a future star player? After thinking it over, Lin Yun felt that this was the only explanation. So, I didn't time travel myself, but the system did. Did I encounter a system from more than 10 years in the future? The system's name is also rather strange, it's probably not something legitimate. Search complete. The most suitable template has been identified, Messi and Haaland. Random selection in progress. Congratulations on obtaining the beginner template, Erling Haaland. Just as he feared, the system seemed to be deliberately working against him, making the choice for him directly. Although I knew that this guy named Haaland was probably not that simple, the thought of having just missed out on Messi still left me with a lingering sense of regret. Oh well, I'll just have to make do with it. The template for his personal attributes not only featured Haaland's name but also his photo. Lin Yun looked at it carefully again and again, confirming once more that this guy was indeed not any of the star players he knew. He could only pray that the system wasn't lying. This guy did indeed deserve the exaggerated and suggestive title of young prodigy. However, looking at the tall and strong young man in the picture, whose appearance was hard to describe, Lin Yun still couldn't get over the regret of missing out on Messi. This physique looks like it belongs to a powerful center, but it doesn't suit him at all. Although he plays center forward and is reasonably tall for his age, he plays a technical style of play, though his technique is just so-so. Template loading complete, modification to begin. Before he could recover from his shock, the entire roulette will shattered into pieces of light with a bing-ling sound, then reformed into beams of light, which then ed and wrapped around him. A series of tingling, electric-like sensations spread throughout my body, followed by a flurry of colorful light and shadow effects, before everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yun quickly went to the mirror and took a look. It doesn't seem like anything has changed. He's still a handsome young man, 1.82 meters tall and 18.2 meters long. To be honest, his good looks probably came at the cost of his football talent. As a child, he was just average looking, nothing special, at best above average among a group of kids. But he was full of talent and was selected during the reading trial. Who would have thought that after he grew up and became a handsome guy, his football skills would get worse and worse and he would soon fade into obscurity. He was still pinching and touching here and there, clenching his fists and jumping his legs to feel the changes in his body when a knock on the door suddenly sounded. My mother's voice came from outside the door. "Xiaoyun, are you awake?" "I'm not asleep. Come out here for a moment. Your dad is back, and we need to have a serious talk about your future." A hint of confusion flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. Future? My future rests on Haaland. Being listed alongside names like Kaká, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Messi, this guy named Haaland should be a number one figure, right? My last book, which I painstakingly built from 1,000 subscriptions to 5,000 average daily subscriptions, was interrupted by family emergencies. It was recommended by the editor and ran out of updates during the World Cup. Now it's barely hanging on with only 300 or 400 daily subscriptions. I hope this one will go smoothly. Well, it's still a nonsensical, invincible story, don't overthink it, just enjoy it. End of this chapter. Chapter 2: Man-Eating Monsters. Lin Ming was a technician by training, and he always had a gentle and refined demeanor, but it seemed somewhat incongruous yet strangely charming on his muscular physique. In short, handsome with clear eyes and a broad back. Isabella, Lin Ming's mother, was a typical British beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes, striking features, and a tall figure. She and Lin Ming looked quite well matched. Unexpectedly, the combination of their genes resulted in a freak like Lin Yun. Good looks and ball skills are separate, not interfering with each other, and even going in opposite directions. So today's family meeting had only one topic: whether Lin Yun should continue playing professional football. Passion can't put food on the table. Lin Ming slammed his teacup down on the table. It's not that I don't support you or oppose you pursuing your dreams, but you're almost 18, it's time to think about more realistic things. Isabella gently smoothed Lin Yun's somewhat long hair and said softly, "We've always respected your choices, and you've always been very sensible, never causing us any worry. But this matter concerns your future and your entire life. First of all, we must admit that football is a sport that demands talent, an absolute and utter demand for talent. And then there's the second point." She couldn't bring herself to say what she was about to say, so she could only gesture with her eyes, asking Lin Ming to play the bad cop. Lin Ming was used to it. Although he couldn't bear to say anything too harsh about his son, he could only say the most blunt thing to make him give up his illusions: "You have to admit, you're not cut out for this." "I know." Lin Yun rubbed his face. "Let me try one last time." The couple exchanged a glance, and Lin Ming asked, "How would you like to try?" "Before next season." Lin Yun looked up and considered for a moment. "If I haven't made it into the first team by the end of this season, then I'll give up football and honestly look for another way out." The couple exchanged a glance and could only nod silently. Reading are a newly promoted team in the Premier League this year, but their performance has been quite poor. They are very likely to be relegated back to the Championship at the end of the season. Even so, not just anyone can join their first team. Lin Yun's attempt will probably only remain an attempt. Lin Yun didn't have much time to experience the system's power. In fact, he could say he had none. Having just finished talking with his parents, he rushed to the Hogwood training facility to join the team. Today is match day, and Reading U19 will travel to London to face Arsenal U19. The team's schedule for the day was basically as follows: a short training session at the club in the morning, going home or resting at the training base at noon, and then heading to the away game in the afternoon. Of course, the reason why you can still divide a day into morning, noon and afternoon is mainly because Reading is very close to London, less than an hour's drive away, and you arrive before you've even finished playing all the songs on the playlist. Lin Yun wasn't idle in the car. Instead, he opened the system screen that only he could see and continued to study his still-warm cheat. Name: Lin Yun. Age: 17. Registered position: center. Predominant foot: left. Template: Haaland. Characteristics: steel body, speedy green horse, Terminator, demonic aura, unique. Several characteristics made it easy for Lin Yun to sketch out the image of Haaland, whom he had never met before. Steel-like body, strong, and should be very strong. Green field speed horse, what does it mean literally? Terminator, a natural striker, a goal-scoring machine, a fox in the penalty area. That should be the right way to understand it, right? He had a pretty good grasp of the first three characteristics based on their literal meanings, but the last one, the demonic aura, left him somewhat puzzled. Majin Bu. You know what, he does look a bit like him. Lin Yun thought of Haaland's photo and believed he had found the answer. He naturally didn't know that the reason Majin wasn't just because he looked like Bu. Furthermore, what surprised Lin Yun the most was that there were no heading or long-range shooting abilities among the characteristics. Judging by his physique alone, he thought Haaland would be another Drogba, or a well-rounded player like Ibrahimovic. But regardless of the type, heading and long-range shooting should be standard skills. But now it seems that this guy is just a high-end version of Inzaghi or a beastly version of Thomas Muller. Okay, one shouldn't be too greedy. Inzaghi and Muller were already renowned superstars, and with their strong physiques and incredible speed, it was like a 69 to 96 improvement, enough for him to be arrogant. However, these features are clearly built into the template. The dog system doesn't even provide a single explanation on how to obtain new templates and new features. You have to figure it out yourself. Seeing that Lin Yun was distracted as soon as he got into the car, Dyson, who was standing next to him, thought he had figured everything out. He took off his earplugs and patted Lin Yun heavily on the shoulder. "What's wrong, buddy? Did your family confront you?" "Yes, it's an ultimatum," Lin Yun replied casually. "If I can't make it into the first team before the end of this season, then I'll have to say goodbye to professional football." "Isn't this what we expected?" Dyson said, seemingly unfazed. "Anyway, I've accepted reality. But I don't want to accept it." Some of their teammates overheard their conversation. Some felt a pang of sympathy and shared their experience, while others were dismissive and even mocking. The same applies to all walks of life. The most glorious moments are always at the top, but only a few have the strength, perseverance, and luck to climb to the top. Most climbers fall and bleed at the foot of the mountain and then quickly disappear without a trace. Lost in their own thoughts, they arrived at their destination. The match venue was not the famous Emirates Stadium, but the Kearney training ground. The competition was called the English Youth Premier League. Established in 1997, the competition includes youth teams from various English clubs, representing the highest level of youth football in England and serving as a stepping stone for many young men to advance into the Premier League. This competition isn't exactly regulated, but it does have well-established rules and systems. However, the actual match conditions are not much different from amateur football. The few dozen people scattered on the sidelines were mostly the players' parents and friends, apart from a few scouts. Perhaps because they often come to watch the children's games, these spectators all know each other. As soon as they arrived, they were busy exchanging greetings. Some even brought their pets. Before the game even started, they took out sandwiches and beer from their baskets and distributed them to the nearest person, making it seem like they were going out for a picnic. Isabella, who had just been trying to persuade Lin Yun to give up football, also came to the sidelines and greeted the parents around her with practiced ease. To everyone's surprise, Wenger also showed up at the scene. Everyone was surprised, but quickly understood. Van Persie has defected, Giroud is injured, new signing Podolski has had a strong start but a poor finish, and Bendtner hasn't scored in over 10 games. The mighty Kings of North London don't even have a reliable centre forward, even the young Tiger has been put up front to fight the defenders. In this situation, what other options does the professor have besides buying lottery tickets for the youth team? When he arrived, not only were Arsenal's young players energized, but even Reading's lads were restless. Everyone knows why. Arsène Wenger is widely recognized as the greatest talent scout in football, and most of you here consider yourselves to be exceptional individuals. No one knew that a man-eating monster had secretly infiltrated this group of thoroughbreds, in their own eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, a max-level newbie's daring adventure in kindergarten. Lin Yun is only the team's third striker. According to Reading's youth team coach Cox's usual lineup and personnel habits, he will not have a chance to play until at least 60 minutes into the game. Wenger had only intended to stay there for 10 minutes. So if there were a what if, many things would be different. But as it turns out, fate not only favors those who are prepared, but also those who are handsome and have a system. The second striker was suspended for kicking the goalkeeper in the last game, and Lin Yun will appear in Reading U19 starting lineup today. So who knows what fate is? Just as World Football remarked many years later, everything happens for a reason. Arsenal's youth team manager certainly knew what Wenger wanted to see, so he very considerately threw out almost all of his centre forwards at once. Reading, on the other hand, opted for a 4-4-2 formation. People off the field can clearly tell what position each player plays just by looking at the numbers on their jerseys. Number 1 is naturally the goalkeeper, numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all defenders, numbers 6, 7, 8, and 10 are all midfielders, number 9 is the centre forward, and number 11 is usually the fastest striker in the team. In England, youth teams mostly follow this practice. Players can change, but their jersey numbers must correspond to the correct positions in each match. This is to facilitate tactical experiments by coaches and observation by scouts on the sidelines. Although Lin Yun is not the fastest player on the team, he is also not a proper centre, so he can only wear number 11 in this game. As the competition began, the young men, each with a youthful and radiant face, quickly immersed themselves in the game, as if they had an inexhaustible supply of collagen. Arsenal kicked off first, and the young gunners quickly fired their first shot under the watchful eye of the manager. A quick pass, a cross from the wing, and finally their tough, dark-skinned number 9 headed the ball over the crossbar. A black girl on the sidelines screamed exaggeratedly, as if the ball had already gone in. Reading's goal kick saw Lin Yun leisurely walk to the edge of the penalty area without attracting much attention. Instead of passing the ball directly to midfield, the Reading goalkeeper made a short pass to the left, to his number 3. This number 3 left-back is the shortest among these young men, but also the hardest-working and most dedicated player on the team. This is probably due to his family upbringing. Every time he falls down, his family members shout for him to get up quickly, and even their dog howls along with him. As soon as he got the ball, Arsenal's number 11 immediately pressed forward. Number 3 controlled the ball steadily and wanted to try some fancy tricks, but number 11 didn't let him get away with it and made a brutal tackle that knocked him to the ground. That's just how football culture is in England. The players are all very hot-tempered, willing to collide and commit fouls, and their actions are very aggressive. However, when conflicts arise, they mainly involve pushing and shoving, and the referees don't really intervene. Unless it's a serious injury or a real fight, they usually just give a free kick and that's it. Number 6 came over, pulled number 3 up, then set up the ball and waved to signal his teammates to press forward. He wore the captain's armband and was the most talkative player on the field. He always called out his teammates' nicknames to direct their movements, and when they were behind, he would encourage the whole team loudly. His voice was hoarse after a game. Reading's football philosophy seems to lack the concept of orderly, and instead captures the essence of total football. After the captain gives the order, the midfielders and defenders immediately and obediently press forward, while the number 6 player sits alone at the back after passing the ball. Only those who have actually watched the lower leagues of England can understand why these descendants of pirates always like to kick the ball into the air, because the winters here are rainy and the pitches are always flooded, and only the sky can allow the ball to move forward without hindrance. There was no standing water on the field today, but that didn't stop the boys from sticking to their aerial football. The ball was lobbed into the penalty area, headed out by the defenders, lobbed in again, blocked out again, and this happened 3 times in a row. Even Reading's family and friends on the sidelines sighed repeatedly. These kids are beyond saving. Arsenal's manager was quite dissatisfied, standing up and yelling at the defenders to clear the ball more cleanly. Arsenal's number 4, who had the ball, was under pressure from Reading's number 9 and was startled, so he quickly passed the ball across to number 6. There was no one around number 6, giving them ample time and space to kick the ball out. He watched the football rolling towards him, braced himself with his left foot, and stepped back with his right foot, assuming a long kick clearance stance. But what he got in return was the opposing team's number 11, who always made people want to kick the ball in his face. Lin Yun accurately predicted number 4's intention and suddenly started moving the moment he passed the ball, rushing to the passing lane between number 6 and number 4 before anyone could react. Without any hesitation, he swung his left leg quickly and unleashed a powerful shot straight for the far corner of the ball. The football crossed the goal line, but no one in the stadium reacted. Lin Yun had already turned and run to the sidelines when everyone suddenly realized what was happening. How did the ball go in? Lin Yun arrived at the sidelines, found his mother, and the two of them raised their right hands and gently tapped each other. How pretty! His teammates then ran up to him and celebrated with him. Arsenal's players were quite frustrated. A lucky ball. Everyone thinks that way. Of course, except for Wenger. While everyone else was focused on the football, he was observing the entire penalty area, and even the entire pitch. Therefore, only he and Isabella, who was constantly watching her precious son, saw the entire process of Lin Yun's attack. Calm observation, decisive initiation, and finally, a smart shot. Wenger muttered to himself. In that situation, out of 100 strikers, 98 would choose to unleash a powerful shot, 1 would choose to dribble past the goalkeeper and score into an empty net, and only the remaining 1 would shoot for the far corner. But actually, Lin Yun's shot was not taken from a good angle because the goalkeeper was right in front of him. If you rush in and immediately take a shot, there's a very high chance you'll hit the ball wide or hit the goalkeeper. Lin Yun, however, chose the more difficult but most reasonable option, a shot into the far corner. A calm, intelligent, confident, and interesting child. Even so, Wenger still didn't take the child too seriously. If you only watch highlights, every player is a king. Similarly, everyone on the field has their moments of brilliance and moments of folly, not to mention that Lin Yun's goal was really too ordinary, far from being a spectacular play. A true master of warfare achieves little without making a name for himself. This is true of most natural strikers who score goals in large numbers on the field. Wonder goals are rare, the norm is more like an ordinary tap-in, a rebound shot that even my grandma could score, or a clever run and a tap-in into an empty net. Only Lin Yun knew how terrifying the energy hidden within him was. A strange feeling, it was as if those people were all in slow motion in his eyes. Number 6 passing the ball, number 4 receiving it, the goalkeeper standing there dumbfounded, and the equally dumbfounded teammates in the distance, everyone seemed to be playing football in a swamp, moving at a snail's pace. This refers not only to physical slowness, but also to sluggish reflexes, as well as slow thinking and consciousness. Even the goal seemed several sizes larger than he had seen before. So this is the world of geniuses. Lin Yun suppressed his excitement, feeling as if he were commanding a max-level character to descend upon the newbie village. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Secretly Using a Cheat Code, Then Amazing Everyone. Just 2 minutes into the game, Reading took the lead, much to the dissatisfaction of Arsenal's forwards with their own defense. But in reality, their offense was just as terrible. With the first team coach sitting on the sidelines, don't expect the youth team players to maintain a calm mindset. If they can perform at about 80% of their usual level, they'll already be worthy of the scouts' praise in the reports, such as, genius, absolutely not to be missed, and, born for the big stage. As for those potential superstars who can unleash 120% power under these circumstances, they've long since stopped playing in this level of competition. Arsenal, driven by short-sightedness, played worse and worse, while Reading was in a similar predicament, completely overwhelmed. Wenger, showing little interest, turned to look again at the interesting child from before. He had expected the kid to be like other strikers, standing woodenly in the penalty area silently complaining about the ineffective midfield and defense, or making ineffective and boring runs like a headless fly. But to his surprise, the kid's movements were quite impressive. Although he wasn't fast, and often it was just a stroll, he adjusted his position almost every time he completed a pass in the midfield or backcourt. With his keen eye, the professor naturally knew that was the easiest place to receive a pass and complete an attack under the circumstances. Unfortunately, Reading's midfielders don't have a second Xavi, or a little Pirlo, so his series of moves were just a charade for the blind. Wenger unconsciously sat up straight and began to focus his attention on Lin Yun. He didn't realize that 10 minutes had already passed. The old man seemed to have forgotten which side he was from, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's time to pass the ball to that kid, yes, that's it, let's see how you handle this one. The pass was made by Reading's number 6, who is also their on-field captain. A perfectly accurate low-through ball found its way to Lin Yun. Arsenal's number 4 immediately closed in, but Lin Yun blocked him to the side. Number 4 was several centimeters taller than Lin Yun and was also a size bigger, but even with his face flushed red, he couldn't move Lin Yun an inch. He felt as if there was a wall blocking his way. Cox finally realized something was wrong. Lin Yun is an unremarkable player. His greatest strength is that he has no weaknesses, and his greatest weakness is that he has no strengths. He can make a living from football, but if he doesn't suddenly have a breakthrough, he'll probably only be a benchwarmer in the second or third tier leagues at best. Physical confrontation is neither his strength nor his weakness, but he always tries to avoid it and uses his footwork to get past his opponents. It is quite rare for him to actively push the defender aside like this. And this is just the beginning. After receiving the ball sideways, Lin Yun took a heavy dribble towards the goal, easily shaking off the astonished number 4, and dribbled towards the goal. Number 5 rushed up to cover. This guy was no match for number 4 in size and strength, so the result was even worse, he was knocked away. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he was knocked flying. Arsenal's number 2 centre-back bypassed Reading's number 9 striker and lunged at Lin Yun, but underestimated Lin Yun's speed. After being left behind by Lin Yun, he simply used his hands and feet to hang on Lin Yun's back. Lin Yun carried the other person and continued running. Wenger's mouth gaped slightly, and he unconsciously stood up. Isabella gasped, then clearly heard a gasp from beside her. Fucking Chinese. In this context, fucking Chinese does not imply any discrimination, it simply expresses their curiosity and surprise, much like how some people always like to add ing before they speak. Before Chinese, they have practically cursed the United Nations to the skies. In English football, fucking is almost a prefix for any sentence, they can add any word they can think of at that moment. If we had to translate it, then everyone's fucking now doesn't mean the one we're familiar with, but rather, holy crap. The youth team is a breeding ground for treacherous individuals, everyone knows who else is there. Is that Lin Yun? The goalkeeper abandoned the goal, and Lin Yun's expression remained calm and composed, but his eyes had become as sharp as blades. Lin. Over here. Number 9, who was now free of defenders, called out in surprise. Lin Yun turned and glanced at him, and the goalkeeper immediately reacted as if by reflex, shifting his weight towards number 9. Just then, Yang Feng decisively shot a cross-court shot, and the football once again quietly crossed the goal line, skimming the grass. The F***K Chinese chants on the sidelines had turned into various variations of OMG, and Isabella couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking at her baby as if he were an alien. Lin Yun sprinted to the sidelines again and stood in front of her with a smug look on his face. Seeing his face, which was practically screaming, "Praise me," Isabella finally felt relieved. Thankfully, it should still be my son. Dyson rushed over, jumped onto Lin Yun's back, and shook him violently, his hands on Lin Yun's shoulders. Brother, what did you do? *****ing, you've been hiding your strength all this time. Lin Yun shook him off and said softly, my mother told me to work hard secretly and then amaze everyone. Obviously, now is that time. Oh, damn it, you're always so cunning, Dyson immediately thought of Wenger. I must say, you did it, but it wasn't amazing, it was terrifying. Terrifying, you know. Lin Yun didn't care whether he was amazed or shocked, and turned around to accept the congratulations from the others. The number 9, who didn't even deserve a name, was a little annoyed, but he didn't show it. He just joked, hey, buddy, if you had passed to me just now, you would be a passer and a shot now. But I won't get a second chance, Lin Yun said with a smile. If it were you, what would you choose? Okay, you're right, said number 9. Our mission is to score goals. Lin Yun wasn't sure if he was agreeing with him or just telling himself, yeah, a goal. They scored a lot of goals. The game continues. Lin Yun naturally became Arsenal's primary focus. 1 goal might be luck, 2 goals might be coincidence, but to outmaneuver 3 defenders and deceive the goalkeeper to score can only be attributed to skill. The guards who had been thrashed by Lin Yun certainly didn't want him to get away with it, and they used every trick in the book, but clearly, it was all in vain. In the 20th minute, Reading's number 9's long-range shot was saved, and Lin Yun cleverly followed up to complete his hat-trick. In the 29th minute, Reading captain's free kick was floated into the penalty area, and Lin Yun managed to steal the ball from 2 defenders and fired a shot into the net. In the 36th minute, Reading's number 3 crossed from the wing, and Lin Yun once again dribbled past a defender and knocked the ball into the goal. 40th minute. Years later, a young man named Haaland burst onto the scene at the World Youth Championship, scoring 9 goals in a single match that shocked the world of football. But for many who watched the game live, those were all things Lin Yun had already done. The setting has been changed, the protagonist is now of mixed Chinese and British descent. We need to have a World Cup to play around with, right? Originally, I wanted to write about the Chinese national football team winning the championship and then post it in the fantasy category, but the editor pulled me back from that self-destructive path. Also, if a rookie Haaland could score 9 goals in a single game, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the 2023 Haaland will be even more amazing, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Oh no. Wenger is coming to snatch him away. Before the first half was even over, everyone had already become numb. Isabella took out her phone and dialed Lin Ming's number. Lin Ming seemed busy with something, and the phone rang for a long time before he answered. There was a bit of noise on the other end. Honey, what's wrong? Come and see your son. Lin Ming knew his son was in a competition, and his first reaction was naturally that he was injured. Is the situation serious? It's very serious. Has he been taken to the hospital? Lin Ming asked anxiously. I'm coming right away. You'd better hurry to the Kearney training ground, Isabella said slyly, or you might regret it for the rest of your life. Without giving her husband a chance to react, she immediately hung up the phone. When she turned around, she found that everyone around her was looking at her strangely. Okay, to be precise, it's behind me. She turned around, and a face that almost everyone in England recognized came into view. Isabella knew that what was bound to happen had finally arrived. I'm sorry, ma'am, Wenger said, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. I just wanted to talk to you about your son's future. Isabella smiled and said, actually, we just talked to him about this topic about an hour or 2 ago. I wonder if Arsenal is in your plans. Sorry, no, but I don't think it's too late now, Isabella said. But if I remember correctly, team coaches aren't allowed to contact players privately, right? You know, my son is still a Reading player, well, even though he can't even get on the first team bench. The last sentence carries a hint of personal emotion. My son, my incredibly talented son, and you actually put him on the youth team, and even on the youth team's bench. What were you thinking? No wonder they're at the bottom of the Premier League. I just saw a very interesting young man and wanted to make friends with him, that's all. It has nothing to do with whether he's a player or not, said Wenger, who has spent most of his life outwitting a bunch of old-timers in the Premier League. Of course, if he happens to be a player, there's nothing I can do. The FA doesn't say that an old man can't be friends with a player. Yes, I think you would definitely like to have such a friend, although the age difference between you is a bit too big. But this doesn't seem like the right place. No, this is the best occasion. Now that I'm here today, there's no way I can let him join another team, Wenger said. His first professional contract should be with Arsenal, it's the best choice. I'm sorry, but according to Chinese tradition, men are responsible for external affairs and women for internal affairs, Isabella said calmly. This matter needs to be decided by my husband, and of course, most importantly, by my son's wishes, although I know he certainly can't refuse to be friends with such a respectable elder as you. Perhaps you should call your loved one now and tell him that an old man is waiting for him in his office at the Kearney training ground, Wenger said with a smile. Does he prefer coffee or tea? I've got a new bottle of red wine, it's quite good, maybe he'll like it. It was a gift from Ferguson. To be honest, he's not a great man, but he's got a lot of good stuff. Sorry, he's driving, and he can't sleep at night if he drinks coffee. The principle of, don't drink and drive, is a global consensus. Wenger naturally lied, I understand, I actually enjoy drinking tea too. Cox naturally saw Wenger talking to Isabella, and he knew exactly what the old man was doing. Quick! Make the call. Cox almost growled at his assistant coach. Tell Brian that Wenger is coming to take him away. Brian McDermott, Reading's current manager, may soon become Reading's former manager if the team's performance doesn't improve. The call connected, and the assistant coach explained the situation in a few words, but McDermott thought they were crazy, saying in an annoyed tone, "Are you sure it's not a coincidence?" Cox snatched the phone. Screw the coincidence. That kid scored 5 goals in the first half. 5, okay, now it's 6. Are you doubting my eyes or my intelligence? I understand, I'll consider it. The phone call ended, and the first half was over. There was actually another similar call, between the parent of a Reading youth team player and another Ferguson. Mr. Martin, hello, this is Hans. No, it's not about the weekend party, nor about Lake. I just think you should come to the Coney training ground right now. I really can't believe my eyes. A kid, he scored 5 goals against Arsenal in the first half. No, today is certainly not April Fool's Day, nor is it a trial, it's a youth team match, oh damn, he scored again, are Arsenal's defenders all wooden? What? You can't enter the Coney training ground? Why? You're the least welcome one. I think I understand. Well, I will, don't worry. Hans hung up the phone, paused to think of what he was going to say, and then walked toward Isabella. Hello, Ms. Isa, Hans said politely, I am Hans, we have met before, I am Lake's father, that is. Number 6, I know, Isabella said. Your son is an outstanding leader and a good friend of Lin Yun. Thank you, Lake is indeed excellent, but compared to Lin, Hans shook his head with a wry smile, would you mind if we spoke privately for a moment? Could you please tell me what it is about? About your son's future. Why are so many people concerned about my son's future today? After the two found a place away from the crowd, Hans said, actually, I am a friend of Ferguson, Martin Ferguson, I think you should know him. Of course, it's hard for me not to know. Martin Ferguson, brother of Sir Alex Ferguson, is Manchester United's chief scout. This man deserves an indelible credit for Manchester United's reputation as the Red Devils. I'll be frank, Hans said. I saw Wenger talking to you just now, and if I'm not mistaken, he probably wants to sign Lin. But Ferguson is also very interested in your son. Of course, he only heard my relay, but I believe that if Lin can perform at half the level he did in this game, he can win over the most demanding scouts and managers in the entire Premier League. Thank you, Mr. Hans, I'll remember that. Then I'll give Martin Mr. Lin Ming's number. He should contact you soon. Isabella thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. If possible, Hans shrugged, if Lin can really get into Manchester United, I mean become a regular starter, I hope one day he can help Lake. You know, that kid is a Manchester United fan, and his biggest dream in life is to wear a Manchester United jersey. I'm sorry, even if my son becomes a key player for Manchester United, even if he wears the number 7 jersey, it probably won't help you much. You know, you're friends with Martin Ferguson, but that still won't change anything. Well, I was naive. In football, it really comes down to ability, Haaland sighed. But I still sincerely hope that Lin can join the team that best suits him, whether it's Reading, Arsenal or Manchester United. Thank you, and I wish Lake all the best in achieving his dream. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Time is running out for Wenger. Frustration, anger, helplessness, shock, that's Arsenal. Envy, jealousy, joy, and awe, these are the feelings of Reading. The reason why Lin Yun could still feel joy, one of the few positive emotions he could experience, was because he still had a few good friends in the Reading youth training camp. Dyson, who came up with him from the Reading youth team, and Lake, who always liked to preach but was actually not a bad person, were his two closest friends. The two were still somewhat incredulous at their friend's transformation, constantly scrutinizing him as if trying to find the easiest way to peel off his mask. Stop looking, Lin Yun said. I'm still the same me, although even now I don't quite understand myself. You need to give us an explanation, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. A gradual accumulation leading to a breakthrough? Quantitative change leading to qualitative change? Or a sudden flash of inspiration? You know, everyone has that moment when it feels like their body is under God's control, and they do things they can't even believe themselves. I'm probably in that state right now. Dyson, his closest friend, naturally didn't believe his nonsense. A flash of inspiration? You're kidding me. You've been flashing your lights all day, when have you ever gone out? Lake, however, was more inclined to believe his somewhat dubious explanations in the first half. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. I arrived at the youth training camp earlier than you, and I trained even harder than you every day. Why did you change first? It's hard to explain to you. In my mother's words, the first step in growing up is to convince yourself to accept the unfairness of life. Otherwise, it's not just a matter of whether you can sleep at night, but whether you're living a tiring life. Lake shrugged. Well, anyway, although it still feels weird, I'll try to accept that my good brother has suddenly become a genius. Cox glanced over and said, unusually, Lin, well done. Lin Yun feigned indifference and said, it's your tactics that are brilliant. He received a bunch of disdainful looks as soon as he finished speaking. That's so hypocritical. Cox has no tactics whatsoever. Defense, midfield organization, and shooting, is this even considered a tactic? Cox, clearly aware of his own limitations, said somewhat apologetically, it's mainly up to you guys to execute this. Continue in the second half. Pass the ball to Lin more often in midfield, but Lin, you also need to be careful to protect yourself. Even if he didn't say anything, the midfielders would still pass the ball to Lin Yun. Because Lake set a good example for everyone, this guy has already racked up 3 assists against Lin Yun. Number 9's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, and finally he couldn't help but say, actually, I think I can do it too. He was met with silence. After a moment, Lin Yun broke the awkward silence, yes, we all believe you can do it. But it turned out he couldn't do it. Arsenal's defenders were so thoroughly outplayed by Lin Yun that they fell into deep self-doubt. To prove whether they were truly worthless, they had no choice but to test their skills on the number 9. Arsenal's youth academy is still quite good, you can see key players from various national U1X and U2X teams here at any time. As for the 4 defenders on the field, each of them has experience with the national youth team and the national junior team. Their left back has even played for Arsenal's first team. Any one of these kinds of people would be enough to give number 9 a hard time. In football, the theory that if A is greater than B and B is greater than C, then A must be greater than C does not hold true. However, when one striker can be bullied by 4 opposing defenders in turn, while another striker can easily maneuver around these 4 defenders, everyone knows what that means. Wenger has left the stadium, but Lin Yun's madness continues. Throughout the entire match, he didn't even pay much attention to Wenger watching the game live, as he had bigger things on his mind. With this system in hand, I have the world at my fingertips. The world is vast, as long as you master the cheats, there's nowhere you can't go. Arsenal's sporadic counterattacks yielded little result, but Laker first completed his 4th assist against Lin Yun. He played a through ball, and Lin Yun beat the offside trap and slotted the ball into the net, scoring his 7th goal of the match. It's that simple, unpretentious, and effortless. By the 66th minute of the match, Lin Yun's clothes were covered in handprints, his shoes and socks were torn to shreds, and even his shin guards were mostly exposed. Meanwhile, all 4 Arsenal defenders had received a yellow card. The opposing coach simply substituted 3 defenders at once, and the 3 young men who were relieved happily clocked out. The 3 new gunmen were just there to deliver the food. In the 68th minute, Reading's number 7 made a brainless long pass into the penalty area. Lin Yun, seemingly reckless but actually quite clever, broke through the defense and volleyed the ball into the goal. In the 75th minute, the Arsenal goalkeeper received a back pass from his teammate and was about to kick the ball towards midfield when Lin Yun suddenly lunged at him. The goalkeeper panicked for about half a second before quickly switching to a short, lateral pass. The left back cursed under his breath as he came to receive the ball, but Dyson, who was lurking nearby, seized the opportunity and easily won the ball with a tackle. Lin Yun quickly stepped back 2 steps to get out of the offside position, and Dyson's pass was delivered to him immediately. With a powerful shot, the football flew into the empty net. In the 80th minute, Lin Yun was brought down by 2 Arsenal players just outside the penalty area, giving Reading a free kick in a good position. Lake served a high-quality ball, but was a bit unlucky and hit the crossbar. Just when everyone thought the attack was over, Lin Yun was the first to arrive, leaping high and heading the ball into the goal. 0-10. As is customary internationally, the home team is listed first, followed by the away team. Reading's youth team committed the biggest massacre in the history of the English Youth League. Lin Yun, who scored 10 goals in a single game, created the most absurd legend in the history of English football. With just over 10 minutes left in the game, Lin Yun felt unsatisfied. However, as had been proven in later years, only one's own coach could stop Haaland from scoring. The same was true now, only Cox could make Lin Yun stop his scoring spree. Finally, I've been replaced. It's a miracle that the kid was able to walk off the field alive. Are all Arsenal's kids this kind? What a load of rubbish. They just ran into someone even more ruthless. Didn't you see those Arsenal kids were almost crying from being beaten? I bet even if Van Persie came, he wouldn't be able to get this many in. This kid is terrifying. Believe me, we will soon see him wearing the jersey left by Van Persie. But he is still a Reading man. But don't forget that the winter transfer window hasn't closed yet. The Premier League winter transfer window is usually from New Year's Day to February 1st each year. It's already January 28, 2013, so Wenger doesn't have much time left. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. What size do you want to wear? Lin Yun arrived at the sidelines, where the coach and his teammates on the bench congratulated him one by one. Everyone was very enthusiastic. As soon as I sat down, I heard 2 ding sounds. Main quest has been released, please check. Side quest has been issued, please check. Oh. Lin Yun leaned back in his chair, covered his face with a towel, and opened the system. Sure enough, a new task interface appeared. Main quest 1, the beginning of the beginning. Task description, obtain a formal employment contract. Task difficulty, half a star. Reward, unique trait *1. Half a star. Does that mean anyone with hands can do it? Things that I used to dream of but could never have are now within my grasp without any effort. For the nth time today, Lin Yun felt a dreamlike sense of unreality. However, this makes the reward feature less interesting, since it comes too easily, but the word unique still makes him a little excited. It's a contradiction. Side quest 1, the Savior. Task description, help Reading avoid relegation/win the championship single-handedly. Task difficulty, 3 stars/6 stars. Task reward, trait *1. Staying in the league is understandable, but winning the championship is just too much. Side mission 2, the New Gun King. Task description, become Arsenal's top scorer. Task reward, trait *1. Task difficulty, 2.5 stars. Well, she really managed to hook up with Wenger. Side quest 3, a dignified farewell. Mission description, help Manchester United win the league title this season and bid farewell to Ferguson with a Premier League championship. Task difficulty, 1 star. Ferguson. What does Ferguson have to do with this? Clearly, the side quests offer a choice of one of three options. It was foreseeable that he would catch Wenger's eye in surprise reading, but Lin Yun was really puzzled as to where Ferguson came from. But at least some things have been deduced. Main quests reward unique traits, while side quests reward common traits. 2. Is Ferguson retiring? Then, from 2, they deduce 3, at this point, anyone who goes to Manchester United is an idiot, the absolute worst kind. Manchester United's bizarre moves after being acquired by the Glazer family are nothing short of outrageous. It's no wonder they're making such a fuss if it's not aimed at Ferguson. At the same time, Lin Yun also discovered something quite interesting. This system seems to be able to be used not only as a system, but also as a profit. In just half a day of contact, he had already obtained a lot of information from it. For example, a really awesome kid named Haaland might appear in the football world in the future, Ferguson might retire this season, or simply disappear, or if nothing unexpected happens, Manchester United should be the Premier League champion this season. After all, the difficulty of side mission 3 is only 1 star, which basically means that Manchester United can win the championship with or without you. If you go, at most it will be icing on the cake. The remaining 10 minutes of the game were not very interesting, and the referee blew the whistle hastily before the stoppage time was over. Isabella waved, and Lin Yun quickly went over. Wenger invited your father and me to his office, and Martin Ferguson also expressed interest in you. Lin Yun's expression was strange, and he said in a low voice, "Isn't this considered a violation of regulations?" Isabella stood on tiptoe, pinched his cheek hard, and smiled smugly, "As long as we can sign you, that old man doesn't care anymore." What is this? They came here to compete, but ended up kicking themselves into the opponent's team. Okay, 10 kicks. But Wenger had already given Lin Yun a thumbs up on the 5th shot. However, when he heard that Lin Yun had scored 10 goals, the professor, who thought he could calmly face all kinds of monsters, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. If he only heard the result, he might not have been so shocked. After all, there are all sorts of strange things in the world of football, and 1 or 2 more wouldn't matter. But the problem is that he saw the process. He knew that the kid's ability to score so many goals had nothing to do with any other random reasons, it was simply because he had the ability. Although he couldn't understand why such a person remained unknown for so long, he didn't care. It's not uncommon for geniuses to suddenly have a breakthrough. It has to be said that Wenger is desperate for a centre forward right now. In the recently concluded 23rd round of the Premier League, Arsenal were defeated 2-1 by Chelsea, suffering their first double defeat to the opponent in 4 years. Last season, Arsenal came from behind to beat Chelsea 5-3 away from home thanks to a hat-trick from Van Persie. What drove him even more crazy was that Van Persie had scored in 5 consecutive league games for Manchester United, leading the top scorer list and bringing Manchester United to the top of the league table. This seems to be telling everyone that Van Persie is still Van Persie even after leaving Arsenal, and Arsenal can't even keep Arsenal without Van Persie. This makes it hard for him not to think about finding a replacement for Van Persie as soon as possible. After the match ended and the Reading youth team headed home, Lin Ming arrived late. As soon as he arrived at the door, he was bewildered and was ushered into an office by the staff of the Kearney training base. His wife was having tea with a familiar old man in the office, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Wenger stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Wenger, Arsene Wenger. You can call me Arsene." Lin Ming knew he was Wenger, but he couldn't understand why his wife was there. He glanced at Isabella, then at Wenger, and said, "Hello, Mr. Arsene, I think I need an explanation. It seems your wife didn't tell you that your son played a match against our youth team." Wenger gestured for you to sit down. "You can't believe what I saw." Lin Ming sat down next to Isabella. "I guess he must have done something special." Isabella said, "He scored a few goals." Wenger, who claims to enjoy drinking tea, poured tea for Lin Ming with his clumsy technique. Lin Ming didn't comment on his practice of filling the teacup to the brim, he simply picked it up and took a small sip. He was indeed a little thirsty from rushing around, but even so he remained slow and deliberate, knowing in his heart that the old man had most likely taken a liking to his son. But, how is that possible? Given Lin Yun's character, he'd be lucky to even make it into Reading's first team. He'd have to go back to China to see if his ancestors' graves were emitting auspicious smoke. Arsenal. Wenger personally invited them, and it was almost the highest level of invitation. What did that kid do? Wenger himself revealed the answer. To be precise, he scored 10 goals. Pfft. Cough cough cough, sorry. Luckily, I turned my face away quickly and didn't get Professor Z's face on my face, otherwise it would have been a huge mess. Taking the handkerchief his wife offered, and glaring fiercely at the gloating man, Lin Ming turned to Wenger. You mean? Yes, you heard right, 1 game, 10 goals, your son, Lin Yun. Well, it sounds like he did a pretty good job. Lin Ming immediately perked up, better than I expected. I must admit, you have given me a big surprise, Wenger said bluntly. I have decided to sign him. He is the player I need, and I want him to be at the Emirates Stadium next month. Isabella said, but I just promised Martin. I'm sorry, Wenger said, suppressing his rising frustration and trying to keep his tone calm. If this is your negotiating tactic, then there's no need for that. Just state your conditions directly, and I will try my best to meet them. I trust my judgment, that child is worth it. He had barely finished speaking when Lin Ming's phone rang. He gave Wenger an apologetic look, then looked down and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Just as he was about to hang up, Isabella subtly stepped on his foot. Lin Ming immediately understood and said to Wenger, "Excuse me, may I take a phone call first?" "Sure." Lin Ming took his phone and went out, returning more than 10 minutes later looking triumphant. Well, first of all, it's not some pointless negotiation tactic, but rather, Lin Ming waved his phone, it really was Ferguson calling, Martin Ferguson. It seems he's heard about the 10-ball thing too. So? Wenger asked. Are you planning to make him a substitute for Van Persie and Rooney? The couple's eyes lit up almost simultaneously. Here comes the important part. So you mean, Lin Ming's refined yet sleazy face revealed a smug smile, that he can become a starter at Arsenal? First of all, we need to be clear that one match is not convincing enough, especially since it was just a match between kids, so I will give him 2 or 3 matches to prove himself. I need him to prove me, with facts, preferably with goals, that I'm not blind, that my judgment is still correct, just like when I brought Henry from Juventus and Fabregas from La Masia. 3 games. Lin Ming frowned. That's too few. You know he needs time to adjust. Isabella added, how long did it take Henry to adapt at Arsenal before he started scoring goals? 9 games or 10 games. Wenger said with a dark face, 7 games. Oh, Lin Ming nodded, I remember now, he only scored his first goal for Arsenal in the 8th game, then went through an 8-game goal drought, and then came the Henry we know. Well, as you can see, I'm a Henry fan, so from that perspective, I really hope Lin Yun joins Arsenal, provided that. Wenger interrupted, you can trust me on this, I have plenty of patience with young people. Don't try to fob me off with that. I need a clear answer, 8 games or 9. Alright, Wenger conceded, 8 games, at least 3 league games. Then it's time for his own opinion. At the same time, Martin Ferguson, who had just ended his call with Lin Ming, dialed another number. He is not in England right now, but in Germany, but has decided to go back tomorrow. The call connected, and the grumpy old man's voice came through the receiver, What's up, Martin? What kind of surprise are you bringing me this time? The league is more than halfway through, and Manchester United leads the standings, especially with Robin van Persie continuing to shine. His biggest summer investment hasn't turned into a joke, and Sir Alex Ferguson is in a good mood now, if it weren't for that damn body of his constantly protesting. A player who scored 10 goals in a single game. Ferguson's first reaction was to think about the date, and after realizing it wasn't April Fool's Day, he said, has German football's defense deteriorated to this extent? No, it's the defense of English football, Martin said. I think you'll get the news soon enough. Lin Yun, the Reading youth team striker, scored 10 goals in the recent match against Arsenal's youth team. Then we'll have to pray that Wenger has diarrhea today and misses out on some interesting things. But in fact, he not only didn't have diarrhea, he also happened to be there to watch the game. What do you want me to do? It depends on you. If you want him, the biggest rival isn't Reading, but Arsenal, which means we'll have to pay a higher price. But I haven't watched his games, so I can't give you any useful advice. Also, I must remind you that there are only 3 days left before the transfer window closes. You don't have much time to consider. Perhaps you could find some of his match videos to watch now before deciding whether to compete with Wenger. No need to think about it, I trust Wenger's judgment. Because Van Persie really likes it. Adhering to the principle of, better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free, the old man decided to go talk to that kid named Dizzy tomorrow. Wenger is taking action, Ferguson is poised to strike, and Lin Yun, who has returned to the Hogwood training ground, has also received a notice to train with the first team tomorrow. 10 goals in a single game will soon shake the whole of England, but Reading manager McDermott has only shown very limited interest in him. The reason is simple, he has a better chance than anyone else to obtain detailed information about Lin Yun and knows what kind of person this kid was before this competition. Besides, McDermott is currently overwhelmed with problems and might be fired tomorrow morning, so he really doesn't have the energy to pay attention to a so-called teenage genius who suddenly appeared. It took Henry more than 10 games to adapt to the Premier League. What about this kid? Maybe 5 or 6 games, maybe 15 or 16, or maybe 5 or 6 years, but none of that matters to him. As for leaving a spark for Reading, sorry, not planting a landmine before leaving was already his greatest act of kindness. He had no idea that he had just let go of his only chance to change his fate. The youth team members congratulated Lin Yun again. Lake suggested celebrating for him, but at 17, he couldn't even get into a bar. The so-called celebration would just be the same group of people coming to his house to eat, drink, play games, and maybe secretly watch some movies about fairies fighting. Lin Yun was essentially a quiet person, so he naturally rejected the suggestion without even thinking about it. In the UK, you can apply for a temporary driving license at 16 and drive at 17. Most of my teammates already had their own cars, and they quickly disappeared from sight after stepping on the gas. Lin Yun had owned his own car for a long time, a bicycle at that. I leisurely rode my old bike home, and soon my parents returned as well. But to his utter surprise, there were 3 other people with them. 3 very famous people in English football. Lin Yun skillfully concealed his surprise and politely greeted the old man he had met that afternoon, saying, "Hello, Mr. Arsena." "Hello, Lin, have you decided what size you'll wear?" Wenger asked with the same gentle smile. "How about number 11? Let's get some monthly votes and push it onto the new book charts." End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Who Makes Whom? Needless to say, Wenger came to poach players. Accompanying him were his longtime partner Lowry and Arsenal's transfer director, Dick Lowry. As Arsenal's chief scout, Lowry served the Gunners for 20 years and worked with Wenger for 17 years. You could say he was Wenger's Martin Ferguson. Dick Law is also a veteran of Arsenal, and he has been involved in the transfers of players such as the Ice Prince, Henry, Van Persie, Fabregas, and Walcott. These 3 have created many glories together, including 3 Premier League titles, a 49-game unbeaten run, 4 FA Cup titles, and a Champions League runner-up finish. They have also provided the world of football with countless memorable anecdotes, such as the "when's poor signings," the best of his own, selling the captain, and Ashner. If things don't change in the future, they will continue to experience historical embarrassments together, such as Higuain getting lost in Arsenal's medical room, signing Suarez for £40 million plus £1, and Wenger out. This time, they were clearly only there for Lin Yun. Let's get straight to the point. Right now, only Arsenal and Manchester United are interested in you, but perhaps after tonight, all the Premier League teams will be interested in you. However, of all the teams, Arsenal is definitely the one that wants you the most, and you don't have to doubt that. After Lowry finished speaking, Dick Low continued. The last time I saw Arsene so eager to acquire a player was 10 years ago, and that player was Cesc Fabregas. We all know what he achieved at Arsenal later on. Finally, it was Wenger's turn. Your speed, your nose for goal, your hunger for scoring, that's what I want. Behind you will be top players like Wilshere, Diaby, and Ramsey, who will provide you with a constant stream of ammunition. In my team, you only need to do what you do best, put the ball in that damn goal. The 3 old gunmen had fooled countless young talents with their rhetoric. Lin Yun, at best, could be considered mature beyond his years, but he couldn't withstand the 3 of them taking turns. Moreover, since they were already in love, he was defeated in almost the first round. Lin Ming and his wife just watched with smiles as their son was surrounded and attacked, without making any move to intervene. Given their current situation, there is indeed no more suitable club than Arsenal. A prestigious family, close to home, many opportunities, coaches who love young boys, and great potential for growth. It's a match made in heaven. Even if Lin Yun is indeed a dud as they feared, having once a main striker for Arsenal on his resume will ensure he has no trouble finding a club in the Championship or the Bundesliga. Lin Yun wanted to make his presence felt and try to get some playing time, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the professor told him that his parents had already taken care of it for him. I will give you plenty of time to adapt, so you don't need to worry about that. Your parents and I have already reached an agreement. Of course, you may have to come on as a substitute in the early stages, which is unavoidable. Your first step is to win over your teammates in training. I think that shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Then I have no further questions. There's no need to compare prices anymore. Currently, the only English clubs that can rival Arsenal are Chelsea, Manchester United, and Liverpool. However, if the information deduced from the system tasks is correct, Manchester United is definitely out of the question. Liverpool has Suarez firmly holding on to his starting striker position. As for Chelsea, they certainly don't have the same eagerness and sincerity to recruit as Arsenal does right now, so what's there to consider? The three smiled broadly, and Wenger finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing else went wrong. He was genuinely terrified. Next up was Dick Law's turn. First of all, welcome to Arsenal. Then, my first piece of advice is that you should find an agent. Of course, I will. Then, we will sign a 5-year contract with you. That's too long, Lin Yun interrupted. 3 years, maybe. In reality, 3 years is too long. His strength might change every day. Who knows what kind of monster he'll become in 3 years? How can he be bound by a contract? Even Lin Ming and Isabella were unsure of his thoughts. After all, in everyone's eyes, Lin Yun was still full of uncertainty, and a long-term contract was the most advantageous. From Arsenal's perspective, 3 years was actually more in their interest than 5 years, because they were now somewhat of a venture capital investor. But since Lin Yun had said so, Dick Law naturally agreed without hesitation. Next up is the salary. To Dick Law's surprise, this part turned out to be the easiest to negotiate. His family's wealth was only one aspect, more importantly, his ability fluctuated wildly, leaving his parents uncertain and hesitant to ask for an exorbitant price. Lin Yun himself, on the other hand, was overconfident, believing that Arsenal would soon be begging to raise his salary, and that whatever the amount was now, it was only temporary. The current highest paid player in the Premier League is Tevez, with a weekly wage of £250,000, but this is obviously not a reliable reference. The average weekly wage for the entire league this year is around £40,000, but Dick Law offered a slightly lower than average price of £35,000 per week. For a newcomer, this is already a number that would make him laugh out loud, but that cannot cover up Arsenal's stinginess in this regard. It's worth noting that even Robin van Persie was only making £75,000 a week at Arsenal at this time last year, but after joining Manchester United, that number jumped to £200,000. As for the work permit issue, Lin Yun also perfectly avoided it, because he came from the English youth training system and had been registered with the same club in England for more than 3 consecutive years, so in a sense he was a homegrown player. Make this up, don't ask, it's a parallel world. We don't have much time, let's try to get reading sorted out by tomorrow, Dick Law said. If all goes well, you'll be able to meet your new teammates the day after tomorrow. Theoretically, the order should be to communicate with Reading first, obtain the club's permission, and then contact the player. However, in practice, the process is actually reversed. The group stood up and shook hands solemnly with each other. Although everything was still just talk, a preliminary agreement had been reached. Wenger continued the initial topic, so, have you decided what jersey you want to wear? Lin Yun didn't know why he was so fixated on this topic, but he went along with him and said, believe me, one day, number 11 will become Arsenal's most legendary number. Sensing the powerful confidence emanating from him, Wenger once again smiled with satisfaction. Everyone says Arsenal sells its captains every year, but few people think that Fabregas and Van Persie actually wanted to leave on their own. If possible, he hopes to cultivate another, even stronger number 11, so that everyone can see who made whom. For at least a moment, Wenger vowed to do everything in his power to develop Lin Yun into the best player, but what he didn't know was that in the end, it was Lin Yun who made him the best coach. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. Where's the promised scimitar? After seeing the guests off, Lin Ming and Isabella adopted a three-way interrogation stance, quietly watching Lin Yun without saying a word. Lin Yun raised his hands in surrender. Stop looking, I don't know what happened either. Maybe I was under too much pressure after talking with you at noon, and it suddenly exploded. The couple exchanged a glance, and it seemed that this was the only way to understand it. As Sun Gur said, either change careers in silence or erupt in silence. Having never witnessed his son's impressive performance firsthand, Lin Ming remained skeptical of the boy and couldn't help but say, have you thought this through? This is Arsenal. You can't just pretend to be something you're not, you'll be exposed sooner or later. You doubt Wenger's judgment? Lin Ming shook his head. Don't mythologize anyone. Wenger has made many mistakes too. It's just that everyone is used to focusing on those few success stories. The most important thing is that you have a clear understanding of yourself. You need to stay calm in the face of important matters. The more critical the moment, the calmer you need to be. Don't let momentary enthusiasm cloud your judgment. I'm calmer than ever, Lin Yun said solemnly. You don't understand that feeling. It's like a sudden enlightenment, a complete transformation, or something like that. You just suddenly understand, you know. I don't know, Lin Ming shook his head, but it feels very powerful. Isabella nodded. It's more than impressive, it scared me. Since you're so confident, haven't you considered Manchester United? Lin Ming said. Arsenal and Wenger are good, but their owners don't have a very good reputation. Compared to Abramovich and Mansour, who spend money like water, Arsenal owner Stan Kroenke, who is also a billionaire, is quite stingy in terms of investment, and he rarely appears in the stands, seemingly lacking interest in football. Because of his stinginess, he has been criticized by Arsenal fans a lot, but he remains stubborn, claiming that his investment in Arsenal is not just for making money, while he only takes in and doesn't give out, typical businessman behavior. Before Lin Yun could think of a reply, Isabella blurted out, Manchester United doesn't need a striker, and Manchester is too far from Reading, I can't bear to part with it. Lin Yun could only shrug, tacitly agreeing to the answer. After all, Ferguson's impending departure from Manchester United was a future prediction he had made from the system, so he naturally couldn't divulge it. The following day, when news of a player scoring 10 goals in a youth team match caused a sensation, Arsenal officially made an offer for Reading. It was going quite smoothly at first, after all, he was just a youth team player who had only played one good game, so the price was just a little inflated. But when the Ferguson brothers learned that Lin Yun didn't even want to talk, they decided not to talk about sportsmanship with Arsenal anymore. They directly entered the fray and disrupted the situation. Adhering to the principle of, if I can't have it, I'll make you suffer a little bit, Arsenal increased the amount little by little until they were about to trigger the release clause before finally getting what they wanted. Ferguson was initially chuckling to himself, chuckling at how he had annoyed Wenger again, but his smile vanished immediately after watching the replay of the match. A player like this. Wenger bought him for £3 million. To be precise, it's £2.8 million, Martin Ferguson said quietly. Wenger visited the boy that very night, and what were you doing then? Sleeping. Ferguson complained, you know I can't work after get off work. This man is henpecked. As his health deteriorated, his wife became extremely protective of him, preventing him from experiencing the joys of the 996 work schedule. He hadn't expected Wenger to be in such a hurry, and this time he was surprisingly decisive and efficient, taking down the man without any fancy maneuvers. Very uncharacteristic of Wenger. Oh well, what's done is done, Ferguson shook his head, quickly putting the matter out of his mind. It's no wonder Ferguson complained, because Arsenal's performance fully demonstrated what swift and decisive action truly means. He took a liking to Reading on the afternoon of the 28th, went to their house to flirt with them that evening, signed an agreement with Reading on the morning of the 29th, and then appeared in Arsenal's medical room that afternoon. The official website quickly announced the news, welcoming him and holding a joining ceremony on the morning of January 30th. The £2.8 million transfer fee was only the lowest in this winter transfer window, but because of his 10 goals in a single game and his relationship with Wenger, it caused the biggest stir. Some ridiculed Wenger for being too hasty, unable to resist any pretty girl he saw, while others had unwavering faith in the professor's judgment and were filled with anticipation for Lin Yun. Although they had little hope, Arsenal fans were still furious that none of the superstars the team had been talking about showed up, and instead a kid who had never played a single professional league game arrived. However, their anger was directed at the club, not at an innocent teenager. Especially since this kid doesn't seem so useless after all, on the contrary, he seems quite capable. Just as Lin Yun signed his name on the contract, he heard that pleasant, ding, sound once again. Main quest 1 is complete. Please claim your reward. Following the prompt, a handsome blonde man appeared on the system screen. Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat. Oh my, Beckham. So what is his only characteristic? What else could it be? Of course it is. Lin Yunfei quickly clicked to claim the reward, and then the reward came into view. Characteristic, unique popularity. WTF. Where's the promised crescent moon blade? Although Heartthrob is one of Beckham's most prominent labels, Lin Yun wants his signature free kicks even more. However, considering that the main mission is only half a star difficult, being Heartthrob isn't unacceptable. What are the requirements to become a football fanatic? First, he's handsome. Second, they have the capability. Third, it generates a lot of buzz and is controversial. Coincidentally, Lin Yun has all three of his accolades, but he hasn't had a chance to show off the second one yet, so at best he can only be considered, well, a 100-person fan. Because there were only 200 or 300 fans who came to his unveiling ceremony. Most people are interested in the legendary prodigy who can score 10 goals in a single game, but their interest isn't strong enough to warrant rushing to cheer him on. Looking at that almost flawless face, apart from a few infatuated girls who felt their trip was worthwhile, most people's gazes were filled with scrutiny and curiosity. The reporters were snapping photos quite frequently, but when he received the number 11 jersey from Wenger, the number of flashes suddenly increased. Number 11, Robin van Persie's number. Although Robin van Persie was given a number 10 jersey, symbolizing the team's core player, in his last 2 years at Arsenal, he is best remembered for the years he wore the number 11 jersey, even though he had a long 8-year career with the Gunners. In the past or future, this jersey would not have any special significance, but this year is the first year since Van Persie left, and Lin Yun happens to be a striker, which inevitably makes people think about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, a combination of Adebayo and Walcott. Professor, hello. Is there any special meaning behind having Lin wear the number 11 jersey? Is he the new Van Persie you're looking for? Have you not yet recovered from the pain of Van Persie's departure? Lin, did you choose this number yourself, or did the coach give it to you? Lin, Van Persie scored 10 goals in his debut season at Arsenal. How many do you think you can score? Professor, Van Persie's transfer fee to Arsenal was £2.75 million, while Lin's was £2.8 million. Is this some kind of hint? Professor, is Arsenal's purchase of Lin a strategic move to expand into the Easter market? It has to be said that many of the problems are pitfalls. For example, Robin van Persie scored 10 goals in his first season at Arsenal, but he played a full season, participating in 41 games. Lin Yun joined midway through the season, so if the playing frequency were the same, his number of appearances would be at least half. As for £2.75 million, that was £2.75 million in 2004, which is incomparable to the current £2.8 million. It's impossible not to be nervous when facing such a scene for the first time, but Lin Yun was able to remain calm and answer everyone's questions in a steady voice. I chose number 11 myself, and the professor also wanted me to wear it because he watched me play and I was wearing the number 11 jersey. He hoped that I could continue the luck from that game. It's hard to predict how many goals I'll score. I can only say that I will play every minute seriously. Team victory comes first, individual goals come second. The answers were rather standard, leaving the reporters somewhat disappointed. However, Lin Yun under the spotlight seemed to possess some kind of aura, drawing everyone's attention. Some even applauded this dull response, making Wenger wonder if these people had lost their minds. This damn world is all about looks. When it came to his own answer, it was pretty much the same, basically what everyone could have predicted. Lin isn't some new guy, he's just himself, and he has the potential to be a great striker. The transfer fee doesn't have any special meaning. If I could, I would have signed him for £2.80, but obviously Reading wouldn't have agreed. We signed Lin because he's exactly the player we need right now, and it has nothing to do with any other factors. After the interview, it was time for the usual ball skills demonstration. Having received 6 years of professional training, showing off some fancy skills is naturally a piece of cake. And so, Lin Yun officially became a member of Arsenal. At this time, Arsenal was in the 17th year of the Wenger era, and the club's trophy list included 13 English First Division titles, 3 Premier League titles, 10 FA Cup titles, 2 League Cup titles, 12 Charity Shield titles, and 1 European Cup Winners' Cup title, which looks quite glorious, but their last championship honour was a long time ago, 8 years ago. God knows how the Gunners fans have managed these past 8 years. After attending the press conference, it was time for the afternoon training session. Assistant coach Steve Boulder was directing the players in warming up when he saw Wenger and Lin Yun approaching and immediately went to greet them. "Let me see who scored 10 goals against my lads," he said, giving Lin Yun a serious look. "I remember you. I told Cox back then that you should go to Hollywood, that's the best place for you, but it seems you didn't take my advice." During his playing career, Bould was one of Arsenal's famous 5 veteran defenders, making countless contributions to the Gunners. After retiring, he continued to work for Arsenal, only starting as Wenger's assistant coach last year. Before that, he was Arsenal's youth team coach, nurturing young talents such as Wilshere, Gnabry, and Bellerin, leading Arsenal U18 to win the 2009 FA Youth Cup and 2 U18 league titles. Most youth team coaches would have some impression of Lin Yun's mixed-race appearance, and Boulder was no exception. Lin Yun reached out and shook hands with him. "Compared to Hollywood's Golden Globe Awards, I'm still more interested in FIFA's Ballon d'Or. A striker should be this confident." "I'm starting to like you," Boulder said. "Now, go to the locker room, change into your clothes, and come back to introduce yourself to everyone." Wenger said, "No, he has to go to Tony's place first. Let's save your show of force for the day after tomorrow." The Tony the professor was referring to wasn't the hairdresser Tony, but rather the strength and conditioning coach Tony Colbert. His duties include monitoring the players' physical health and fitness, as well as guiding the first team's injured players in rehabilitation training. However, his main task today was to guide Lin Yun through the physical test. "All right, then we'll hold a welcome ceremony for you the day after tomorrow," Boulder shrugged regretfully. "How about a fierce intra-team scrimmage?" "I couldn't ask for more," Lin Yun said, "but why not tomorrow?" "It seems you haven't looked at our schedule, otherwise you wouldn't say that," Bould said, "because tomorrow we're playing that damn Liverpool." Lin Yun made a surprising statement, "Then I suggest you take me with you, even if you put me on the bench." Both of them were stunned by his shamelessness. Boulder stared at him for a while and asked, "Are you really Asian?" "Actually, it's only half. As someone who's been there, I have to give you some advice. It's best to make your debut against a less formidable opponent, because that way you're less likely to embarrass yourself." Lin Yun simply smiled and didn't argue with him. After saying goodbye to Boulder, Lin Yun reported to his strength and conditioning coach, Tony Colbert. The old man also gave him a lewd once-over before nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, you don't seem to need to lose weight or build muscle. If possible, I would like to gain some muscle to make myself look more like a tough guy." Colbert looked at his impossibly handsome face and nodded in agreement again. "Don't worry, I'm an expert in this area. But before that, we need to collect some data. Besides the most basic measurements like height, weight, and body fat percentage, physical fitness, speed, jumping ability, and agility also had to be tested." After several rounds, Lin Yun was completely exhausted. Upon receiving the final results, Colbert immediately went to find Wenger with great excitement. Wenger was instructing the players on tactical drills. Judging from his expression, it was clear that something was amiss. He waved his hand to signal everyone to move around freely, and then took Lin Yun's physical test results from Colbert. Boulder joked, "I haven't seen that look on your face in ages, Tony. Looks like we've hit the jackpot." Of course, a combination of Adebayo and Walcott, Colbert thought for a moment, or perhaps Robin should be added. Adebayo, nicknamed Little Beast in the football world, although he has long since taken off the Gunners' jersey, he can almost be considered one of the strongest players in Arsenal during the Wenger era. Theo Walcott, the only man that St. Bell has ever acknowledged as being faster than him. Robin van Persie is renowned for his shooting skills, but when it comes to physical attributes, his fluidity of movement is arguably on par with Zlatan Ibrahimovic, or at least the best among all active strikers. Wenger flipped through the papers in his hands, focusing on the shortcomings like a nitpicker. His physical fitness is just average, his agility is only above average, and his speed is still a bit slower than Theo's. Boulder asked, "What do you mean by, a little slower?" "If Theo is a cheetah," Colbert replied, "then Lin is a tiger." Boulder was speechless for a moment, then, seeing Wenger's thoughtful expression, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Arsène, you don't really intend to bring this child with you tomorrow, do you?" It would be impossible for others, but for an old man who dares to make a 21-year-old the team leader, it doesn't seem like a new thing. Wenger was indeed tempted for a moment, but quickly shook his head and banished the impulse from his mind. Even if the roster hadn't been finalized, he couldn't possibly let a rookie who hadn't even practiced with the team for a minute play in such an important match. Impulse is the devil, impulse is the devil. Moreover, not only tomorrow's game, but even the team scrimmage that was just promised the day after tomorrow is gone. Arsenal are facing another FA apocalyptic schedule, Liverpool on January 31st, followed by Stoke City on February 2nd. With 2 matches in 3 days, what kind of training can they possibly schedule? The next day, Lin Yun not only didn't make the competition roster, but he didn't even go to the competition venue. Instead, he was busy moving. He was not yet 18 years old and could not rent a place on his own. According to convention, he could only stay at the home of a fan or stay in a dormitory. Lin Yun chose the latter without much hesitation. "When I got to the dorm, I found that almost all of my neighbors were Arsenal youth team players, the same group I had beaten so badly the other day. The scene was a little awkward at one point, but nothing dramatic happened. The young men in the youth team mostly admired and respected this genius who had risen to prominence by stepping on them. They were always very polite when they met. It's just that this kind of thing doesn't work here, otherwise, when drinking, they would press their glasses down half a meter. Because of the grueling schedule, the first team basically plays a game today, rests the next day, plays again the day after tomorrow, and rests again the day after that. They are often out of the game for at least 4 days in a row. So Wenger simply sent Lin Yun to the youth team to get used to Arsenal's football environment. The young men in the youth team were also eager to avenge the defeat they suffered that day, but before a training match was even over, the coach sent them aside to play by themselves. They originally thought this episode would be about the fake genius is exposed and the gunmen get their revenge, but what they didn't expect was Lin's dimensional attack, kicking one kid after another. With Arsenal and Liverpool drawing 2-2 in the Premier League, it was already February. At midnight on February 1st, London time, the winter transfer window for the 2012-13 Premier League season officially closed. On the deadline day, the biggest deal was Balotelli's transfer from Manchester City to AC Milan. Although news of Balotelli's move to AC Milan had already been confirmed, the Rossoneri officially announced his signing on the transfer deadline day. According to previous media reports, Balotelli's transfer fee was €23 million, and the contract was for 4.5 years. Manchester's other team, Manchester United, also only sent out players and didn't bring in any, and those sent out were mostly substitutes and reserve team players who didn't get playing time. Liverpool spent £15 million to sign Chelsea striker Strych, while midfielder Sahin, who had been underperforming under Rodgers, returned to his former club Borussia Dortmund in disappointment. While Chelsea sold Strych and brought in Demba Ba from Newcastle to fill the void, their focus throughout the winter transfer window wasn't on him, but rather on the contract renewals of 2 veteran players, Lampard and Ashley Cole, both of whom had contracts expiring this summer. Now, Ashley Cole has secured a new contract, while Lampard, who just became the club's second highest scorer and still has a chance to set a new record this season, is almost certain to leave. It's worth mentioning that Arsenal, in addition to offloading 2 substitutes, Shamak and Juru, also made some reinforcements. First, they poached Monreal from La Liga's Malaga for €8.5 million, and then they bought Lin Yun, a youth team player, from Reading for €2.8 million. The total investment of €11 million is rare in Arsenal's history. Lin Yun scored 10 goals in a youth team match 3 days ago, impressing the professor who was watching the game. No one knew whether this deal would be another of Wenger's masterpieces or a kind joke played on him by God. The world is no longer surprised by Wenger's acquisition of another young talent. It's well known that Wenger loves young boys. But is that really the case? Are there really coaches who don't like plug-and-play established stars, but prefer to spend a lot of time and energy developing a young, uncertain player? Reality is not a game. While it's true that character development can be very rewarding, the price is often too high for most people to bear. It's not like those notorious black shops that make a living by trafficking people, it's all out of necessity. Since the Emirates Stadium broke ground in 2004, 8.5 seasons have passed. In these 8 years, the two Manchester clubs, Manchester United and Chelsea, and even Tottenham Hotspur, who are known for their frugality, have spent more than £100 million in the transfer market. And what about Arsenal? £24 million. While other top clubs were racking their brains over what kind of decor to use for their new villas, Arsenal was busy paying off their mortgages, and the kind without any provident fund. The salary plan set by the board in 2004 made Arsenal the team that spent the least in the transfer market over the past 8 years, with an average net expenditure of less than £3 million per season despite buying and selling. Besides being stingy, the main reason was poverty. From 2006 to 2010, Arsenal repaid a total of £258 million in loans. As for where the money came from, those who know. Vieira, Henry, Gallas, Fabregas, Van Persie. Every team captain has shed tears. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, put in 10 times the effort to make one stand out. On January 31st, in the 24th round of the Premier League, Arsenal drew 2-2 with Liverpool. On February 2nd, in the 25th round of the Premier League, Arsenal narrowly defeated Stoke City 1-0. Arsenal finished the season with 12 wins, 8 draws, and 5 losses, accumulating 44 points and remaining in the top 3 of the Premier League. On February 3rd, the team had a day off, but Wenger still arrived at the Coney training ground early in the morning and saw Lin Yun training alone on the training field from afar. The old man didn't say anything, he just stood there observing silently. The kid seemed to be practicing his right foot and long-range shooting, which he wasn't good at. Although his movements were awkward and a bit funny, he looked very focused. Lin Yun had actually noticed Wenger spying on him long ago, but pretended not to see it. At times like these, you should wear your diligence on your sleeve and put on a show for him. No one dislikes a player like that. Even a pig would be treated like a pig if it got up at 6 in the morning to train. To become the best, you have to put in more effort than others, this is a universal truth. Wenger nodded with satisfaction, muttered the English version of "a promising young man," and quietly left for his office to continue studying the remaining schedule. With just over 3 months left in the season, Arsenal are still competing on 3 fronts. Besides the league, the FA Cup has reached the 5th round, and the Champions League has reached the round of 16. There is little hope of winning the league title. Even if they win all 13 games left in the season, it will be difficult to take the top spot from Manchester United. They just need to secure a Champions League spot for next season. The FA Cup depends a lot on luck, but it's worth a shot. The Champions League is the most important thing. Bayern Munich. Last season's Bundesliga runner-up and Champions League runner-up, this season's Champions League favourites, and Arsenal's opponent in the Champions League round of 16, could very well be the team that sends them home this season. Wenger tapped his fingers lightly on the table, we need to play a big game. On February 9th, they will face Sunderland away in the league. On February 16th, they will host Blackburn Rovers in the FA Cup. On February 20th, they will face Bayern Munich at home in the Champions League. Wenger's original plan was to have Lin Yun come on as a substitute in the match on the 9th to make his debut. He started in the FA Cup on the 16th, let's take a closer look at his abilities. As for the Champions League, there's no place for little brats to cause trouble. At most, he can stay on the bench to experience the atmosphere. If the team is lucky enough to take a big lead, he can be brought on at the last moment to gain some experience in a major tournament. This is the most common and safest debut package for newcomers, and it's also the approach most coaches would take. But Wenger is not like most coaches. 2 days ago, I almost impulsively threw Lin Yun, who had just finished reporting on the game, into the match against Liverpool. I barely managed to restrain myself then, but now I'm starting to get restless again, wanting to use him as a secret weapon against Bayern. Secret weapons, of course, must be kept tightly hidden, ready to be smashed into Hinks's head when the fighting begins. Of course, he couldn't have had such an outrageous idea at first, but the youth training team coach's exaggerated descriptions and Lin Yun's performance just now made him think, this kid is worth a gamble. 10 goals. How many people can score 10 goals in a single match against their peers? Having managed to find a precarious excuse for his audacity, Wenger included Lin Yun in the provisional squad for the match against Bayern Munich. The rest is up to this kid to see if he can conquer me through these days of training matches. The next day, the first team finally reunited at the Kearney training ground. Lin Yun timed it perfectly, making sure he wasn't the first or the last to enter the locker room. Some of the teammates had already stripped naked and were putting on their training clothes, while others were nodding and swaying to music and dancing strangely. Still others, probably exhausted from last night's workout, were leaning against their wardrobes, closing their eyes to recharge. Some people greeted him warmly, some nodded indifferently, and some simply ignored him. Lin Yun and others awaited a response. Captain Vermaelen stepped forward, bumped fists with him, then pulled him to his side, clapped his hands, signaled everyone to look over, and then shouted, "Guys, the new guy is here. Let's welcome our lad." Scattered applause broke out, and the atmosphere in the locker room became a little more lively. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yun, you can call me Lin. I play forward and wear number 11. Please take care of me and give me your guidance. Thank you. 10-ball kid, where are you from? Korea or Japan? Hey. Didn't you see the news? He's of mixed Chinese and English descent. Chinese kid, say something in Chinese. How do you say Arsenal in Chinese? Asen na. Holy crap, it's not much different from the English. This is clearly a transliteration, what difference could there be? Speaking of Chinese, I've wanted to get a few Chinese characters tattooed on my body for a long time. Beckham's are really cool. You could give me some ideas. The last person to speak is Giroud, who was brought in by the professor last summer as a replacement for Van Persie, but clearly, his performance so far has only made fans miss Van Persie even more. This guy already has tattoos on both arms, but he's clearly not satisfied yet. Tattoos are very popular among football players. In addition to the names of their parents, spouses, and children, they can also get tattoos of their pets, the food they've eaten, and so on. Cool Chinese characters are also very popular. For example, Beckham has "Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate." Henry has a traditional Chinese character for dragon. Ramos has a wolf. The dashing guy has "no taboos" on his left arm. Boateng has a positive message of family, health, love, success, trust, and Gakos has a menacing, cold-blooded killer, and so on. Each one is full of personality. Lin Yun himself wasn't interested in tattoos, but that didn't stop him from giving bad advice. He immediately said to Giroud, "Of course, no problem. What do you want to get tattooed?" Giroud pulled him aside for a private chat. "Well, I'd like to get some really powerful or auspicious words tattooed on my skin." Many people are also very interested in Chinese tattoos, and private chats have turned into small groups. If you want something imposing, I suggest getting a "bloody hand butcher" tattoo. What does "shueshou ren tu" mean? It means killing countless people and having blood on your hands. Applied to the field of football, it means scoring goals like crazy and beating defenders like cutting melons and vegetables. Sounds good. What will it look like when written down? Does anyone have a pen and paper? I have some. Will Shear, who had been watching silently, said and actually tossed over a pen and a notebook. This guy came up from Arsenal's youth team, so he naturally knows the strength of his youth teammates. Lin Yun must have some skills to beat them so badly, so he doesn't mind showing him some kindness. Giroud thanked him and told Lin Yun to write it down quickly. Lin Yun took it, and after a few quick swipes, 4 elegant Chinese characters appeared on the notebook. It has to be said that this round has run into Lin Yun's line of fire, because he is not good at anything else, but he has some talent in calligraphy. Under the influence of his grandfather, he is quite good at both brush and pen calligraphy, which makes a group of foreigners look at him in awe. Although I couldn't understand it, I was deeply moved. Whether it was psychological or not, Giroud suddenly felt a murderous aura emanating from him and fell in love at first sight. But fearing he might lose sight of the bigger picture, he quickly asked, "Is there anything else?" Lin Yun immediately recalled his official pronouncement, "Heavenly King covers the earth tiger." What's the meaning? A mighty tiger. That sounds good too, Giroud repeated it, and what about the blessings? Blessings, Lin Yun also gave 2 options, written backwards, or, "Good luck and prosperity, let's eat chicken tonight." Actually, the original source of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner is not the chicken game that many people think it is, but a movie called 21 released in 2008. Because a long time ago in Las Vegas casinos, a chicken dinner cost $1.79, while winning a bet cost $2. So if you won, you could have money to buy chicken dinner, hence the saying, Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, came about. Then the translation team very casually translated the sentence as, good luck, have chicken tonight. To be fair, it perfectly fits Giroux's requirements, but if he were proficient in Chinese culture, he would probably want to strangle Lin Yun. After careful consideration, perhaps it was fate, Giroux finally gave up on Lin Yun's highly recommended Bloody Hand Butcher and chose Heavenly King Covers the Earth Tiger instead, saying he would get it tattooed the next day. Many people also expressed their desire to see the actual effect of Giroux's tattoo. If they liked it, they would get one for themselves and then consult Lin Yun for advice. With this experience, Lin Yun's integration into the group progressed much faster. At least he wasn't like many newcomers who, upon first arriving at the locker room, could only hide in a corner and pretend to be invisible, not daring to utter a single word. On the training field, Wenger and Boulder looked at Lin Yun, who was chatting and laughing with his teammates, and were somewhat surprised. I didn't expect this kid to have a talent for being a social butterfly, he's already got someone protecting him so quickly. Unfortunately, Giroux, who is supposed to be a protector of the flower, is not doing too well at Arsenal himself. If Lin Yun wants to gain a foothold here, he will ultimately have to rely on himself. The inter-team scrimmage that Boulder had been talking about finally arrived. Arsenal's first team currently has 32 players, including Lin Yun, which is more than enough to create two teams. Team A uses a 4-3-3 formation, with almost all of its key players forming the core of the lineup. Goalkeeper, Szczesny. Defenders, Sagna, Mertzacker, Vermaelen, Gibbs. Midfielders, Arteta, Diaby, Wilshere. Forwards, Walcott, Giroux, Arshavin. Team B's 4-2-3-1 formation clearly revealed the professor's intentions. Lin Yun was positioned as a lone striker, with three midfielders behind him, naturally to test the kid's finishing ability. Goalkeeper, Fabianski. Defenders, Jenkinson, Koscielny, Giroux, Monreal. Midfielders, Cazorla, Rosicky. Midfielders, Ramsey, Gervinho, Chamberlain. Forward, Lin Yun. Boulder acted as referee and directly allowed Team B to kick off first. The whistle blew, and Lin Yun quickly passed the ball back, then moved forward into the heart of Team A's territory. The ball was passed to the defensive line, and Monreal, who was also a new signing, naively thought that this game was arranged for him. He not only took it very seriously, but also had a strong desire to perform. After receiving the pass, he immediately dribbled down the wing. The little threat immediately rushed up and delivered a clean and swift sliding tackle as a greeting gift. The ball was intercepted near their own penalty area, and Team B immediately became extremely nervous. Giroux rushed towards the goal, Walcott also made a diagonal run into the penalty area, and Arshavin stepped up to support Wilshere. Without hesitation, Wilshere immediately made a short pass to the Russian Tsar. Arshavin is approaching 32 years old, and his once sharp and agile breakthroughs are disappearing, but his shrewd experience still makes him a threat. A clever feint fooled Cazorla, and a low cross sent the ball into the box. Giroux followed up with a shot, but Koscielny quickly stretched out his leg from the side to intercept it. The ball hit Koscielny's foot and flew high into the air, Giroux quickly headed it out of the penalty area. Rosicky controlled the ball and passed it to Chamberlain on the wing. The young man, who shares the same name as the basketball emperor, confidently dribbled past Gibbs and then, quite sensibly, made a through pass into Team A's penalty area. Almost simultaneously, many people looked at Lin Yun. The instant Chamberlain passed the ball, Lin Yun sped off like a luxury supercar. Before he shot off, it seemed as if he had pressed the accelerator and brake pedals to the floor at the same time, and the moment he shot off was the moment he released the brakes, giving the impression that he was about to fly away in the next second. Arteta, who had been closely marking Lin Yun, fell behind almost the instant he started to move. Without hesitation, he reached out and quickly grabbed Lin Yun's shoulder. Unfortunately, before he could pull him back, a tremendous force pulled him forward, almost knocking him to the ground. Oh! Pretty! That powerful? With a few exclamations, Lin Yun quickly caught up with the football and dribbled straight towards the goal. Mertesacker and Vermaelen came at him head-on, attacking him from the left and right fronts respectively. Lin Yun showed no fear, and suddenly shoved the ball, trying to rush through them. Mertesacker and Vermaelen hadn't expected the kid to be so wild, and their movements were a moment slow, but they still leaned against each other quite quickly and closed the door. The ball had already passed between them, so this move was naturally aimed at Lin Yun. They thought they could just knock the kid away head-on, but they didn't expect him to be so fast. By the time the two closed the door, Lin Yun had already arrived between them, and this move just sandwiched Lin Yun between the two doors. Some people grinned gloatingly, as if they could already see Lin Yun being squeezed into a meat pie, but unexpectedly Mertesacker and Vermaelen bounced off to the sides as if they had been electrocuted. To be precise, it was Lin Yun who knocked it open. The impact felt so real that it made one's teeth ache just looking at it. However, Vermaelen and Mertesacker were far superior to the youngsters of Arsenal's youth team. Although Lin Yun managed to break through their encirclement, he was not unscathed. He was knocked off balance by the force of the impact from both sides and fell forward. Just when everyone thought this attack would end in a lose-lose situation, Lin Yun, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly pushed himself up with his hands and miraculously stood up again. That wasn't all. As he stood up, he subtly swept the ball with his left foot, sending it into the bottom left corner of the goal before Szczesny could react. To be fair, Lin Yun stumbled and staggered throughout the entire process, which was not only lacking in elegance but also somewhat embarrassing. However, in the eyes of Arsenal's players and coaching staff, his shot was more shocking and astonishing than a world-class goal from 30 meters away. If Dyson, a hardcore online novel enthusiast, weren't here today, he would have gasped in shock, as if it were 1982 London, and then sighed, "This kid is terrifying." End of this chapter. Chapter 12. The strongest debut in Champions League history. Boulder was so stunned that he forgot to blow his whistle. He was right next to Lin Yun when Lin Yun shot, and he was even thinking about whether to blow a biased whistle, or give Lin Yun a penalty kick if he had fallen down earlier. Who knew they wouldn't appreciate it at all? As a successful defender, he has seen all kinds of strikers in his career. Those who can still think about shooting even when they are out of balance and still manage to score are all formidable players. Clap clap clap. On the sidelines, Wenger led the applause, but the professor's expression quickly turned serious again. Playing like this makes it easy to get injured. Colbert nodded in agreement. Yes, this child has a lot to learn, especially in terms of self-protection, where he is almost completely clueless. That last shot, if it had just touched Vermaelen or Mertesacker's foot and they had fallen to the ground, it would have been a clear penalty. But this unfortunate kid just charged straight at it. I pity their lack of wisdom, and sigh at their lack of courage. Lin Yun on the field quickly received congratulations from his teammates. Well done, Lin. This is the first time I've ever seen Thomas, Vermaelen, so disheveled. Goal on the first touch. Giroud started to panic. He originally thought Wenger bought Lin Yun to be his substitute, so he had taken the initiative to interact with Lin Yun just now. But judging from the current situation, he might become Lin Yun's substitute. Wilshere and Walcott looked at each other in bewilderment. Like Lin Yun, they were also lured to the Arsenal by the professor at a young age. Given that Lin Yun was half British, they naturally categorized him as one of their own and rightfully considered him their elder brother. I was thinking that if this young man was capable, I might be able to take care of him a bit, but given the current situation, it seems like I was just being presumptuous. With talent like that, who knows who will take care of whom in the future? He seems like an interesting fellow. Walcott said. Arteta and Mertesacker don't think that way, Wilshere said. I can't wait to meet him. After the match resumed, Wilshere indeed approached Lin Yun and followed him closely like a personal butler. Lin Yun gave him a strange look, but continued to roam the front court at his own pace. Arsenal's crown prince certainly lived up to his reputation, as he twice managed to thwart Lin Yun's possession of the ball. Everyone thought the two were at odds, and eager to watch the drama unfold, they all passed the ball to them, practically shouting, "Come on, you two have a one-on-one match." Lin Yun also has a bit of a temper. After losing 2 balls to minor threats in a row, they started to focus on their game. Even now, Lin Yun still doesn't know what kind of monster his template is. That was a goal-scoring machine who secured the Premier League Golden Boot in his very first year in the league, even though he didn't play the full match in most games. While his teammates were great, his own exceptional talent was undoubtedly the real reason. Although Wilshere had gained some advantage, he was not pleased at all. On the contrary, he secretly complained. "This kid is too hard, and too slippery." To put it more formally, he is physically strong and has a tough playing style, but he is also quite intelligent in his play. He even suspected that Lin Yun had secretly let him win in these 2 rounds. "Young man, you know how to handle people." The third encounter came from a pass by Ramsey. This time, Lin Yun did not try to get rid of Wilshere by making off-the-ball runs. Instead, he took 2 steps back and received the ball steadily before facing him one-on-one. Breakthroughs are not his forte, at least not as a trait like dribbling past opponents or dreamlike footwork in his trait list. But that doesn't mean he can't break through, it just means that when he breaks through, he can't do it like the dribbling kings who can easily dribble past several people in a row. Given his terrifying explosive power, if the defender fails to block him in time, there is a high probability that he will overpower them with his first step. Wilshere clearly lacked experience in this area, or rather, in his short career he had never seen such a freakish player who was as strong as a tank but could charge as fast as a sports car. Lin Yun didn't make any fancy moves. He just made a casual feint in place, slightly shifting Wilshere's weight before poking the ball diagonally and then rushing out. Wilshere adjusted quickly. Almost as soon as the ball left Lin Yun's feet, he turned and blocked it. I felt like I had hit a wall. It's not that it's completely useless, but it's utterly pointless. Lin Yun seemed completely unaffected, flying right past him, quickly grabbing the soccer ball, and charging towards the goal. Now he finally understood what demon aura meant. In that instant, he seemed to be radiating a raging demonic flame, giving onlookers the illusion that this kid could crush any enemy who dared to stand in his way into mud. Sonia was the first to rush over to help defend, but she only managed to touch Lin Yun. Not only did she fail to stop him, but she was also knocked to the side by his light bump. This time, Lin Yun didn't give Mertzacker and Vermaelen a chance to block him. After seeing the angle, he immediately raised his foot and shot without hesitation. A quick, low shot flew only to the bottom right corner of the goal. Szczesny lunged forward, but didn't even touch the ball. A second time. Fucking. Did the boss buy a Drogba? Drogba wasn't this exaggerated when he was 17. It's fine if you don't mention your age, but as soon as you do, I feel like dying. If the first goal had an element of luck and the opponent not taking it seriously, then the second goal was enough to shatter all doubts. The kind that's shattered into tiny pieces. There are many strong players, but it's a bit unreasonable for someone to be this strong and run this fast. Giroud knew he was out of the starting lineup. Moreover, Lin Yun's strong physique and incredible speed are not his greatest weapons. As time went on, his agile positioning and terrifying goal-scoring instincts were gradually discovered by everyone. The entire training match lasted only 1 hour, with each half lasting 30 minutes. During that hour, Lin Yun made Szczesny retrieve the ball from the goal 4 times. This is because he wasn't very familiar with his teammates. Although training matches cannot be linked to real matches, and there are many so-called geniuses among the Wolves and the crossdressers, given Lin Yun's overwhelming performance in training, no one would think that he would perform badly in the real competition. Without a doubt, Lin Yun's performance was highly recognized by everyone. Anyone with eyes can tell how terrifying this child's future is. The next day, Giroud actually got a "Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger" tattoo, but the way he looked at Lin Yun was no longer as gentle and friendly as before. It wasn't jealousy or anything like that, it was just that I felt immense pressure, as if a real tiger was constantly watching me from behind, and I, the Tiger King covering the earth, had become a sick cat. After training together for several days in a row, everyone quickly forgot Lin Yun's age and began to regard him as the team's most powerful weapon. Now, not only Lin Yun himself, but also his teammates were eagerly anticipating his debut. However, what puzzled them was that Lin Yun was not even included in the squad for the match against Sunderland on February 9. It was initially thought that Wenger was playing it safe and would give Lin Yun more time to integrate with the team, but unexpectedly, Lin Yun was not included in the player list for the FA Cup match against Blackburn as well. Although they have only trained together so far, everyone from the players to the coaching staff has already been won over by Lin Yun. Not to mention that he is only 17 years old and has unlimited potential for the future. His current level of ability is already top-notch in the Premier League. It's a bit ridiculous that someone with this level of ability can't even get a substitute role. Even Giroud, Lin Yun's most direct competitor, felt a bit indignant on Lin Yun's behalf, wondering if he had offended Wenger somewhere. But judging from his usual behavior, Wenger practically spoiled Lin Yun, so it didn't seem like he was deliberately targeting him. Lin Ming and Isabella naturally couldn't understand the professor's actions either, but they didn't dare to ask. They thought Lin Yun had finally been exposed and couldn't even get a substitute spot at Arsenal. They wanted to use the agreement with Wenger to ask him to play, but they were afraid that it would hurt Lin Yun. In addition, Lin Yun always reported good news and never bad news, so the two of them were very conflicted. What's even more unsettling for them is that Arsenal has been holding closed training sessions recently, and the media and fans have no idea what they're up to. Many people have even forgotten that Lin Yun is even in the team. The domestic media initially made a big fuss about it, but after 2 consecutive matches, they quickly dropped the subject after realizing that Lin Yun couldn't even make the roster. Lin Yun himself was quite confident. The main questline has already foreshadowed everything. Main Mission 2, the strongest debut in Champions League history. Mission description: score a hat-trick in the match against Bayern Munich. Task difficulty: 5 stars. Mission reward: unique trait *1. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the old man didn't look down on him, rather, he thought too highly of him, placing his debut in the Champions League round of 16 against a European powerhouse like Bayern Munich. Even without the pressure of other commitments, just out of respect for Wenger's trust and recognition, he will give his best in this match. Actually, it wasn't all without warning. These days, Lin Yun is frequently pulled into a small dark room by Wenger to study Bayern's defensive weaknesses and the defensive characteristics of Bayern's defenders by watching match videos. In training, Bayern is often used as a hypothetical opponent to arrange tactics, and Lin Yun appears as the starting center forward in all these training sessions. Soon, everyone understood Wenger's unspoken message: guys, let's give Bayern a surprise. Everyone readily cooperated with the professor's wicked sense of humor, as if deliberately hiding the existence of such a person in their team, and refusing to reveal any information about Lin Yun to the outside world. February 20th arrived quickly. Bayern Munich visited London. Many people don't know that, besides signing players with different signings and forming the strongest squad, Arsenal will later have the famous historical meme: 3 years with Barcelona, 5 years with Bayern Munich, and this meme started around today. The saying, 3 years with Barcelona, 5 years with Bayern, refers to the fact that although Arsenal never manages to secure a top 4 finish each season, they miraculously make it into the Champions League every year and advance from the group stage. However, once they reach the knockout stage, they always encounter one of the 2 Champions League monsters, Barcelona or Bayern Munich, and without exception, they are sent home by them. Bayern Munich thus earned the title of the true king of North London. But in reality, Bayern's victory in this round of 16 match was quite fortunate. Although they beat Arsenal 3-1 away from home, Arsenal returned the favour with a 2-0 victory at home, resulting in a 3-3 draw on aggregate. Bayern Munich ultimately advanced only thanks to away goals. Therefore, Arsenal is only missing one variable in this round of matches. Wenger harboured ill intentions, hoping to use Lin Yun to catch Hanks off guard, but unexpectedly, things turned out quite well, and he actually seized this only opportunity. 3 days before the match, Wenger announced the matchday squad and starting lineup to his team. Lin Yun's name appeared in the starting 11 as expected. Giroud, Podolski, Bendtner, and others had suspected it beforehand, but when they saw the list, they couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Lin Yun naturally shared the good news with his parents immediately. Starting lineup. Lin Ming's voice changed with surprise. That's right, Lin Yun said calmly, Champions League, Bayern Munich, starting lineup. The other end of the phone was quiet, the parents were probably staring at each other, trying to process the news. Various thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, but he couldn't figure out what Wenger was up to. In the end, he could only tell Lin Yun, perform well. Isabella talked to Lin Yun a lot, reminding him to take care of himself and even thinking of his goal celebration. Listen to me, just raise one hand with your index finger pointing to the sky. That's Shearer and Irving's celebration gesture. Don't you want to join the national team? They are your role models. I think kneeling gliding is cooler, Lin Yun said. Even the statues at the entrance of the Emirates Stadium are kneeling gliding. Lin Ming had been listening to the mother and son's discussion in silence, like watching two idiots arguing about whether to buy a BMW or a Mercedes after the next lottery draw. But when he heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt, "Don't play that game, it's too hard on your knees." Huh? Aren't you a Henry fan? That's Henry's celebration. I am a Henry fan, that's true, but I only want you to score goals like Henry, not to learn those other weird things. Lin Yun could only reply evasively, "We'll see." On the day of the match, both sides announced their starting lineups 1 hour in advance, as required. Hanks looked at the unfamiliar name in the opposing lineup and couldn't figure out who it was, so he had to ask his assistant coach for help. The assistant coach had done his homework quite well and immediately gave him the answer. Lin Yun, a young player Arsenal urgently bought before the winter transfer deadline, from Reading's Youth Academy. As soon as he said that, Hai Shui immediately remembered, oh, the kid who scored 10 goals. Hey, so does that mean Wenger is treating us like a youth team? Maybe, who knows? From then on, Barcelona and Bayern Munich also had their own world-famous meme, 3 years for Arsenal, 5 years for Lin Yun. It all started on this day. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, what was originally an unintentional draft in the hall, by sheer arrogance, stirred up a torrent of water. Everyone was stunned when they saw the starting lineup. The first thing that came to everyone's mind wasn't Wenger trying to pull off a surprise victory, but rather, Arsenal's striker is injured again. Looking further down, holy crap, Giroud and Bendner's names were pitifully tucked away on the substitute list. Who is this person? Has everyone forgotten that Arsenal actually made 2 signings during the winter transfer window? The one who scored 10 goals. We haven't heard from him in so long, I thought Wenger had thrown him out of the youth team. To be honest, shouldn't this kind of young talent be loaned out to gain experience first? What's with starting him in the Champions League? Don't you even know who the head coach is? In the locker room, Wilshere, with the air of someone who's been there before, patted Lin Yun on the shoulder heavily and advised, "Don't be nervous, just treat it like a normal practice match. Brother, this is the Champions League, and it's the knockout stage. The opponent is Bayern Munich, there are over 60,000 fans in the stands, and it's being broadcast on hundreds of TV stations around the world. Is there such a training match? I mean mindset." Wilshere was taken aback. Maintain your mindset and focus during training, and don't let external factors affect you. Oh, so you mean only using 80% of your strength? Lin Yun asked with a puzzled look. Wouldn't that be disrespectful to Bayern? A group of people looked at them as if they were aliens. Of course, the 80% figure was just nonsense, something made up to lighten the mood. It's not like it's a fantasy genre where power can be divided into 120%. But there were honest people in the group, and Walcott exclaimed as if he'd seen a ghost, "You were actually hiding your strength?" It has to be said that what Lin Yun has shown these past few days has made this little tiger extremely envious. This guy has always had the heart of a center forward, but unfortunately he has the physical speed, the speed to run, and the shooting skills, but he only has speed. He can only play as a substitute when the team's main center forwards disappoint Wenger. Lin Yun, on the other hand, has almost everything he dreams of. He has the physique of a standard center forward, a strong build, excellent positioning skills, and accurate shooting technique. Moreover, he even has the second fastest running speed in the entire team. That's it, you told him it was only 80% of your strength. Not enough shrimp, they also want pig's heart. That's going too far. Wenger walked in, interrupting his reverie. Are you ready? The words were addressed to everyone, but the eyes were fixed on Lin Yun. Lin Yun simply gave an okay sign. My cheat program is itching to use it. I'll emphasize it again, don't give Bayern Munich a chance to react, we need to get off to a bang. Theo, unleash your speed. Control your crosses. Lucas, Podolski, get into the penalty area immediately after the serve. I need you to draw the attention of at least 2 defenders. Jack, Wilshere, and Arteta, your tasks are also important. Before Lin arrives, you must ensure that the ball remains in our possession. Finally, Lin, you should know how much we've bet on you. Don't worry, boss, Lin Yun raised his palm to show everyone, my body is trembling right now, I don't know if it's from nervousness or excitement, the only thing I'm sure of is that I want to play, I want to score a goal, I want to hear the entire Emirates Stadium erupt in an earthquake-like cheer because of me. Excellent. This is exactly what we want to see, and it's something you're capable of doing. Wenger nodded, then glanced at Vermaelen. The gunman captain immediately stood up, stood in the middle of the locker room, and called everyone over to join him, forming a circle with their arms around each other's shoulders. 1. 2. 3. Victory! 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 Both teams' players entered the players' tunnel. Bayern Munich is brimming with stars, while Arsenal appears somewhat lackluster in comparison. Given the Gunners' current situation, it's hard to say when they'll be able to assemble an all-star roster like they did in their prime. As the only newcomer, Lin Yun attracted a lot of attention from Bayern Munich players. Perhaps because handsome people tend to give the impression of being experts no matter what they do, the Germans didn't completely ignore him. Lahm even took extra precautions and decided to keep a close eye on the kid during the match. Lin Yun stood at the back of his team, and the caddy assigned to him by the organizers was an adorable little girl. The little girl blinked her two blue diamond-like eyes as she looked Lin Yun up and down, and whispered, "Are you nervous?" "Nervous?" Lin Yun almost blurted out a triple denial, "No, I'm not nervous." "But your body is trembling." "Well, it's probably because the weather's a bit cold. You know, it's February now." Eek! The little girl made a disgusted expression, and even the few cute little freckles on her face seemed to be laughing at Lin Yun along with her. "Okay, I am a little nervous, after all, this is my first match, there's nothing shameful about that, is there?" "Yes, I was very nervous the first time too." "And now?" "Now? I'm not nervous now, after all, this is my second time being a caddy." "That's really impressive." The little girl suddenly waved, signaling Lin Yun to come closer to talk. Lin Yun could only squat down and put his ear close. The little girl stood on tiptoe, cupped her hands around Lin Yun's ears, and said mysteriously, "Do you know who led me out the first time?" "I don't know, but I bet he's a really famous guy." "No, he's not famous, but he scored the only goal of the game." The little girl proudly raised her head, "So you'll have good luck too, after all, I'm Lucky Julie." "Okay, I can feel the good luck coming my way." "Thank you, Lucky Julie." "Well," Julie changed the subject, "if you score a goal, could you give me your jersey?" It would be best if you could sign it, and of course, it would be even better if you could also get me Walcott's jersey." "It doesn't seem like it's impossible, but you can only choose one, mine or Walcott's." "Then I'll take Walcott's." "I swear, you'll regret this, you cunning Julie." "No way, besides, it's Lucky Julie." As soon as he finished speaking, the referee checked his watch and signaled for both teams' players to enter the field. Lin Yun let out a heavy breath, took Julie's small hand, and walked out of the players' tunnel as if it were nothing. Looking around, the stands on all four sides were packed with people. All sorts of sounds surged in like a deluge. Julie was startled and hid behind him for a moment, but then realized that it was embarrassing, so she quickly came out and pretended to be used to big scenes. Her short legs moved quickly, and she even stepped past Lin Yun, making it look like she was pulling Lin Yun into the scene. Since it was their home ground, good-natured laughter immediately rang out from the stands. "Hey, is that Wenger's new favorite? She looks so shy. Oh, damn it, is this our starting striker? He can't even outrun a little girl." "Kid, I'm not asking you to get 10, just one is enough." Lin Yun chuckled and picked her up like a small animal, then carried her back. Walking to the sidelines, I first step out with my left foot onto the Emirates Stadium's turf, then follow with my right foot, officially beginning my journey on the green field. The wind was blowing on my face, and I couldn't tell if it was cold or hot. I felt like I was dreaming, but it also felt very real. The parents were sitting in the stands, surrounded by their colleagues and friends, all offering them praise and blessings, whether sincere or not. Lake, Dyson, and other friends naturally came to the scene to witness Lin Yun's first match. Compared to others, their feelings were naturally the most complex. "I'm afraid my brother is suffering, but I'm also afraid he's driving a Land Rover." Reading's Youth Academy head coach, Cox, is much simpler. No matter what, Lin Yun is still his disciple, and that identity can never be erased. He only hopes that Lin Yun will rise to prominence and become as successful as possible. Arsenal have a history of playing Bayern Munich twice at home, with a record of 1 win and 1 draw. In 12 home games against German teams, they have a record of 9 wins, 1 draw and 2 losses. This season, their group stage loss to Schalke 04 ended the Gunners' 6-game winning streak against German teams at home. Bayern Munich's record in 15 away games against England is 2 wins, 7 draws, and 6 losses. Their last victory was against Manchester United at Old Trafford in 2001. Both teams have entered the field. Arsenal's starting lineup was 4-2-3-1. Goalkeeper, 1 Szczesny. Defenders, 3 Sagna, 4 Mertesacker, 6 Koscielny, 5 Vermaelen. Midfielders, 10 Wilshere, 8 Arteta. Midfielders, 14 Walcott, 19 Cazorla, 9 Podolski. Forward, 11 Lin Yun. The rematch between former Bayern Munich player Podolski and his old club will be one of the highlights of this game. Podolski's time at Bayern wasn't exactly successful, but he achieved considerable success after leaving the club. He will certainly give his all to prove his worth to Bayern in this match. Young player Lin Yun is only 17 years old this year. This is not only his first time participating in the Champions League, but also his first time stepping onto the professional stage. Before this, his most well-known achievement was scoring 10 goals against Arsenal's youth team in a match, which caught the eye of Professor Wenger and led to his rapid recruitment. Unfortunately, 17-year-old Lin Yun did not become Arsenal's youngest Champions League participant in history, because Wilshere, who stood in front of him, had already represented the Gunners in the Champions League at the age of 16 years and 329 days. This also shows that Wenger is indeed one of the managers in the whole European arena who dares to give more opportunities to young players. But Lin Yun need not be disappointed, because if he scores in this match, he will become Arsenal's youngest ever Champions League goalscorer. This honor currently belongs to Cesc Fabregas, who scored his first Champions League goal at the age of 17 years and 217 days. Bayern Munich's formation is exactly the same as Arsenal's, also 4-2-3-1. Goalkeeper, 1 Neuer. Defenders, 21 Lahm, 5 Van Basten, 4 Dante, 27 Alaba. Midfielders, 31 Schweinsteiger, 8 Javi Martinez. Midfielders, 25 Müller, 39 Kroos, 7 Ribéry. Forward, 9 Mandzukic. According to data from Transfermarkt at the end of last year, the total value of the 22 players on the field for both sides was as high as €450 million, with Bayern Munich at €272 million and Arsenal at only €180 million, a difference of nearly €100 million. The most valuable player on the field is French superstar Franck Ribéry at €43 million, while the least valuable is Arsenal starting striker, Lin Yun, who just joined the Gunners last month for €2.8 million, a fraction of Ribéry's transfer fee. Robben and Gomez are both on the bench, while Arsenal's bench also boasts stars like Giroud and Arshavin. Okay, the match has begun. Vermaelen won against Lahm in a coin toss, giving Arsenal the right to kick off. Wenger, who had just shaken hands with Hinks on the sidelines, remained calm. Okay, plan A. He wants to seize the initiative, especially the first few dozen seconds, so naturally he needs to prepare 2 plans depending on which side kicks off. Obviously, it is most advantageous to kick off first. The so-called tactics are actually the simplest, passing the ball around in the backfield to control the game, then dribbling down the flanks and crossing the ball, with the center forward heading it in for a shot. The formula isn't new, the main selling point is Lin Yun's strength, which is completely at odds with his character. Who would have thought that the renowned Arsenal would place their bets on a kid making his first official match? And who would have thought that this kid would possess such explosive talent that even Wenger couldn't help but exclaim in surprise? Lin Yun passed the ball back and then made a run into Bayern's penalty area, with Podolski close behind. Dante and Van Basten immediately came up, one on each side, pressing close to him. Seeing that Podolski's fighting spirit was almost overflowing, Alaba, worried, stepped forward and, together with Van Basten, flanked him from both sides. The ball went through 2 passes between Wilshere and Arteta before being kicked to the wing. Vermaelen lobbed the ball over the top, and it landed in front of Walcott. Walcott accelerated at full speed, gently tapped the ball, and broke through Kroos's interception, ball and all. Javi Martinez rushed over to cover, but Walcott gritted his teeth and accelerated again, almost grazing Javi Martinez's toes as he carried the ball past him and continued his sprint down the wing. Lam, on the other wing, quickly moved to the center, intending to defend against Cazorla's forward run. However, the captain suddenly glanced over as if by telepathy and saw that Lin Yun had somehow gotten rid of Dante's defense and had silently run to the left side of the penalty area. He was startled and rushed over to help Dante wipe his bottom. Walcott had already reached the outside of the penalty area, and as if he had practiced it countless times, he delivered a long pass without even looking. The ball flew into the penalty area, and Podolski, Van Basten, and Alaba all jumped high, but none of them touched the ball. Dante belatedly realized that his defensive target had disappeared, but when he turned his head, he saw Ram running to Lin Yun's side, and only then did he manage to breathe a sigh of relief. As a result, he was forced to hold his breath back after only exhaling half of it. The football traced a parabola, passing Podolski and others before beginning to fall. Vermaelen played a long ball over the top, Walcott dribbled down the wing, Cruz couldn't intercept it, Walcott was too fast, Javi Martinez had no chance against him, Walcott crosses. Dante missed his mark. Luckily there's still law. The commentator thought his speaking speed was fast enough, but it still couldn't keep up with the changing situation. He had just called for Walcott to cross when Walcott's pass had already reached Lin Yun and Lam's heads. Although there was a significant height difference between the two, Lin Yun was in no position to make any high-quality headers. At this point, his shot would only send the ball into Neuer's arms. If he chose to stop the ball first, Lam would naturally teach him a lesson. Therefore, although Bayern was alarmed, they remained calm and composed. On the sidelines, Wenger and the Arsenal players in the backfield let out a helpless sigh. The raid failed. No one expected Lam to be so clever, and those damn Bayern Munich had no sportsmanship at all, actually using two top defenders to deal with Lin Yun, a Champions League newbie. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yun to chest down the ball, then preparing to enjoy his one-on-one duel with Lam, but to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yun jumped up, then leaned his upper body backward, extending his left leg upward. A reverse kick. Bang! Lam watched as Lin Yun jumped, headfirst, and kicked the soccer ball with a loud bang. Neuer cursed under his breath. Before he could make any adjustments, he reflexively leaped into the air and reached out to block the ball, but he missed. As the football crossed the goal line, it was as if the entire stadium had been muted, then turned up to maximum volume before suddenly being muted again, with all sorts of screams and howls erupting at once. Cheers and screams surged in from all directions like a tsunami. In the CCTV-5 studio, Hiwei was so excited that he slammed his fist on the table and stood up. A bicycle kick. Goal. Lin Yun. The first game, the first touch of the ball, the first shot, the first goal. Arsenal's new generation of super talents was solemnly introduced to the world at this moment. Less than a minute into the game, before Bayern's players had even touched the ball once, Lin Yun had already breached Neuer's goal. I don't know if this attack was a carefully planned scheme by Wenger or a spontaneous performance by the players, but I do know that it was Wenger's keen eye that allowed us to witness this real-life example of instant fame. After shouting at the top of his lungs, he still wasn't satisfied. But then his professional instincts kicked in, and instead of continuing his passionate outburst, he started reciting poetry in a completely incoherent way. You are an unintentional breeze passing through the hall, yet your aloofness has stirred up a mountain torrent. No one expected that the youngest, lowest paid, least experienced, and least known player on the field would become the one who detonated the first bomb in the game. Lin Yun's transfer fee was 2.8 million, but if Arsenal advances in this round of 16 because of this goal, their investment in Lin Yun will not only be recouped immediately, but they will also make a net profit of 1.1 million. This is because, in addition to the basic bonus of 8.5 million in the group stage and the winning bonus of 1 million per game, the teams that advance to the round of 16 this season will receive an additional 3.5 million, and those who advance to the quarterfinals will receive an additional 3.9 million euros. Let's remember this name and look forward to his future together. You are a group of mature readers now, it's time to learn to find images on your own. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Demonic Aura, with built-in counterattack. Goal. Walcott crosses the ball, and Arsenal's 17-year-old Lin Yun scores a spectacular bicycle kick to open the scoring. This is Bayern's first goal conceded in 2013, and Lin's first goal for Arsenal. At 17 years and 188 days old, he broke Fabregas' record, becoming Arsenal's youngest ever Champions League goalscorer and also the youngest ever English League player to score in the Champions League. Hodgson needs to take action. Even if he doesn't believe me, he should believe Wenger. Ling deserves to wear the England jersey. Three Lions manager Roy Hodgson appeared in the center of the camera. Compared to the excited crowd around him, he appeared relatively calm, simply standing there clapping lightly. But who knows how many turbulent emotions were churning inside this old man. He came here mainly to inspect Walcott and Wilshere, but now all his attention is on Lin Yun. He naturally knew about the sensational event of scoring 10 goals in a single game, and he also knew about Lin Yun's mixed Chinese and British heritage. However, it was just a youth team match, and he didn't have a collecting fetish for young boys like Wenger. He paid attention to it briefly and then ignored it. Who knew that Lin Yun would give him such a big surprise? Let's take another look, It's just one goal, it doesn't mean anything. Hodgson quickly wrote Lin Yun's name in his notebook and drew several small circles on it. Amidst endless cheers, Lin Yun rushed to the sidelines, ultimately choosing the celebration move most familiar to Arsenal fans, a kneeling glide. However, unlike Henry's knee slide, he left behind 3 stripes. Holy crap, is this a tribute to Henry or an imitation of Drogba? I'm so happy, my Nana finally has a man who can leave 3 stripes on her head. Damn, can someone give me a straight answer? Is he of Chinese descent or an overseas Chinese? If you can't tell what kind of overseas Chinese are you, just tell me what country they are from and which national team they will be on. For your information, people of Chinese descent are what are called overseas Chinese. Never mind, anyway, he has both Chinese and British ancestry, anyone with a sound mind knows which national team he should join. I just saw Hodgson, I guess he's already being targeted. Although, I still have mixed feelings. I wish you all the best. It's as if England is some great power. You want to compete in who's worse, huh? With the Chinese national football team on the field, who can possibly take your place? Why bother on such a wonderful day? Wouldn't it be better to bring something happy? To be fair, that ball was pretty good, it's just a pity for my team's short players. The slow-motion replay of the goal was already on the screen. The moment the ball was passed to him, Lin Yun suddenly jumped high, and the height of his jump was quite exaggerated. From the picture, after he turned over, Lam, who was standing next to him, only reached his waist. His 2 long legs had already passed over Lam's entire body, creating the visual effect that the shot was almost completed over Lam's head. It evokes the feeling of a Bayern Munich captain being tackled by a new Arsenal player. Following his defeat to Torres in the European Championship final, Lam has left behind another unforgettable moment in his career. In the stands, Isabella jumped up the moment Lin Yun scored, and then quickly burst into tears of joy, while Lin Ming remained stunned for a long time. Congratulations, brother Lin. Old Lin, like father, like son. More than that, the student has surpassed the master. For a father, this is probably the highest praise. A bright smile spread across Lin Ming's face, and he said in a tone that was 3 parts relief, 3 parts pride, 3 parts emotion, and 1 part bewilderment, yes, you are much better than me. Old Lin is quite unaccustomed to his son's sudden success and needs some time to adjust. After sliding to his knees at the sidelines, Lin Yun held the kneeling, fist-clenched pose for 3 seconds before quickly getting up and rushing towards the coaching bench. Wenger, who was clenching his fists and punching the air randomly, seemed to realize something. He looked up and saw Lin Yun running towards him. He was about to open his arms to give Lin Yun a loving hug when Lin Yun stretched out his right hand from afar. He could only follow suit and stretch out his own right hand, slapping hard at the incoming palm. Smack! The 2 palms clapping together seemed to freeze the moment, creating one of the most classic moments in the memories of Arsenal diehards, which was faithfully recorded by the sideline cameras and displayed to audiences around the world. Hiss! After Lin Yun had run far away, Wenger secretly rubbed his sore hands, wishing he could drag the kid back and give him a good beating. Walcott used his speed advantage to catch up with Lin Yun first, and then leaped onto his back. Wilshere followed closely behind, then Podolski and Arteta rushed over, one on top of the other. Dante walked up to Ram and said shamefully, his positioning was too cunning. It's not just about positioning, Lahm said seriously. We've been outmaneuvered by Wenger. He's not a newcomer at all. We have to treat him like one of the most dangerous players. In fact, what impressed people most about Lin Yun's goal was his ghostly positioning and amazing jumping ability, or maybe a bit of luck. But as the most direct victim of the whole game, Lahm saw something else that could only be felt in top strikers: decisiveness, confidence, and a kind of ferocity and madness that seemed to want to devour the defender alive. Neuer picked up the ball from the goal, kicked it long towards midfield in a fit of frustration, and then came over to the two players. A terrible start, isn't it? Yes, a terrible start. After making a low, muttered remark, Ram immediately perked up and clapped to attract the attention of his teammates. Alright, brothers, let's forget everything that just happened. The game is only just beginning. We are Bayern, and we will leave here with victory. Go! Go! Victory! Lin Yun quickly finished celebrating as well. He waved to the stands where his parents were, and then returned to his position with his teammates. 1/3 is done. He thought. The strongest debut in Champions League history doesn't seem that difficult, does it? The whistle blew, and the battle began once again. As soon as Mandzukic kicked the ball out, Lin Yun immediately stepped up to press him. The ball was passed back into Bayern's penalty area, and he chased it all the way there. Arsenal fans absolutely adore this kid, they feel like even his breath smells like toast. That's some serious drive. That's what a real gunslinger is like. I think I'm seeing Henry back. That's it, congratulations Wenger, he won again. Lin, charge. 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 Ha ha ha, Lin's here. Ram, are you scared? The ball was passed to Lahm's feet. Lahm wasn't afraid of Lin Yun at all. He immediately faked a pass and cleanly broke past Lin Yun. Just as the away fans' cheers began, and Lahm was about to pass the ball diagonally to Schweinsteiger in the middle, a dark figure suddenly appeared from the side and behind. Lahm was startled and quickly pulled the ball to dodge, but it was too late. He and the ball were knocked out of bounds by Lin Yun. Lin Yun's strength was no joke. Ram collapsed to the ground pitifully, like a broken puppet. Amidst almost negligible boos from Bayern Munich fans and cheers from Arsenal fans, the referee arrived at the scene immediately and blew his whistle. After scoring his first goal, he committed his first career foul. Lin Yun reached out and helped Ram up. The two exchanged a glance and then did not speak to each other again. At this time, Lahm was already the captain of both Germany and Bayern Munich, and could almost be regarded as one of the best defenders in the world. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was a newcomer and had only played a few minutes in an official match. However, both technically and mentally, Lahm had already regarded Lin Yun as an opponent who should be treated as an equal. Hodgson made another note for Lin Yun in his notebook. A positive defensive attitude, good speed, enjoys physical contact. As for physical strength, Ram's opponent is obviously not a useful reference, so Hodgson has not yet discovered Lin Yun's greatest strength. The ball was taken from the penalty area, and Bayern began their attack, with Lin Yun continuing to lurk near the Bayern penalty area as the striker. The Bundesliga giants quickly gained the upper hand in midfield, and the game gradually shifted into Bayern's rhythm. Arsenal fans were only happy for a couple of minutes before they started living in fear again. Hanks remained remarkably calm, sitting on the coach's bench as if nothing had happened, letting his players do as they pleased. On the contrary, Wenger, although he also stood on the sidelines without saying a word, his furrowed brows and serious expression showed that the professor was not as confident as he appeared on the surface. There is a visible gap in strength between the two sides. It's important to understand that he has already pulled out all the stops for this match, bringing out the best lineup he can currently field, but Bayern is not even at its strongest, at least they haven't even fielded Robben yet. Arsenal are in a very dire situation right now. Not only were they eliminated early from the League Cup, but they were also knocked out of the FA Cup 1-0 by Blackburn in the last round. They also lost hope of winning the league title early on, and there is even a possibility that they will miss out on qualifying for next season's Champions League. Wenger is under unprecedented pressure. Wenger's nervousness is understandable. He had been holding back his big move for almost half a month to get off to a dream start, but Bayern wiped it out in just 7 minutes. Müller demonstrated the same running style as Lin Yun, creating a large opening without anyone noticing. Schweinsteiger delivered a low cross, and Müller comfortably received the ball on the wing. Schweinsteiger passed the ball to the wing, Müller received it, and he was completely unmarked. Sagna missed his man. Sagna rushed over to make a save, but Erwa had already calmly poked the ball gently to his side, creating a suitable running distance, before striking what he considered his coolest pose and delivering a perfectly curved cross. Kroos rushed in from the edge of the penalty area, and without any time to adjust, he unleashed a powerful shot at the ball. Müller crosses the ball, Kroos volleys it in. Goal! Kroos has helped Bayern Munich equalize. In the 7th minute of the match, both sides have already contributed 2 wonderful goals. Bayern's attacking options are quite diverse this season, with 9 players already scoring in the Champions League, the most of any team. Bayern Munich players celebrate wildly at the Emirates Stadium. Hanks couldn't keep up the act any longer and ran to the sidelines to hug his assistant coach tightly, his excitement overflowing. He wasn't an Arsenal fan, and even if he were, he couldn't show it. However, because of Lin Yun, he had unconsciously sided with the Gunners, and his tone carried an undisguised regret. What a pity about Lin Yun's explosive start. Arsenal's defenders bear undeniable responsibility for this goal. Such a mistake shouldn't happen in a match of this level. Hopefully, Arsenal won't be affected and can adjust quickly. Arsenal were not only affected, but severely affected. Once the match began, this technically skilled team, known for its beautiful style of play in Europe, became quite unfamiliar to everyone. In the 11th minute, Arteta fouled Kroos just outside the penalty area, and Van Buiten's free kick was blocked by the wall. In the 15th minute, Vermaelen fouled Javi Martinez just outside the penalty area, but Schweinsteiger's free kick from 25 yards out on the right deflected off a teammate and went out of play. In the 17th minute, Ribery's breakthrough down the wing was tackled out of bounds by Cazorla, who took both the ball and Ribery out of bounds, almost leading to a physical altercation between the two sides. Within 10 minutes, Arsenal failed to mount a single decent attack. Instead, they were overwhelmed and could only contain the South Kings' offensive with various fouls. No one expected Bayern Munich to be so terrifying today. Lin Yun stood alone in the frontcourt, unsure whether to blame the opponent for being too strong or his teammates for being too weak. Bayern's free kick posed no threat, but their offensive momentum remained unabated. Lin Yun, isolated in the attacking third, was about to return to midfield to participate in the defense when Wilshere suddenly seemed to divinely predict the direction of Schweinsteiger's pass and intercepted the ball with a beautiful sliding tackle. Lin Yun immediately turned around and charged straight into Bayern's goal. Ram also turned around, but instead of chasing immediately, he cunningly and deliberately lagged behind by a step. As for Dante, he simply couldn't keep up with Lin Yun's reaction and speed, falling behind from the very beginning. The soccer ball soared high into the air and landed in front of Lin Yun. Wilshere intercepts successfully, long pass from the backfield. Lin Yun receives the ball in the middle, one-on-one. Neuer comes out, wait. Offside? It seems it really is. The experienced Lom taught Lin Yun a lesson. Lin Yun is still too young after all, falling into Bayern's offside trap. Although he wasted an opportunity, the home fans still applauded Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't know if they were really that generous and kind, or if it was because of his heartthrob status. In any case, he felt a little unworthy of it. After all, with his speed, even if Ram and Dante had been 3 meters away, they would have had a chance to catch up. There was no need to make things so tense. As a newbie, it's inevitable that you'll be all about rushing ahead. How can you compare to someone who's been through countless battles and has meticulously calculated every single detail? While summarizing the experience, he passed the ball to Neuer, only to find that Neuer's expression was a bit off, as if he was quite disappointed. What? You think you can stop my one-on-one attack? Neuer does have this idea, and his wish will soon be fulfilled, but before that, Arsenal will be dealt another heavy blow by their opponents. In the 31st minute, Kroos took a corner kick, Van Buiten evaded Wilshere at the near post and headed the ball towards goal, which was barely saved by Szczesny. Müller then poked the ball into the net from close range, making it 1-2. The Arsenal fans were completely silent, with only the shouts of the Germans echoing throughout the stadium. Thomas Müller became the first German to score and assist in a Champions League away game against an English team, and thanks to his goal and assist, Bayern Munich overturned Arsenal and took a one-goal lead away from home. Arsenal must make changes. Wenger needs to step up. Well, you can't count on Wenger at this point. Wenger's in-game management is as renowned as his talent for identifying and employing players. The latter rarely disappoints Arsenal fans, while the former never disappoints Arsenal's opponents. Lin Yun stood in the center circle for the third time to kick off. Captain Vermaelen was trying to boost morale, but judging from the reactions, it had little effect. Before, when I watched Arsenal from the perspective of Reading's youth team, I thought this team was incredibly awesome and almost perfect. Their prestigious reputation made people want to join them even if they paid a fortune. Now that I'm actually a member, I realize that the so-called elite clubs are just like that after the veil of mystery is lifted. They have all sorts of strengths and weaknesses, good and bad things coexist. Judging from their performance in those last few tens of minutes, Arsenal really didn't deserve a victory, or even a draw, today. However, after being reversed, Arsenal finally showed some of their Gunners' style. In the 34th minute of the match, Alaba made a mistake, and Sagna received the ball, dribbled past the halfway line, and crossed from the right, but Walcott's shot from the right side of the penalty area was blocked by Lahm. In the 37th minute, Ramsey dribbled past defenders and swept the ball across the face of goal from the left side of the penalty area. Lin Yun attempted a shot, but under pressure from Dante, he sent the ball directly into Neuer's arms. Now the fans weren't so forgiving. They didn't care if you were 17 or 70 years old, they still criticized you. But it turns out that some people are actually cunning. The group that was just spewing profanities at Lin Yun turned into the most enthusiastic Lin Yun supporters just a minute later. The match has been going on for 40 minutes, and the score is still 1-2, but Arsenal's attack has clearly improved. No sooner said than Arsenal's chance has come. Hiwei sounded quite calm because Arsenal's attack was hardly an opportunity. Walcott dribbled down the wing, once again using his speed to break past Javi Martinez before passing the ball across to the center. Wilshere followed up and made a direct through pass. Lin Yun overcorrected again this time, deliberately waiting a moment before starting to chase the ball. Lahm was able to keep up at first, but with Lin Yun's several big strides, the Bayern captain was quickly left behind. Wilshere played a through ball, and Lin Yun beat the offside trap. But this time he was a little too slow. Dante caught up. Although Dante caught up, he was helpless. Seeing that Lin Yun was about to rush into the restricted area, he had no choice but to go all out and hurriedly tripped Lin Yun's feet. This leg-stretching interception was quick and ruthless, even having a specific term, logging-style steal. His right leg, like an axe, slashed directly at Lin Yun's left leg. Isabella in the stands gasped in shock, unable to bear watching. Everyone could almost picture Lin Yun screaming and collapsing to the ground, but unexpectedly, the scream did occur, but it came from Dante. Lin Yun stumbled forward slightly, then caught up with the football as if nothing had happened. Neuer has left his goal and is about to face Lin Yun in the penalty area. During the new book season, most people update around 4,000 words a day, and I haven't even gotten a decent recommendation yet. 4,000 to 5,000 words a day isn't unreasonable, is it? End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Oh my God, Ram is going to be eaten alive again. Dante's foul failed to stop Lin Yun, and he himself fell to the ground with a scream. Without Dante's restraint, Lin Yun was finally able to dribble the ball comfortably straight towards the goal. Only Neuer remained between him and the goal. Given the momentum Lin Yun displayed at that moment, some people would believe that he would either blast Neuer into the goal or smash the goalpost with a single kick and flip the goal over. Even Neuer himself was prepared to be bombed, but Lin Yun simply flicked his foot lightly. The football soared high, drawing a beautiful rainbow-like parabola, passing over Neuer's head, and slowly landing in the goal behind him. He's a giant 180 meters tall, yet he stabs people with an 18-centimeter fruit knife. Not to mention Bayern fans, even Nana and domestic fans were driven to ecstasy by this contrast. That's not how you use leverage, brother. Shin-chan was heartbroken and could only accept the fact that he had been reunited with a newcomer. Once again, it was as if deep-sea torpedoes were being detonated in the stands of the Emirates Stadium, followed by muffled explosions and splashes of water on the surface of the sea. Goal! Lin broke free of Lahm and Dante's defense and chipped the ball over Neuer's goal with a Panenka. A brace in his first Champions League appearance. Such a talent has been unknown in Reading's youth team all this time. Every scout in England should be hanged. Compared to the first goal, Lin Yun's second goal seemed quite easy. Of course, compared to the final result, the process of this attack was not easy, because Dante's defensive action was quite malicious. It was a clear move aimed at Lin Yun. However, Dante is still lying on the ground, and he looks quite painful. The referee blew his whistle and pointed to the center point. Van Buyten ran over, indignantly saying, "Someone's injured, he shouldn't have continued attacking, it's unethical, this goal should be disallowed." He should have said something, because as soon as he did, the referee immediately walked over to Dante, who was still lying on the ground groaning, and looked down at him, showing him a yellow gem card. The entire Bayern team could hardly believe their eyes. Hanks even uttered a German curse, but considering Dante's logging action earlier, he couldn't find any excuse to defend himself. Wenger put on an act this time, simply standing there and lightly clapping his hands, then coolly putting his hands in his pockets, looking like it was all child's play. But the slight trembling of his lips and the almost overflowing joy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Lin Yun fulfilled his mother's wish this time. As he ran to the sidelines, he raised his right hand and pointed his index finger high into the sky. The others didn't pay much attention to this unremarkable celebration, but Hodgson, who hadn't even noticed his notebook falling to the ground, was immediately struck by it. The young people may not know, but these old folks are all too familiar with this outdated celebration. This was Alan Shearer's signature celebration, and also a major celebration move for Irving in his later years. These two were England's star strikers in two different eras. So, this kid actually wants to join the Three Lions, right? Yes, right? Yes, right? It must be true, right? He wasn't doubting the England team's appeal, but the football world is never short of guys who would rather be a big fish in a small football country than a small fish in a big football country, and he couldn't figure out what Lin Yun was thinking. He didn't even realize that he had manually dragged the progress bar past, "Should we recruit him?" and directly jumped to, "Can we recruit him?" If you don't want a striker like that, who else would you want? Poor Dante, he used a suicidal defensive move but still couldn't stop Lin. But the suicidal defense, we understand, refers to the kind of suicide where you risk being ejected to stop an offensive player with an obvious foul, not this kind of suicide that didn't hurt the opponent at all and ended up on a stretcher. Following Ram's defeat, Dante, who was also injured in the counterattack, successfully made history. The fan groups were already in an uproar. "I thought he was a handsome assassin, but who knew he was a handsome vitriol? The face of Andy Lau from China, the body of Andy Lau from Africa. Where's the GM? Come out here. I want to report someone. Someone's cheating. Why the hell is he using a thornmail while playing football? Trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead doesn't even begin to describe Dante's situation. Failed to build quickly and got ganked instead. Failed to steal a tower and had their crystal destroyed instead. Bayern suffered an inexplicable player loss, forcing Hanks to make his first substitution, bringing on Boateng to replace the injured Dante. Although the goal wasn't counted as Wilshere's assist, Lin Yun still expressed his gratitude to him. The little threat was quite self-aware. Most people would have missed that goal, but only someone like Lin Yun could turn the impossible into possible. So he humbly said that he hadn't done anything and that it was all thanks to Lin Yun's awesomeness. Walcott was a little jealous. He assisted the first goal, which was much more difficult than this one, and Lin Yun didn't say anything. Now he's thanking Wilshere for a simple pass. That's going too far. That's going too far. Lin Yun may not be good at much else, but his ability to read people is top-notch. Walcott's displeasure was written all over his face, and he knew exactly why even with his toenails. But he still didn't say anything. That's right, he's the CPU little tiger. If I recruit this guy, I'll finally have a bodyguard in the national team. Although Walcott's physique probably makes it difficult for him to even protect himself, his high status in the industry means he's qualified to be a subordinate. With Wilshere added, the left and right protectors were now complete. It has to be said that Lin Yun has become a bit arrogant. But to be fair, you would have been arrogant too, and maybe even more so. The game continues. After the score was tied, the momentum of the two sides obviously reversed. However, Bayern adjusted quickly and stabilized the rhythm after only 2 or 3 rounds. The two teams went back and forth, and the first half ended quickly. During the brief breaks in the attacks, commentators from various countries were almost entirely discussing Lin Yun. Whether it's the bicycle kick over Lahm or the chip shot after injuring Dante, both will be top contenders for this round's Champions League goal of the round. And the goal scorer, Lin Yun, already has a long list of firsts to his name, which is enough to guarantee him a spot in the favorites. Not only off the field, but even when they entered the locker room, Bayern's players were curiously talking about the opponent who had caught them off guard. Thomas, Muller, like positioning, Arjen, Robin, like speed, Mario, Gomez, like shooting skills. Upon hearing Alaba's description, Ram unconsciously pursed his lips, but quickly realized that this gesture didn't quite fit his persona, so he quickly put it away. His positioning and speed are somewhat average, but his shooting, are you sure Gomez has that kind of shooting skill? On the other hand, Lin Yun naturally received the treatment of a hero. Before he even reached the sidelines, the spectators in the stands were already chanting his name wildly. A clever kid, whoever stole his mom's or girlfriend's lipstick, hastily wrote 11 on the back of his shirt, with L.Yun written above it, and was showing it off to Lin Yun, probably hoping that Lin Yun would throw him his authentic jersey. His reminder made Lin Yun realize that he had promised the caddy he would get Walcott's jersey for her. While still wondering how to start the conversation, when he arrived at the locker room door, he found Lucky Julie already waiting there eagerly. A burly security guard shrugged at him. "She's looking for you. We can't get rid of her no matter what we do. If you insist, I can forcibly take her out." The others immediately looked over. The word bird was written in the left eye and the word beast was carved in the right eye. Lin Yun pulled Walcott aside and then shoved him toward Julie, saying, "Your fan." "No, no, no." Julie immediately betrayed him. "I'm your fan. I want your jersey." "No. You're not." Lin Yun pinched her cheek hard, then quickly slipped into the dressing room, leaving the bewildered Walcott to clean up the mess. After Walcott managed to get rid of the little girl with his autographed jersey, Wenger quickly arrived at the locker room door, wiped the smile from his lips, and forced a gloomy expression before going in. "Guys, I'm very unhappy with your performance in the first half. I mean, everyone." Forehead. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned that last point. Once he did, everyone would have known that the old man was putting on a show. You scored 2 goals in your very first appearance and you're still very dissatisfied? You're kidding me. Those who were supposed to cooperate with his performance could only pretend not to notice anything, enduring a lot of hardship. After a lot of rhetoric, the old man finally started making tactical adjustments, but with his limited tactical skills, no amount of adjustments could really make a difference, and everyone just played the same way in the second half. Just before going on the field, Wenger waved to Lin Yun, signaling him to stay. "What's wrong, boss?" "Well done, kid. You've exceeded my expectations, but I think you can do even better." Do you understand what I mean? You thought I could only do 5, but I did 8. Now you expect me to do 10. That interpretation doesn't seem wrong either," Wenger nodded. "To put it simply, I hope you can score a hat-trick, not only for the team, but also for yourself. Actually, I not only want to do a hat-trick, but I also want to win $4, $5, and $6 all by myself." "Ha, then they'll kill you." "Anyway, I don't want them to fall in love with me," Lin Yun said. "There's an old Chinese saying, do your best and leave the rest to fate. It means to do your best and leave the rest to God." Simple yet profound wisdom, Wenger nodded, "but I believe even more that when we do our best, even God will be on our side." "Then I can only hope that God will take care of me," Lin Yun smiled, "for the sake of my half-English blood. God has already been good to you. Do your best, my child, and don't waste your talent." "I will." Lin Yun muttered as he walked out of the locker room under the old man's admiring gaze, "for my shitty talent." The second half began with both sides playing cautiously, creating few chances, and the game was far less intense than the first half. The first half ended in a 2-2 draw, and anyone would have thought the second half would be a clash of titans. However, it seemed that both sides had exhausted their passion and energy in the first 45 minutes, and the game was now uneventful, with hardly any chances to even get the ball into the opponent's penalty area. Hanks played his second card. Robben came on, replacing Ribery, who had been in poor form today. The Flying Dutchman earned his formidable reputation in the Premier League, and Arsenal couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive when he came on the field. However, Wenger glanced at the bench and seemed to have no better players to match up against him, so he had no choice but to hold back for the time being. Robben's arrival on the field was like a wolf entering a pack of huskies, instantly revitalizing Bayern's attack. Strictly speaking, the two teams combined only have Robben and Ribery who can be considered superstars. Unfortunately, Ribery had diarrhea today, so we couldn't feel the dominance of an absolute superstar. Now that Robben has come on, Arsenal's defense is in immediate danger. Not only were the four defenders thrown into disarray, but Wilshere, Arteta, and Cazorla also had to fight back with all their might to barely hold on. The only players left in the attacking third are Walcott, Podolski, and Lin Yun. This lineup is quite suitable for counter-attacking, but unfortunately, the current Arsenal only has defense and no counter-attack. Their three guns are now one short, so they can't even do anything fun. They can only run around in the midfield and forward area like three headless flies. Lin Yun is essentially just a striker, without the support of the midfield and defense. No matter how good he is, he's just a five-star chef struggling to cook without ingredients. While Wenger on the sidelines was still daydreaming about what it would be like to pair Lin Yun with a world-class midfielder, Bayern scored again. Robben made his signature cut inside and feigned a shot, fooling Mertesacker before suddenly delivering a diagonal pass. Lahm, who had come up for the attack, received the ball on the right side of the penalty area and delivered a cross that flew towards Arsenal's goal. Szczesny glanced at the ball's trajectory and, out of caution, did not choose to rush out. The ball landed at the far post of the goal, right where Sagna was positioned. The entire stadium breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the crisis was about to be averted. Who knew that this bastard would turn a clearance into an assist? Robben breaks down the wing, changes direction towards the inside, and passes to Lahm. Lahm crosses. Unfortunately, no one is there to receive the pass, and Sagna clears the ball with a long kick. Wait, what's going on? Goal! Sagna's kick hit Mandzukić's shin, deflected, and mysteriously lobbed into Arsenal's goal. A basic mistake. An unforgivable basic mistake. Wenger also has to take some responsibility for this goal. Sagna's performance today was unacceptable, but it's already the 75th minute and Wenger still hasn't substituted him. This is a failure of the manager's oversight and dereliction of duty. Several Bayern players rushed to the sidelines, and the substitutes also rushed out, a group of them celebrating wildly at the Emirates Stadium. Sonia lowered her head, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and looked resentful. 2-3, Arsenal are behind again, they need a hero. Whoever it is, whoever can kick that damn ball into the German's goal, he will be Arsenal's savior today. In Arsenal's Champions League history, only 4 teams have managed to score 3 goals against them away from home, and now Bayern Munich has become the 5th. All thanks to Sagna. Lin Yun entered the center circle for the 4th time today, preparing to serve. At this point, Wenger seemed to finally remember that substitutions are allowed in football matches, and he quickly made changes to his lineup. Cazorla down, Arshavin up. Arteta down, Rosicky up. Sonia below, Zenkinson above. With Arshavin, who is about to turn 32, and Rosicky, who is about to turn 33, on the field, Wenger has still chosen experienced veterans at a crucial moment. Having an experienced player is a treasure, and hopefully Arshavin and Rosicky can use their experience to help Arsenal out of their predicament. The 2 veterans did indeed play a role in stabilizing morale. Although Rosicky's physical condition is not as good as it used to be, his orderly command in the backfield has miraculously stabilized Arsenal's defense. Arshavin and Walcott, one on the left and one on the right, tried to break through the defense with their individual dribbling, but both Alaba and Ram were quite solid, repeatedly thwarting their efforts. Time was ticking away, and the game was about to enter stoppage time. Arshavin dribbled forward again, but Alaba and Javi Martinez combined to clear the ball out of bounds, giving Arsenal a throw-in. Hanks quickly used his last substitution. Kroos below, Gustavo above. This was a like-for-like substitution, but Hanks was not only trying to waste time, but also to allow the defensively stronger Gustavo to eliminate any unexpected opportunities. But an unexpected event still occurred. Wilshere quickly threw the ball out, and Arshavin chested it down before passing it directly to Podolski. After Podolski stomped the ball under his feet, he immediately made a quick pass to Lin Yun, who had quietly shaken off Boateng's clutches. Boateng didn't make the same mistake as Dante, he quickly followed Lin Yun as soon as Lin Yun left his sight, but he was still a step too late. Podolski seized the opportunity, which was less than half a second, and passed the ball towards Lin Yun. The timing was perfect, but unfortunately, too much force was used. Lin Yun stretched his leg to its limit but still couldn't touch the ball rolling past him. Lahm, who was watching him closely, immediately chased after the ball, preparing to kick it to Neuer in front of the goal. Fuck! The British chants rang out from the stands, and Wenger couldn't help but lean back heavily, his face showing an expression that said, "What the hell are you guys playing?" Podolski smacked his lips in embarrassment, about to give Lin Yun an apologetic gesture, when he noticed that Lin Yun seemed unaware that the pass had been too long and had already quickly chased after Lahm. He was a full 3 meters away from Lahm, while Lahm was only a little over a meter away from the ball. It's all a waste of time no matter how you look at it. But many veteran fans immediately thought of Lahm's glorious deeds. In the 2008 European Championship final, Lahm, Torres. A strange premonition arose in everyone's hearts at the same time. Is Ram going to be eaten alive again? Taking everyone's feedback into consideration, I've made a tiny change to Chapter 1. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 I only wanted a pirated copy, but I got a top-tier one. Chapter 16 I only wanted a pirated copy, but I got a top-of-the-line one. Neuer, standing in front of Lahm, and Boateng, standing behind him, shouted almost simultaneously. Careful! Although Ram didn't know what had happened, a familiar fear of being controlled by fate suddenly welled up from nowhere, making him shiver involuntarily. Just as he caught up with the ball and was about to pass it to Neuer, a dark shadow suddenly loomed over him. Podolski misplaced the pass, Lahm kicked the ball. Lin. Whoa! Lin overtook him, stole the ball from Lahm's feet, and charged toward Neuer. Lin Yun charged toward Lahm like an armored off-road vehicle, knocking him off course and then poking the ball away with his foot. Ram was only stunned for a moment before he immediately fell to the ground and shoveled down from behind. We'll offer them a special deal just to keep them here. This tackle was quite ruthless, it was clearly aimed at Lin Yun's foot. Ram is known as a gentleman, and has never received a red card since his debut, let alone such a blatant and deliberate foul aimed at someone's leg. The fact that Lin Yun's move could break through his defenses so much shows how much damage it did to him. Unfortunately, he overestimated his leg length. In that moment of stunned silence, Lin Yun had already rushed several meters away, and his furious, malicious shovel only barely touched Lin Yun's heel. Lin Yun was indeed affected, but not much. After stumbling for a moment, he charged towards Neuer with renewed vigor. Neuer made his move almost the instant he saw Lin Yun run toward Lahm. By the time Lin Yun had dribbled the ball to the edge of the 6-yard box, the two were already very close. Neuer lunged fiercely at the ball at Lin Yun's feet, while Lin Yun confidently and decisively raised his foot to shoot. It was still a delicate and skillful shot that seemed quite out of character for him. The ball rolled quickly past Neuer's feet and sailed over Bayern Munich's goal amidst cheers and screams from the crowd. Goal! Lin replicated Fernando Torres' classic moment. He outpaced Lahm with his speed and physique, then scored again with a low shot past Neuer. To be precise, the third time. Yes, you heard right, this kid scored a hat-trick in his first Champions League match. Watch out for the flying tackle from behind. Luckily, it was just a touch. 1-on-1, goal. It's Lin Yun again. He burst onto the scene, becoming famous overnight. He can kill a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Lin Yun rushed to the sidelines the instant the ball crossed the goal line. His teammates caught up from behind, and someone gave him a hard shove. Lin Yun fell forward and rolled a couple of times before finally sitting cross-legged on the ground with his arms wrapped around his shoulders, staring coldly at the camera directly in front of him. His close-up shot appeared on the screen. With his striking good looks, irresistible charm, and the added bonus of his most memorable moments, Lin Yun was absolutely radiant at this moment, dazzling countless people. I hereby declare that the new generation's #1 handsome guy in football has been born. He's damn handsome at first sight. Torres fans send their congratulations. Dortmund fans send their congratulations. Reading fans gave a thumbs up with tears in their eyes. Reading? Holy crap, I almost forgot, where's their coach? Why don't he come out and show himself? Reading fans are currently sending the warmest greetings to their manager, Brian McDermott, along with his ancestors for generations. Without a doubt, Lin Yun is now a super genius in their eyes. The reason he has remained unknown is, of course, because the coach is blind. So not only McDermott, but Reading's Youth Academy director Cox also received a variety of heartfelt confessions with a strong sense of maternal affection. However, unlike McDermott, who was fearless and didn't care about taking the blame, Cox resolutely refused to take the blame. He felt that it was all Lin Yun's fault. That damn kid is too cunning. He secretly leveled up in that godforsaken place of reading before deliberately choosing the day Wenger was watching the game to cause trouble. Otherwise, with his discerning eye, he wouldn't have missed such a monster. This is obviously a conspiracy theory, but he didn't know that such theories were actually quite popular in China, and many people even gave Lin Yun a seemingly unrelated nickname, the Sword God of Shirley Slope. And poor Ram was undoubtedly the first boss that the Sword God defeated after emerging from seclusion. The Bayern Munich player was still sitting on the ground, looking utterly dejected. You're killing someone by breaking their spirit. Of all the ways you could have used, you had to rub salt into their wounds like this. It's too cruel. To be fair, Lin Yun does resemble Torres in his prime. His impact and shooting technique are both top-notch, and most importantly, they are both incredibly handsome. Alright, the best defender, stop trying to pull this on. If Lin Yun is going to resemble anyone, it'll be Drogba. This is clearly Batistusta's template, okay? That's even more outrageous. Have you ever seen Batistuta who can't shoot from long range? They just haven't taken long-range shots yet, it's not like they can't. Ibrahimovic, if you put it that way, I think I see a reflection of my younger self in myself. What's going on? Is this a massive family reunion? This thread is getting way off track. The internet was buzzing with all sorts of bizarre topics, but things were much simpler on site, just cheer for Lin Yun. As soon as Lin Yun stood up, a system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations on completing the second main quest, the strongest debut in Champions League history. The reward has been issued, please check your account. After quickly finishing his celebration, Lin Yun immediately opened the system interface and claimed his mission rewards. Because of his popularity, he thought that the trait he received this time might be some nonsensical one like, Best Actor, Busquets only, or Thinker, Balotelli's only, but he didn't expect to see Van Persie leaping into the air and volleying a shot. Feature, beautiful aerial flight, unique. That's it, this is a huge profit. Just as he was adding another powerful weapon to his arsenal, Bayern Munich had already launched the game at lightning speed. Lin Yun charged forward again with renewed vigor. Unfortunately, by now, his stamina bar was almost empty. This pressing hadn't been effective and had only wasted his remaining energy. But looking at Lin Yun like this, both Hodgson and Wenger nodded with satisfaction. There is no shortage of talented young players like Owen, Rooney, and Bale in various youth training camps. Some are incredibly fast, some are skilled, and some have boundless imagination. In short, this birthplace of modern football is never short of football geniuses. However, there are not many players who can truly catch the eye of scouts, and even fewer who can be noticed by top league and national team coaches. Putting aside other factors, just looking at their performance on the defensive end is enough to get a pretty good idea of who they are. These types of players rarely try to win the ball back after losing possession. They usually just make a token effort to chase back a few steps or simply stand there complaining. It's even less likely that they'll fight hard like a defender. A common flaw in geniuses. He had nothing, yet he had the world in his heart, as if the whole world revolved around him. Thus, Lin Yun, the genius, in their eyes, seemed so out of place. Whether he didn't manage his physical exertion well or was naturally physically weak, these coaches are confident they can gradually train him, but the attitude is the only thing they can't learn. That means they've already used up all their substitutions, otherwise Wenger would have substituted Lin Yun by now. Lin Yun reluctantly accepted the fact that he could no longer run, and stopped trying to be brave. Instead, he obediently became a target man in Bayern's penalty area. He was clearly just coasting, but Bayern's defenders were terrified. Lahm stayed far away, Boateng stayed close by, and Alaba and Van Basten were also watching him closely from both sides. 5 minutes of added time, and the two sides are entering the final battle. If the game ends with this score, it will undoubtedly be more advantageous for Bayern Munich, as they will have 3 valuable away goals. Of course, for Arsenal, no matter what the result is, they have already won the game, because they have unearthed a huge treasure. Wenger has once again proven his foresight. We believe that under his guidance and help, the young Lin Yun will have a bright future and great prospects. Oh! Look at this ball. Robben and Walcott are speeding down the wing. Robben and Walcott are both top-class wingers in football today, but they are both attacking players, so one-on-one duels are not very exciting. However, when they turn the football field into a sprint track and perform speed and passion, the attraction is quite substantial. Robben sprinted with the ball, leaving everyone far behind, except for Walcott who kept up steadily. The two players remained locked in a fierce battle until they reached the byline, where neither could gain the upper hand. Robben then stopped, quickly changed direction twice to shake off Walcott, and delivered a long pass into the box. Everyone was focused intently on the football. Mandzukic barely managed to jump under Koscielny's forceful pull, only managing to grasp the ball with his scalp. The football changed direction slightly and flew towards the right side of the goal. Just as the ball was about to hit the inside of the post, Szczesny suddenly miraculously deflected it to the side with one hand. The football bounced up, and the elusive Muller suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost, unleashing a powerful shot without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Two sounds came in quick succession, one was the sound of Muller kicking the ball, and the other was the sound of the ball hitting Vermaelen. Robben crosses, Mandzukic heads the ball, Szczesny makes a spectacular save. The crisis isn't over yet, Muller's shot is blocked by Vermaelen. Mertesacker clears the ball with a long kick. Arsenal escapes a close call. Bayern's series of attacks tormented the Arsenal fans until the ball finally fell to Rosicky's feet, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Rosicky controlled the ball and, instead of launching a counter-attack, pulled the ball back to face his own goal and passed it to Wilshere. Walcott had already sprinted back to midfield, calling for the ball. Wilshere quickly passed the ball over. This time it was Walcott's turn to dribble, with Robben chasing after him. It was almost a repeat of the previous round of attack and defense, except that Walcott's stamina was also almost exhausted, and he didn't have Robben's dribbling skills. After bringing the ball to the flank of Bayern's penalty area, he could only frantically pass the ball towards the goal. This ball was more of a clearance than a cross. The football flew across most of the field and landed on the other side of the penalty area. Just as the ball was about to go out of bounds, Arshavin suddenly rushed up and skillfully stopped it. Alaba had no choice but to go and meet him. Podolski and Wilshere, who had made a late run, rushed into the penalty area, while Jenkinson, who had made a forward run, also made a diagonal run from the wing into the Bayern goal. Lin Yun then leisurely walked out of the penalty area, bringing Boateng with him. He felt as if his legs were filled with lead, this was the last thing he could do for his teammates. All eyes were on Arshavin and Alaba. It took the two men with the surname A 2 rounds to determine a winner. The Russian Tsar was more skillful, using a series of feints to deceive Alaba and then sending a long pass to the Bayern goal. Podolski and Van Basten, along with Jenkinson and Lahm, jumped together, and just as the ball was about to fall between them, Neuer suddenly intervened and forcefully flicked the ball away with one hand. Everyone's eyes were glued to the ball. The football traced a gentle parabola and landed at the edge of Bayern's penalty area. Javi Martinez was standing right on the edge of the penalty area and quickly ran over to clear the ball with a long kick. But then Boateng roared in his ear, "Watch out!" Lin Yun, who had been like a dead fish just moments before, suddenly came back to life after seeing the football fall, and ran towards it without a second thought. This is the biggest difference between football and basketball. Basketball courts are small and the offense and defense change quickly. Once a player's stamina is depleted, they are practically useless. But in football, players have time to slowly recover. Even a gap of only 1 or 2 minutes is enough for a player to muster a burst of energy. In fact, it wasn't just Boateng, almost the entire Bayern Munich fanbase was chanting along. "Damn it, he's here again. Watch out for black hair. Don't let him touch the ball." Boateng not only used words, but also actions. But when he put his hand on Lin Yun's shoulder, he felt like he was pulling a tank. Boateng, who is over 1.9 meters tall, is certainly not a weakling. Unfortunately, Lin Yun is too fast, and before he could exert any force, the other man had already broken free from his pull. Just as Javi Martinez was about to touch the ball, Lin Yun appeared in front of it as if by divine intervention. He lunged forward, jumped, his body soaring into the air, and his left foot shot forward, striking the middle of the soccer ball hard. That familiar shooting posture almost simultaneously stunned all Arsenal fans. Former King of Guns, current #1 volleyball player, Robin van Persie. Wenger's mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to begin. His initial positioning of Lin Yun was as a replacement for Van Persie, and there's no denying that. But he never dreamed that when he just wanted to find a pirated copy, God would give him a top-of-the-line one. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, you tell me, isn't that a coincidence? The football flew straight towards the goal like a shooting star. Neuer turned his head and watched in despair as the ball flew into the net. 4-3. Goal. A game-winning shot. A game-winning shot. A volley. A game-winning shot. In the Sky Sports studio, Lineker was shouting incoherently and wildly. In the final minute of the match, Lin Yun scored his fourth goal against Bayern Munich with a stunning volley. Can you believe it? 17 years old, in his first match, he scored 4 goals against Bayern, a game-winning goal. This isn't a movie or a game, but a real scene unfolding at the Emirates Stadium. The last young player to get us this excited in a Champions League match was Gareth Bale, who scored 3 goals against Inter Milan while playing for Tottenham and embarked on his path to superstardom. Now, a similar story is unfolding again, and he's even more explosive than Bale. I can't imagine his future, let alone predict his potential. I can't even imagine why, before today, he was just an ordinary striker in Reading's youth team, and I heard he was even just a substitute. Arsène Wenger once said, Mozart could play the piano very well at the age of 6, while I never reached that level in my entire life. Similarly, some players' level at the age of 17 is something I never achieved when I was playing football. Why? Because they are all exceptional geniuses. This passage is about Fabregas, but it's clear that the professor's classic description of a young genius came too early, because Lin is even more talented than Fabregas. Fabregas broke Wenger's heart, and we can only hope that something similar doesn't happen to Lin. In the CCTV studio, Hiwei also began his short essay. Many legendary stories have an unusual beginning, such as Messi signing the transfer agreement on a napkin, Kaká miraculously recovering from a fractured spine and then soaring to new heights, Cristiano Ronaldo conquering Ferguson in one battle and then joining Manchester United, and Lin Yun scoring 10 goals in a single game, which amazed Wenger. But at the same age of 17, Messi had just scored his first goal for Barcelona in a friendly match, Kaká was still quietly honing his skills in the youth team of Sao Paulo, Ronaldo had just begun to make a name for himself in Sporting Lisbon, while Lin Yun had already scored 4 goals in the UEFA Champions League, becoming famous worldwide by stepping over the corpses of Bundesliga giants. At the same time, we must also note that the world of football is never short of prodigies who suddenly appear and make a name for themselves, but only a few can maintain a high level of performance and consistent results. We hope that Lin Yun can become one of those few, and I also believe that with the guidance and encouragement of a renowned coach like Wenger, Lin Yun will soon become a true football superstar. The kind of child prodigy who develops well can become Messi or Ronaldo, but if they don't, at best they'll only be Boyan or Pato. Judging from Lin Yun's performance today, he is fully capable of emulating Messi and Ronaldo, or at the very least, he will become the next Rooney or Torres. He is definitely a superstar prospect and a potential football king. Rooney as the floor, Messi as the ceiling, this is the highest praise one can imagine for a young player in this era. Hey you, the one who said Lin Yun can't shoot from a distance, come out here and take a few steps. Well, Torres, Drogba, Batistuta, and Ibrahimovic weren't enough, now there's Van Persie too. I was going to say his shooting wasn't pretty, but then this came right away. Lin Yun walked to the sidelines, slowly sat down, and then lay back heavily, panting as he gazed at the sky above the Emirates Stadium. Wilshire was the first to rush over, but was immediately startled by Lin Yun's half-dead appearance. She quickly pushed away the others who were about to pounce on Lin Yun, saying, "Don't move, he's exhausted. Help him up quickly, he can't lie down." Even when he's exhausted, he's still so strong. Should we call the team medic? It's nothing, Lin Yun said, propping himself up with his hands and sitting up straight. It's fucking tiring. Well, welcome to the adult world, Vermaelen said. This is not a game like the children's games in the youth team. Really? Lin Yun grabbed Podolski's outstretched hand and stood up with a burst of strength. But it doesn't feel that different. Scoring goals is still just as easy. The group of people were speechless. He tricked me again. Robin walked over and shouted, "Start the game now. Don't try to waste time." Everyone continued to huddle together, laughing and joking, completely ignoring him. Robin got angry and tried to push Vermaelen, but as soon as his hand touched the jersey, he was surrounded by layers of people. The other Bayern players, who had already set up their formation and were waiting for the kickoff, rushed over when they saw this scene. They pushed and kicked each other, making the scene quite lively. Robin seemed to think Arsenal was deliberately wasting time, and some conflict broke out between the two sides. Robin and Vermaelen were both punished equally, and the game resumed. The injury time had already passed, and the referee should extend it as appropriate, but Bayern probably didn't have even a minute left. As soon as the ball was kicked off, Arsenal immediately retreated to defend, while Bayern swarmed forward and bombarded Arsenal's goal relentlessly. Wenger approached the fourth official, repeatedly holding his watch up to his face, gesturing for him to look quickly. "Time's up. We've gone way over." On the other side, Hanks had a gloomy face, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. Beep. The referee blew the final whistle. Congratulations to Arsenal for their hard-fought 4-3 victory over Bayern Munich at home. However, they cannot be complacent, as Bayern have a significant away goals advantage. If they can win 1-0 or 2-1 at home, they can eliminate Arsenal and advance to the quarterfinals on away goals. 5 shots, 4 goals, 1 offside, that's Lin Yun's performance in his first match. If 100 is the maximum score, he'd get at least 120 today. Lin Yun joined Arsenal on January 30th, but Wenger didn't include him in either the league or the FA Cup until today, when he suddenly appeared in the starting lineup against Bayern. Before the match, we were puzzled, but now, I think we all know. Lin Yun is Wenger's secret weapon for Bayern, and this weapon not only exceeded expectations but also filled us with endless anticipation for Arsenal this year. Bayern Munich's players hurriedly left the field, while Arsenal's players, led by Captain Vermaelen, walked to the sidelines to thank the fans. In just one match, Lin Yun became Arsenal's most popular player. The main problem is that the current Arsenal team doesn't really have any stand-up players. The most famous player, Walcott, lacks superstar charisma, while Wilshere hasn't reached the level of Henry, Fabregas, or Van Persie in any aspect. Lin Yun filled this gap very well. Arsenal fans lingered at the stadium, many chanting Lin Yun's name. Amid cheers, Lin Yun walked up to the stands, approached his parents, and presented the match ball to his mother as if it were a precious treasure. Those around couldn't help but smile. He's still just a child. Isabella took the football and gave him a big hug. "You are my pride, son." Lin Yun patted her back, a handsome face peeked out from her shoulder, looked at Lin Ming, and arrogantly raised his chin. "Aren't you awesome?" Old Lin reached out and ruffled his hair vigorously. "Not bad." In the VIP box above the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal CEO Ivan Gazidis watched the scene unfold and hurriedly instructed his assistant, "Now. Immediately. Right now. Go all out to produce the number 11 jerseys. I want them to be in every shirt shop in London by tomorrow, no, in every shop in England." That might be a bit difficult. Are we just going to ignore the difficulties? Understood, boss. Meanwhile, Ferguson also received a call from his brother Martin. Manchester United have also reached the Champions League round of 16 this season, but their first leg against Real Madrid was played a week ago, ending in a 1-1 draw at the Bernabeu. The result was neither good nor bad. Back at Old Trafford, as long as they keep a clean sheet, they can advance to the next round, and their chances of winning are still very high. So today, the old man sat quite leisurely in front of the TV watching the other groups fight tooth and nail. I started watching the Barcelona vs AC Milan showdown, but then I jumped to the Arsenal vs Bayern Munich match and couldn't get out of it. Bayern Munich were unexpectedly awesome and dominant, while Arsenal, he didn't want to comment. When Martin's call was connected, the two brothers each held up their phones, but neither of them uttered a sound. Finally, Ferguson broke the silence. If I offer 28 million now, will that vampire Kroenke hand him over to us? Come on, my dear brother, you said it yourself, Kroenke is a greedy vampire, not a brainless pig. So, how can I comfort myself so I can get a good night's sleep tonight? You can tell yourself that at least we still have Van Persie. Thank you, my dear brother, I can't sleep at all tonight. Robin Van Persie is approaching 30, and Manchester United has spent £30.7 million on him, yet he has only scored 3 goals for the club in the Champions League so far. He's exactly one less than Lin Yun. Isn't that a coincidence? Lin Yun returned to the locker room, took a long shower, and had just changed into clean clothes when Boulder walked in. Lin, the boss wants you to attend the press conference as well. His teammates cast envious glances at him for what felt like the umpteenth time today. Being able to attend a press conference signifies a certain level of recognition for a player, but most of them only speak at the press conference on the day they joined the team. Only a handful of players get to give post-match interviews with the coach and captain. Vermaelen said, "Let's go. If you hadn't shown up today, those reporters would have torn the press room down. As long as they can afford to pay for it, let them demolish it if they want." As soon as the three arrived at the press conference, a barrage of camera flashes immediately swarmed towards Lin Yun. Wenger patted the seat next to him, gesturing for Lin Yun to sit down. Hanks and Lahm also cast complicated glances at him. The reporters were finally able to start asking questions. The first target of criticism was the high-spirited Wenger, but 9 out of 10 questions were about Lin Yun. I heard that Arsenal currently has £150 million in liquid funds in the bank, but why didn't you use that money to bring in big-name stars, instead spending £2.8 million to buy a 17-year-old? Because we only buy what's right, not what's expensive, and facts have proven that our choice is correct. But there were previous reports that you were very interested in Falcao and Villa, but were scared off by the offers. Falcao and Villa are both excellent strikers, but right now Lin is the one who is wearing the Arsenal jersey and scoring goals for Arsenal. Professor, why did you schedule Lin's debut today? Was it on purpose? Of course, he's the surprise I prepared for Bayern Munich. I know what you want to ask. Lin is indeed very young and has no professional experience, but his mentality and technique are very mature, and he already has the ability to change the course of a game. Will Naren become Arsenal's starting centre-forward? I only consider the player's form when arranging the starting lineup. Coach Hanks, where do you think Bayern Munich went wrong today? The better team didn't win. Hanks paused for a moment. We beat Arsenal, but lost to their number 11. As Coach Arsena said, he really has the ability to change the game. We knew almost nothing about him before this game, which was the most fatal thing. Philip, what do you have to say about Lin's 2 goals that were scored despite your defense? Obviously, it wasn't a pleasant experience and it brought back some bad memories, but that's football. You'll always experience some exciting moments, but you'll also inevitably encounter some frustrating ones. For me, today was a sad day. So how would you rate him? Without a doubt, he is a natural striker. Lahm lowered the microphone and carefully chose his words. But it is worth noting that we originally thought we would be facing strikers like Giroud and Bendtner, but we did not expect to be faced with a powerful and unfamiliar genius player. This is the biggest reason for our defeat today. However, the Champions League knockout stage is a 2-legged match. After today's thrilling 90 minutes, we are already very familiar with him. When we return to the Allianz Arena for the next match, he will get to know the real Bayern Munich. Ram spoke reasonably well and in a calm tone, but his words clearly revealed his dissatisfaction. In particular, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yun the whole time he was speaking, which was no different from throwing a challenge letter in his face. The next reporter to ask a question quickly pulled Lin Yun into the fray. Lin, congratulations on your dream debut. Have you thought about why you were able to perform so well? Was it because the opponent was too weak? Of course not. Bayern Munich is a very strong opponent and once pushed us to the brink of defeat, but obviously we were better prepared. Lahm said that after this match they are very familiar with you and that the next round will show you the real Bayern Munich. What do you have to say about that? Lin Yun smiled and looked at Ram. Be careful, I know you all very well. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Indestructible Body. exquisite heart with 7 apertures. Bayern Munich returned home with a heavy sense of disappointment, marking the completion of all first-leg matches in the Champions League round of 16. This round featured 3 high-profile matchups: Real Madrid vs Manchester United, Barcelona vs AC Milan, and Arsenal vs Bayern Munich. In terms of attention and influence, the matches between these 3 teams were almost as good as the finals, but after everything settled down, the aftermath of the match between Bayern and Nani far exceeded the combined impact of the other 2 teams in every aspect. The news that a young man, stepping onto the professional stage for the first time, scored 4 goals against a world-class powerhouse in the Champions League knockout stage, including a game-winning goal and a spectacular goal, is absolutely bombshell level in the sports world. Its shock level is almost comparable to Messi's famous goal after dribbling past 5 players in his early years and Kaká's solo breakthrough against Manchester United's defense at his peak. Lin Yun not only became the hottest celebrity in Great Britain overnight, but also topped the trending search list in China without any suspense, the kind of fame that even Chris Wu couldn't steal. The Guardian, The Sun, Gazzetta dello Sport, AS, Kicker, Football Weekly, almost every media outlet that has anything to do with football put this match on its front page, and Lin Yun was the name mentioned most often. Lin Yun unsurprisingly received the highest score in the post-match ratings of major newspapers. Most surprisingly, L'Equipe, a newspaper known for its strict and demanding ratings, gave him a perfect score of 10. This has only happened 6 times in L'Equipe's history, with the most recent 5th and 6th times both attributed to Messi, the 5th of which occurred after a match between Barcelona and Arsenal in 2010. His comments were somewhat outrageous. FIFA could totally establish a Lin Yun award to reward young players who perform well in their debut. This was a comment that everyone quickly laughed off after seeing it. Nobody took anyone seriously. Just like when Puskás and Yashin were still playing, nobody could have imagined that a Puskás award and a Yashin award would one day appear in world football. In an interview, Alan Shearer praised Lin Yun's performance and meticulously analyzed Lin Yun's technical characteristics in his column for The Athletic. After reading the analysis, everyone came to the same conclusion: top-notch football intelligence, lightning speed, strong physique, stylish positioning, and accurate shooting. In short, a bright future awaits. Henry was equally lavish in his praise, but while complimenting Lin Yun, he also subtly commended his mentor's discerning eye. The moment I saw the starting lineup, I knew things weren't so simple. This kid definitely has something extraordinary about him. You know, Wenger is the kind of coach in the world who is best at discovering and using young players, but he is also the kind of manager with the most discerning eye. Manchester United naturally became a major target for interviews. Ferguson stubbornly refused to admit that he had ever had feelings for Lin Yun. Manchester United places great emphasis on developing young players, but unless I'm crazy, I would never start a young player who hasn't even played a real professional match in a Champions League knockout stage game. Arsenal certainly won their gamble, but this approach is not worth promoting. Are Lingard and Van Persie similar? I must admit, purely in terms of debut performance, Lingard was indeed more impressive. However, when discussing a player, we can't just focus on 1 or 2 games. If Lingard wants to become a player like Robin van Persie, he still needs to work much harder. Wenger used to be most afraid of going up against Ferguson and Mourinho. Simply put, when it comes to arguing, the professor has never won. But this time it's different. With a strong voice, even the gentlest rebuttal can become incredibly powerful, especially since Wenger's response this time was somewhat driven by personal emotion. That guy is indeed a very good striker. His current market value could buy 10 Lin Yuns. Unfortunately, at the same age, he's not even qualified to be Lin's substitute. Guess how I know? How did Wenger find out? It's very simple. Van Persie was brought to Arsenal by Wenger when he was 21 years old, and it was a full 3 months later that he made his Arsenal debut. It was 5 months later that he made his first start and scored his first goal. What about Lin Yun? It only took 21 days from when Wenger learned of his name to when he made his first start for Arsenal. When Van Persie heard this, his whole body went cold. Back in the day, when we were all lovey-dovey, he called her Dear Robin. Now that someone new has come along, he calls her that person. As for Ferguson, at this point he could only defend his trusted and beloved player, saying, the whole world knows that Wenger has always been resentful about Van Persie's departure, but he has never reflected on why he left. If he were to bring this up, Wenger would win far too easily, even able to simply copy the format of his speech and apply any name he wanted. The whole world knows that Ferguson has always been resentful about the departures of Beckham and Cristiano Ronaldo, but he has never reflected on why they left. The two old men, whose combined age is over 140, acted like two thugs, deliberately dredging up each other's dark pasts and exchanging insults. This scene is a unique feature of the Premier League in this era. Unfortunately, without that special one, such a match always feels like it lacks some of its essence. Chelsea fans have once again launched a collective petition, demanding that Abramovich bring back Mourinho to join the fight. No matter how much they argue or make a scene, Lin Yun is the biggest winner in this round. Given the nature of things here, it would be unreasonable not to have a grand, dramatic scene at this point. Wenger was also very understanding and gave Lin Yun a day off to go back to reading and enjoy his triumphant return. In everyone's eyes, Lin Yun had been held back for 6 whole years by Reading, so why wasn't he going back to slap Reading in the face? But before Lin Yun could even set off, a phone call from his parents made him back down. "Sweetheart, you've never seen anything like this before. I feel like all the reporters in Britain have gathered around our house," Isabella complained, half annoyed and half proud. "The neighbors have called the police 100 times, but it's no use. Are you sure you want to come back now? So what are your suggestions?" "Our advice is for you to ask the professor for advice, you know, he's more knowledgeable about this than we are," Isabella said. "But I guess he would suggest you focus more on the court." "I like this suggestion," Lin Yun said. "It seems we've reached a consensus. Whether or not we ask the professor is no longer important, is it?" "Yes, reason tells me that you should stay away from the media and the spotlight and put all your energy into your career. After all, everything is just beginning and it's not time to get carried away yet. But there's a little devil in my head that keeps urging me, hey, dear ISA, what are you thinking? This is the second Beckham. He should be in all the headlines and make all the girls in England go crazy for him. So I'm very distressed, my darling son. Now, pull out the little devil in your head, grab him by the neck and tell him that even without all those messy headlines, all the girls in England will go crazy for your son, just for football alone." I like that answer. Regarding their son becoming someone else's child, the couple had actually made a very thorough plan to show off. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. To avoid Lin Yun being overexposed, they wisely chose to let him continue to lie low for a while. Although London is the reporter's home base, it's believed that with Wenger protecting her, the storms from the outside world won't affect their sweetheart for the time being. After exchanging a few more casual words, Isabella handed the phone to Lin Ming. Comrade Lin gets straight to the point as soon as he opens his mouth. "Did your mother tell you that football agents from all over Europe are crowding around our house? We need to rectify our family values. People are becoming increasingly boastful in their speech, which is a very bad phenomenon." "No, I'm not exaggerating at all," Lin Ming said solemnly. "Do you know who I was talking to just now? Who got your number so quickly? Mendes or Barnett?" Mendes, a superstar in the agent world, already outshines many of his peers with just one Cristiano Ronaldo under his management. With Mourinho on the other hand, this guy is practically the undisputed king of agents. As for Jonathan Barnett, he may not be as well known internationally as Mendes, but within England, his influence is absolutely top-notch. Bale, Saul, Ashley Cole, Luke Shaw, Mensah, Joe Hart, and many others are all his clients. Calling him the godfather of agents in England is no exaggeration. "One is wrong," Lin Ming said. "It's Mendes and Raiola." Raiola, affectionately known as Fatty Raiola, in football circles, has played an indispensable role in the rise to fame of players like Ibrahimovic, Bergkamp, Nedved, and Balotelli. His famous quote, "Run as fast as you can, and I'll make you the best player in the world," is undoubtedly what every player most wants to hear from their agent. The most amazing thing is that this guy is almost the only person in the world who can handle Balotelli. When Balotelli's house caught fire, the first thing he did was not to call the police, but to call him, which shows how much he trusts this guy. How does it feel? A shrewd person among shrewd people, Lin Ming sighed. I wish I could cut you in half and sell the two halves to them separately. If you don't win the Reading Father of the Year award this year, I'll be the first to object. Let's find some time to talk face to face, then you'll see how impressive it is. Lin Yun said, let's leave it for now. They're in a hurry, so let's wait a while. That's what I mean too. Sometimes you have to put on airs. Taking the initiative is the most important thing. Alright, then I won't go back for now. Oh, by the way, I'll still be starting in the game the day after tomorrow. Should I save a few tickets for you guys? Lin Ming thought for a moment. 2 tickets will do. Your mother and I will be enough. It's better to keep a low profile for now. Who knows if you might suddenly become unwell one day. Thank you so much. Although he knew from the start that he would definitely take a low-key approach given his personality, Lin Yun still felt a little regretful when he made the decision. He thought that the title of heartthrob was being wasted on him. However, he didn't know that compared to blatantly showing himself to the camera, this mysterious, half-hidden feeling was actually more likely to tantalize the old SPs. The more he hid himself, the more curious the outside world became about him. Interviews with teachers, classmates, youth team teammates, readings old goalkeeper and the like were no longer enough to satisfy the media's needs. Everyone was eager to know everything about Lin Yun. Unfortunately, Wenger's attitude was very tough this time. He rejected all interviews about Lin Yun with an unquestionable attitude, and even the CEO of Nana, Gazetes, could not do anything about it. In this way, the only way for people to follow Lin Yun is through the football field. This time, Wenger very considerately fulfilled everyone's wishes. On February 23, 2013, in the 27th round of the Premier League, Arsenal played against Aston Villa at home, and Lin Yun once again started the game. Giroud originally thought Lin Yun was there to assist him, but he never expected to become the substitute instead. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger tattoo on my body hasn't had a chance to be shown off yet, it's almost turned into a Heavenly King covers the Earth cat tattoo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Emirates Stadium. The match between Arsenal and Aston Villa is about to kick off here. I think the most anticipated question for everyone is whether Lin Yun can continue his brilliant performance in the Champions League. With the league entering its second half, relegation-threatened teams are once again catching up on their homework the day before school starts, while Arsenal is busy fighting for a top-4 finish. The coaching staff and players have even developed their own set of methods and experiences, such as how to deal with strong and weak teams, and how to make choices when facing a dense schedule. Their skill is so adept it's heartbreaking. The players from both sides entered the field to warm up. The Emirates Stadium was already more than half full, and the Arsenal number 11 jersey, which had been absent from the stands for a long time, reappeared today. Moreover, it was clear that most of the fans wearing the number 11 jersey were female. Lin Yun made his entrance to applause, his popularity exceeding even his own expectations. While his teammates teased him, they were also a little jealous, and during the free warm-up, they all used every trick in the book to try and steal the spotlight. Lin Yun wasn't good at acrobatics to begin with, and he quickly became lackluster in this segment. Luckily, his good looks saved him from being outshone by his friends. It seems Lin isn't very good at those fancy moves, but there's nothing to laugh at. You know, Batistuta couldn't even juggle the ball, but he was still one of the best strikers of his era. Warm-up is over. I wonder if anyone noticed a little detail. After warming up, everyone took off their long-sleeved jerseys or sports jackets and casually tossed them to the staff who came to collect them. This wouldn't normally be a big deal, but everything is afraid of comparison. Lin Yun stepped forward, handed his jersey to the staff member, and didn't forget to smile and say, "Thank you for your hard work." The staff member who was picking up the jersey looked at him in surprise, then smiled happily, took the jersey and patted him on the back affectionately. "Hey, it's my job, go for it, Lin, kick their asses." "I have no interest in their asses, if I'm going to kick someone, it'll be their goal." Lineker, having spotted the key point, laughed and said, "He has a body as strong as a diamond, but he also has good manners and a delicate heart. I have to admit, I'm already a fan of his." After the match, Sports Weekly included this detail in its review of the game and specifically compared it with Lin Yun's performance on the court. As a result, the cover of that issue of the weekly had a fantastical headline that left people speechless. "An indestructible body and a mind with 7 orifices." Typed on my phone, so please bear with any typos and such. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. The best way to break the offside trap is to have a defender attached to you. Following his Champions League debut, Lin Yun is making his Premier League debut. It remains to be seen whether he can maintain his Champions League form and start his Premier League career with a goal and a victory. Aston Villa have only won 3 of their last 27 matches against this opponent and are currently only 15th in the league table. There is a clear gap in strength between the two sides, but the Gunners cannot be complacent because their race for the top 4 remains very tight. Moreover, their next match is an away game against Tottenham in the North London Derby, followed by the second leg of their Champions League match against Bayern Munich. The schedule is not very favourable. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both sides. Arsenal 4-2-3-1. Goalkeeper, 1 Szczesny. Defenders, 25 Jenkinson, 4 Mertesacker, 5 Vermaelen, 17 Monreal. Midfielders, 2 Diaby, 8 Arteta. Midfielders, 14 Walcott, 10 Wilshere, 19 Cazorla. Forward, 11 Lin Yun. Aston Villa 4-3-3. Goalkeeper, 22 Guzan. Defenders, 34 Lotun, 6 Clark, 32 Buck, 27 Bennett. Midfielders, 16 Delph, 15 Westwood, 10 Zogbia. Forwards, 26 Wyman, 20 Bentique, 11 Aubameyang. Aston Villa kick off. Lin Yun stood outside the centre circle, and as soon as the whistle blew, he immediately lunged at the football. Bentique had just passed the ball when he saw Lin Yun rushing towards him, and he was startled. That's fucking fast. Aston Villa took the first kickoff, and Arsenal's midfield and attack, led by Lin Yun, quickly pressed forward and pressed high. Wow, Lin Yun's speed is really fast. Among the players on the field right now, Walcott and Aubameyang are well known for their speed, but Lin Yun doesn't seem to be any less fast. Arsenal's pressure in the midfield and attacking third caused Aston Villa some panic, and the ball was eventually passed to the goalkeeper for a long clearance. The ball landed in Arsenal's half and was headed by Zogbia to Aubameyang. Aubameyang dribbled the ball on the side of the penalty area, suddenly changed direction to deceive Jenkinson's centre of gravity, and then launched a high ball into the penalty area. Bentique out-jumped Mertesacker to head the ball towards goal, but unfortunately the ball flew too straight and was easily caught by Szczesny. The game has just begun, and Aston Villa have already had a shot on goal, looking to be in pretty good form. Now it's Arsenal's turn to attack, also going down the flanks. New signing Monreal received the ball and, anticipating Walcott's position, launched a long pass over the top. Walcott received the ball sideways, intending to dribble inside, but Bennett blocked his path. He could only flick the ball towards the byline, then floor the accelerator, easily creating space before crossing from the byline. The football soared high into the air and landed on the right side of the goal. Buck pointed at Lin Yun, signaling Clark to block him, and then jumped high, preparing to head the ball away. But before his head could touch the ball, his body was thrown to the ground as if he had been hit by a tank. Clark had been watching Lin Yun's positioning the whole time. When he saw Walcott cross the ball, he didn't even look at the ball and just kept following Lin Yun. Lin Yun rushed towards the landing point of the football, and he followed suit. Lin Yun jumped, and he jumped after him. Lin Yun headed the ball towards the goal, and he could only pray. Walcott crossed from the wing, and Lin Yun out-jumped 2 Aston Villa centre-backs to head the ball. Unfortunately, it went wide. The referee called a foul on Lin Yun. Look at this ball, Buck was preparing to head it away, but Lin Yun suddenly rushed over and knocked him away. Buck clutched his chest, and it took him a while to recover. Just as Lin Yun was about to reach out to pull him, Clark shoved him away violently and shouted at the approaching referee, "That's a malicious tackle. It's clearly a red card offense. He should be sent off." The referee gave him a speechless look and verbally warned Lin Yun, "Be careful, don't bump into people." This was a reasonable collision. Lin Yun glanced at Clark. "I was very careful, he was just too fragile." The referee shook his head. "I'll make my own judgment. Just be honest with yourselves." The game had just begun when both sides had their own forwards attempt a header, but unfortunately neither could score. As the game continued, the stronger Arsenal gradually took control of the match. Although Arsenal won the game against Bayern Munich, only Lin Yun was truly happy. The rest of the team actually felt very frustrated, and now they finally had a chance to vent. In the 3rd minute, Vermaelen intercepted the ball and launched a long pass from the backfield into the penalty area. Lin Yun rushed forward and caught the ball, and the linesman raised his little flag high. Offside. In the 10th minute, Wilshere passed the ball to the wing, and Walcott once again displayed his speed and passion, sweeping the ball into the penalty area from the side of the box. Lin Yun cleverly let the ball pass, and Diaby, who was following up, kicked the ball into the stands. In the 15th minute, Arsenal launched another attack. Wilshere and Walcott connected again and sent the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Lin Yun held his position firmly and gently pushed the ball into the penalty area. Cazorla rushed into the penalty area and fired a shot into the bottom left corner of the goal. Goal! Wilshere makes a through pass in the attacking third. Lin cleverly sends the ball into the penalty area. Cazorla. Offside? Was that ball offside? Cazorla knew he was offside, but he gambled the referee hadn't seen it, so he rushed to the sidelines to celebrate immediately after scoring. However, he only got halfway through his celebration when he saw the flag raised high in the linesman's hand. Aston Villa's defensive line pushed quite high, which gave Arsenal opportunities to play behind the defense, but also increased the chances of offside fouls. Perhaps they should have played more cautiously. Lin Yun shook his head and decided to simply walk into the restricted area this time, intending to temporarily set up camp there. Before we knew it, the game had reached the 20th minute. Walcott was playing exceptionally well today, and after receiving a pass from Wilshere, he once again made a dribbling attack. Moreover, the little tiger was quite bold this time, not taking his familiar side lanes, but instead directly charging forward from the middle. When he gets going, he's like a Ferrari. Taking advantage of the situation, and with the only defensive midfielder, Delph, being held back by Lin Yun, he actually managed to carry the ball all the way to almost the middle of Aston Villa's half. Lin Yun jogged to the edge of the penalty area to receive the pass, and Clark and Buck quickly followed, forming two walls behind him. Lin Yun pointed to his right, and Walcott understood immediately, passing the ball directly between Buck and Clark. Buck's first reaction was to stick out his leg to block the ball, while Clark instinctively reached out to pull Lin Yun. The one who tried to block the ball did nothing, but the one who grabbed Lin Yun's shoulder did manage to grab him, but he felt like he was holding on to a wild bull. The moment Walcott passed the ball, Lin Yun suddenly turned to the right, preparing to get behind Clark. Unexpectedly, Clark's movements were so fast and quite impolite. Lin Yun had already stepped into the penalty area, yet he still dared to pull him from behind. Lin Yun was furious. Instead of falling backward to ask for a penalty kick as he was being pulled, he tensed his right arm and swung it forward sharply. Clark was pulled forward and fell slightly, but unexpectedly, he ended up hanging on Lin Yun's back. The stands resounded with bursts of British classical music, interspersed with occasional shouts of "Holy crap!" A bizarre scene unfolded in the penalty area. Lin Yun, with a defender on his back, dribbled the ball towards the goal. Guzan was probably seeing such a spectacle for the first time, and his attack was a moment too slow. Lin Yun decisively unleashed a chip shot the instant he made his move, sending the ball into the right side of the goal. 1-0. Goal! It's Lin again. Not only did he score in his Champions League debut, but he also broke through the opponent's goal in his Premier League debut. It seems Lin Yun has found the best way to break the offside trap: hang a defender on your body. The last player to score like that in the Premier League was Drogba, and it's worth mentioning that many of Drogba's powerful goals of this type were scored against Arsenal. Arsenal fans had no time to think about Drogba at this moment, their minds were completely focused on Lin Yun. The moment Lin Yun scored, everyone's first reaction was one of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't counterfeit, but real gold. Don't think their concerns are unfounded, there are simply too many examples like this. The most typical example is Theo Walcott. He scored a hat-trick in his first official appearance for the national team, and everyone thought that it would be a piece of cake for him to break Bobby Charlton's record of 49 goals for England. But unexpectedly, 4 years later, his national team goal tally is still a pitiful 4. Lin Yun's performance against Bayern Munich in the last match was indeed godlike, but who knows if he used up all his luck in his life to play such a good game, and then he will fall like those shooting stars in football history who have shone briefly, plummeting down at a cliff-like speed. Fortunately, none of my worries came true. This kid is terrifyingly strong. After Lin Yun scored, he swung the ball forcefully, finally managing to throw Clark off and onto the ground. The referee rushed over and just then heard Lin Yun's icy voice. "If you really want my jersey, you can trade with me after the game. There's no need to be so violent." Clark stood up, looking at Lin Yun with a mixture of anger and embarrassment, not daring to utter another word. Lin Yun then ran to the sidelines to celebrate, and his teammates followed. However, they all curiously pinched his arm, wondering where he got such superhuman strength from his physique. In the 20th minute of the match, Lin Yun opened the scoring for Arsenal, giving the Gunners a temporary 1-0 lead over Aston Villa at home. After watching the first 20 minutes of the match, Arsenal's die-hard fans probably couldn't help but feel like they had travelled through time, as if they were seeing the Arsenal team from 10 years ago that made the entire Premier League cry for their lives, and seeing the peak representatives of numbers 10, 14, and 11. Then they were overwhelmed by a feeling called, "My youth is back," and couldn't help but spit out, "This is what a Gunners team is like." How long has it been since they've seen such a dynamic, resilient, thoughtful, and impactful Arsenal? Looking at Lin Yun's youthful face, they felt for the first time in 8 years that the future was so bright. One generation will eventually grow old, but there will always be someone young. The game continues. Aston Villa rallied briefly after falling behind, launching 2 decent attacks, but their performance quickly returned to normal, and they continued to be dominated by Arsenal. Lin Yun did not stay in the penalty area as a pivot, but actively dropped back to participate in the midfield defense and organization, and then frequently turned around to use his speed to attack Aston Villa's defense. Villa's defenders suffered greatly, using every trick in the book to barely contain this man-eating monster. Unfortunately, it's all temporary. In the 38th minute of the match, Lin Yun opened his bloodthirsty maw again. Mertesacker, affectionately known as the model by Chinese fans, made a brilliant interception and passed the ball to Monreal on the wing. After a 1-2 between Monreal and Wilshere, the ball was brought to midfield, and a diagonal pass was made to Lin Yun. Lin Yun leaned on Clark and passed the ball back to Cazorla, then turned and charged past Clark's interception once again, reaching the edge of the penalty area. Only Buck remained between him and the goalkeeper. Cazorla flicked the ball gently, sending it soaring high into the air before landing in front of Lin Yun. Lin Yun charged forward with all his might, and before the ball even hit the ground, he kicked it hard. A powerful shot, a beautiful volley in midair. Goal! Lin May blossoms for the second time. This time it was a powerful yet beautiful volley. At this moment, I think many Arsenal fans, like me, are reminded of Robin van Persie once again, because this kind of shooting style is exactly what the Dutchman excels at. But I'm sure many people, like me, have finally forgotten about Van Persie at this moment, because we already have Lin. Although he only played 1.5 games for Arsenal, we are absolutely certain that he is the new king of the guns. After scoring, Lin Yun excitedly rushed to the sidelines, leaped high, and unleashed a rising dragon punch. Walcott was the first to arrive again, and he opened his arms to give Lin Yun a big hug. After falling behind by 2 goals, Aston Vieira seemed to have completely given up on the game, at least for the first half, with the entire team retreating to defense and barely managing to hold on until the end of the first half. Neither manager made any adjustments in the second half, but Villa played a bit tougher and quickly scored. Nzogbia headed the ball across on a counter-attack, and Vyman broke through to 25 yards out and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot that rolled past Szczesny into the net. 2-1. This was Aston Villa's 999th Premier League goal, but unfortunately it didn't bring the team a victory. Instead, it ignited the anger of their opponents, leading to another, even fiercer offensive. The ball was quickly passed from the backfield and then rapidly advanced to the midfield. Wilshere and Arteta completed a 1-2 pass, then the ball was passed to the left wing. Monreal had somehow made his way to the attacking third, received the ball on the left wing, and then decisively delivered a diagonal pass to the goal. This time, Lin Yun transformed from King Kong into a nimble fox, nimbly dodging the defender's interception and easily slotting the ball into the net. 3-1. Following his phenomenal Champions League debut, he delivered a perfect first performance in the Premier League as well. To his displeasure, Wenger substituted him shortly after he completed his hat-trick. Wenger waited on the sidelines, reached out and shook his hand firmly, and said, "Don't have a cold face. I'm doing this for your own good. I need you to be in the best condition for the next game." The next match? Who? Oh, Tottenham. Shall we go for it? Reality is indeed more outrageous than fiction. Who the hell would dare to write about the Tottenham Hotspur storyline from last night? End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Perfect Nova. With Lin Yun's hat-trick, Arsenal defeated Aston Villa 3-1 at home, securing their third consecutive league win and maintaining their fourth-place ranking. After the 27th round of the Premier League, a magical scene appeared on the standings. Apart from Manchester United's commanding lead with 68 points, the teams ranked 2nd through 5th are separated by only 1 point. Manchester City is 2nd with 52 points, Tottenham Hotspur is 3rd with 51 points, Arsenal is 4th with 50 points, and Chelsea, who lost this round, has fallen out of the Champions League zone with 49 points. The following is a summary of the most notable events in this round of the Premier League by NetEase Sports. 1. Best match, West Ham United 2-3 Tottenham Hotspur. The London Derby, the last match of this round of the Premier League, truly lived up to its reputation as the grand finale, combining excitement and intensity with a thrilling and unpredictable turn of events. Bale continued his recent stellar performance, opening the scoring for Tottenham with a low left-footed shot. However, the home side West Ham responded quickly, with Carroll winning a penalty and converting it to equalize. In the second half, Joe Cole scored a brilliant goal from a very tight angle, and Sigurdsson scored in a goalmouth scramble to bring both sides back to level terms. In the final minute of the match, Bale had his hero moment. He unleashed a stunning left-footed strike from outside the penalty area, securing a 3-2 comeback victory for Tottenham. 2. Most regrettable missed opportunity, Lampard's penalty kick goes to waste. The match between Manchester City and Chelsea was the highlight of this round. The Blues had a certain advantage at one point, with their best chance coming when Demba Ba won a penalty in a one-on-one situation. Lampard's shot was decent, but Hart guessed it perfectly, and Chelsea's 200th goal will have to be postponed again. 3. The worst nightmare, Waters suffers a series of misfortunes. Stoke City's Waters has been on a run of bad luck since his own goal and missed penalty in the match against Chelsea. In this away game against Fulham, he volunteered to take a penalty in the second half, but his shot was weak and powerless, and was easily saved by Schwarzer. It seems that Waters should go to church more often to pray. 4. Best goals, Cissé's flying shot and Lin Yun's violent aesthetics. Newcastle striker Cissé seems to have a knack for unleashing two spectacular long-range shots every season. He stunned everyone at Stamford Bridge last season, and this round he delivered another breathtaking long-range effort. Newcastle goalkeeper Krol launched a long free kick from the backfield, which bounced off the ground and landed in front of Cissé. Cissé, from nearly 30 meters outside the penalty area, unleashed a powerful volley that found the back of the net, leaving the goalkeeper helpless. In contrast to Cissé's unpredictable curve, Arsenal's young goalkeeper Lin Yun's was rather unremarkable, but the scene of him carrying the opposing defender into the penalty area to complete the shot was even more stunning. The best player, Bale single-handedly saved the day. Lin Yun continued to impress. Tottenham have scored 10 goals in their last 6 games, with Gareth Bale accounting for 8 of them. In this round's London Derby against West Ham, Tottenham once again narrowly escaped defeat thanks to Bale's golden left foot. The Welshman not only opened the scoring but also scored a stunning long-range goal in the 90th minute to seal the victory. He was not only the undisputed man of the match but also the undisputed man of the round. Of course, Arsenal fans will certainly disagree with Bale being named Player of the Week, because in the match against Aston Villa, young player Lin Yun once again delivered a divine performance, scoring 3 goals in 60 minutes, which not only completely won over the Gunners fans, but also made everyone marvel at Wenger's eye for talent once again. In the upcoming 28th round, Arsenal will visit White Hart Lane for the exciting North London Derby, where Lin Yun and Bale will compete against each other. Whether it's the historical rivalry between the two sides, the mere 1-point difference, or the direct confrontation between the Premier League's current superstar Gareth Bale and rising star Lin Yun, this match will attract countless eyes. Arsenal beating Aston Villa isn't news, a loss is. So there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy about this match. However, Lin Yun's hat-trick in the 60th minute still propelled him and Nana to the top of the trending topics. 10 goals in a single youth team match could be attributed to a weak opponent, and 4 goals in a single Champions League match could be attributed to a lack of attention or familiarity from the opponent. However, to score a hat-trick in the Premier League under close marking has now definitively cemented Lin Yun's reputation as a prodigy. However, there is never a shortage of people who want to be unconventional and make trouble. Just as Lin Yun made a stunning debut, the Sun, not wanting to cause any trouble, helped Nana's fans review history and reminded them not to be too happy too soon. Lin's Premier League debut was impressive enough, but his hat-trick in his first Premier League appearance is not the first in history, because someone had done it before him, and coincidentally, that person was also an Arsenal player. Pennant, a product of the Notts County Youth Academy, transferred to Arsenal in 1999 at the age of 16 for £2.5 million. He made his Premier League debut for the Gunners in 2003, but incredibly scored a hat-trick in just 10 minutes in his first game. No one expected that these 3 goals would be Pennant's entire 6-year career with Arsenal, and no one knew whether this would also be Lin Yun's future at Arsenal. It was logical and well-founded, but no one believed it. Pennant is indeed a prodigy, and was even once compared to Henry, but compared to Lin Yun, an old guy who almost only exists in Pro Evolution Soccer 10 is obviously nothing. Although he has only played 2 games, Lin Yun has already become a hot candidate for this year's Golden Boy Award. In the 2013 Top 10 Rising Stars selected by 442, Lin Yun beat Pogba, Götze, Draxler, Varane, Chamberlain and others to rank first. The world of football has never lacked outstanding idols with both good looks and excellent skills, but only 2 or 3 can stand at the top. With Beckham nearing retirement and Kaká no longer in the limelight, major media outlets are in dire need of a new standard-bearer. Cristiano Ronaldo is controversial in many ways, Messi's looks are inconsistent and he has a height disadvantage. Originally, Brazilian prodigy Neymar was the top seed, but Lin Yun's sudden emergence has undoubtedly given everyone a better choice. He has both good looks and great skills, and he's also the kind of guy who can appeal to both Eastern and Western aesthetics. Plus, he had a dream start to his career. To outsiders, Lin Yun is now so perfect that it's almost unreal. Even if he is a shooting star, he is destined to be the most dazzling one. Hodgson, who had only watched 60 minutes of the game at the Emirates Stadium, did not hesitate any longer. He got Lin Yun's number the next day and called him that night. The opening remarks were almost identical to Wenger's. "So, Lin, are you ready to become the next Irving?" End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Demon vs Wukong. If you had to pick the most regrettable name from England's long list of star players, Michael Owen would definitely be in the top 3, or even at the top. After the 1998 World Cup, the young star became the white moonlight in the hearts of countless people. Even though he is now riddled with injuries and no longer at his peak, he is still an unforgettable figure for countless fans of the Three Lions. Placing him on the same level as Irving is basically like Wenger telling a kid, "Are you ready to be the next Henry, Van Persie/Fabregas?" Many players only find out whether they've made the national team when the roster is officially announced. Usually, only the team's big shots would receive a call from the head coach. Lin Yun didn't expect to receive a call from Hodgson after only playing 2 games. England is in a precarious situation right now, having finished second in their group in the 2014 World Cup qualifiers and potentially having to play in the playoffs. This is somewhat unworthy of their reputation as the kings of qualifying. Hodgson approaching them at this time is a question of whether to praise their boldness or say that the old man has gone mad. In fact, Hodgson is quite bold in using new players. Although the main framework of the national team is still a few old guys, he has brought a lot of young players in the qualifying matches. Lin Yun was quite confident that he could be selected, but he just did not expect it to happen so quickly. "Irving? Sorry, I don't want to be like him," Lin Yun said. After all, he's about to retire and he's only scored 41 goals for the national team. Hodgson paused for a moment. Or perhaps it wasn't just once, but rather they were directly frightened by the child's tone. Judging from Lin Yun's low-key demeanor, he thought this kid was honest and simple, or at least humble and cautious. He never expected him to be so arrogant, even a bit conceited. That's Owen, the current top scorer for the national team and England's last Ballon d'Or winner. Hodgson would be laughing all the way to the bank if the team had a mini Irving, so why do you call him so insignificant? "So, how many goals do you think you could score for the national team?" "That depends on how much you trust me," Lin Yun said, switching hands to hold the phone. "You might want to look to Wenger for an example. He trusts me a lot, and it seems he's been rewarded quite well." Hodgson realized that the kid was trying to get playing time from him. Other kids would be so happy to secretly fart in the national team's locker room that they'd throw a 3-day party. This son of a bitch isn't satisfied with just making the roster, he wants to play right away. Hodgson considered it for a moment, then said, "All right, let's make a bet." Well, as expected of England. Britain, a bizarre country where everyone is a gambling addict, even gambles on whether their own cat will cheat on them. If you can score in this North London derby, I wouldn't mind giving you some playing time in the next World Cup qualifier to prove yourself. Is it a deal? It's a deal. Hodgson was still a little dazed even after hanging up the phone. He originally thought that Lin Yun would be so excited after receiving his call that she would call him Dad, but he never expected that things would turn out this way inexplicably. For a moment, Old Hua couldn't figure out whether this kid was an oddball or a genius. I hope it's not another Balotelli. Hodgson thought with a headache. Here, Lin Yun has another reason to crush Tottenham. But Tottenham was actually not an easy opponent at that time. If we could turn back time 10 or 8 years, Arsenal could easily crush Tottenham, but the current Tottenham is a tough nut to crack, and has been Arsenal's biggest enemy in their quest for a top 4 finish every year. It won't be easy for Arsenal to remove this thorn in their side at White Hart Lane. However, a derby is all about head-to-head competition and going all out. Wenger couldn't think of any dirty tricks for the time being, so he could only prepare for the match step by step. With 7 goals in 2 games, Lin Yun is undoubtedly the starting centre forward and will likely be a key target for the opposing team's research. Meanwhile, the professor is also worrying himself sick about how to deal with Bale. At times like these, he would silently watch Walcott, sighing with disappointment and frustration. When he went to Southampton to woo Theo Walcott, he also had his eye on Gareth Bale. However, Bale was still a left-back at the time, while Nana already had Ashley Cole and Gael Clichy. Naturally, Wenger would not consider this strange-looking Welsh boy anymore and only brought back a little tiger. Walcott initially lived up to expectations, putting up a very good start, but who knew that after so many years he would still be the same as before, and even seem to have regressed. On the contrary, Bale, after moving forward, seemed to have unlocked a superpower, making rapid progress all the way, and this season he has become one of the most threatening attacking players in the Premier League. Luckily, I still have Lin. To find some comfort, the professor turned his gaze to Lin Yun, which made him feel a little better. But then he immediately thought that if he had bought Bale back then, his team would now have Bale on the left, Walcott on the right, and Lin Yun in front. His good mood immediately turned into a bitter feeling, like swallowing an expired hamburger. Everyone, run 10 laps. Ah. Holy crap. No. Both teams are preparing intensively, and the outside world is full of expectations for this match. This time, the media naturally stopped hyping up the old pairing of Bale and Walcott, and instead focused on Lin Yun and Bale. One was a prodigy who became a sensation across Europe right from his debut, the other was an inspirational figure who struggled in his early career but rose to prominence after switching to winger. One was a prodigy whom Wenger spotted at first sight, the other was a hidden talent whom Wenger could have easily acquired but let go. With Adebayor facing his former club, this North London derby quickly became one of the most watched Premier League matches in recent years, even showing signs of overshadowing the Manchester derby. With everyone eagerly anticipating it, the day of the competition arrived quickly. Arsenal's players arrived at White Hart Lane amid boos from Tottenham fans. White Hart Lane, a very poetic name. But for Arsenal, this place is anything but poetic, it's even somewhat disgusting. Arsenal have a clear advantage in historical encounters between the two teams, but have only managed 2 draws and 2 losses in their last 4 visits to White Hart Lane. Oh. England manager Roy Hodgson is in the stands again. This is his 3rd consecutive appearance at an Arsenal match. Who is he here to scout? Wilshere? Walcott? Or Lin Yun? End of this chapter. Chapter 22. As everyone knows, Arsenal has 1 tall and 1 fast player. In the locker room, Wenger looked very serious and patiently repeated the main tactics before starting to offer some motivational advice. Guys, Tottenham is not an easy opponent. We can lose to any team, but we can't lose to Tottenham, or the fans will kill us. If Lin Yun remembered correctly, they had lost to Tottenham more than once or twice, so how come these people are still alive and well? Some of you may be playing in a derby for the first time, but you should know how brutal a derby can be. I have no experience to teach you, but I hope you remember one thing: don't be weak. Be brave and don't be afraid of physical confrontation. When you are fouled, don't rely on the referee, you have to take it on yourself and then retaliate fiercely. This is a very unprofessional Wenger. Compared to his usual refined manners, today's Wenger is more like a suit-wearing thug ready to break into someone's home and rob them. Not only was his tone fierce, but his expression also carried a hint of ferocity, making him quite unfamiliar to people. In the players' tunnel, even childhood friends Walcott and Bale didn't catch up. They seemed to be deliberately avoiding contact, keeping their distance from each other, let alone the others. Lin Yun felt an atmosphere even more suffocating than the Champions League, as if the air was filled with floating powder, just waiting for a spark to blast the space where they were together to smithereens. Upon arriving at the stadium, various menacing slogans came into view, while a torrent of friendly greetings poured in from the stands. Only by truly immersing yourself in this atmosphere can you understand why the fans here place football at the height of their lives. Because here there are class and regional struggles, family lineages passed down through generations, and grudges and resentments sown since the city was first established. The home team's fans hurled insults at every away team fan as if they were their father's killers. From 80-year-old men to 4-year-old toddlers, everyone was swearing and yelling for the visiting team to die. It's not that they're really that dark-hearted, or that they're really that aggressive, or that they really hate that player. It's just that the tradition is there, the atmosphere is there, and everyone is like they're heading to a crazy party. Before the party even starts, they're already trying to get themselves drunk, and then they're cheering and cursing with a bunch of strangers in the freezing cold. Everyone tacitly leaves their purest emotions to this green field, honestly accepting the good, the bad, the heart-stopping, the hormone-fueled moments. It's all fine, because football is the mother of football. Lin Yun stood at the back of his team, and the opposing center, Adebayor, entered the field alongside him. A true traitor. Weighing 200 pounds, 190 pounds is the rebellious kind. He is obsessed with money and once publicly declared that he would go to Antarctica to play football for money. He also once ran 100 meters just to slide on his knees to celebrate with his former team's fans at the closest point. He almost went bankrupt because he had to support dozens of strange relatives from his hometown. He was also despised and cursed by his own people because he showed off his luxury house and cars every day but was unwilling to give his motherland a single bit of help in its time of crisis. His career has taken him to Monaco, Arsenal, Manchester City, and Real Madrid, but no team's fans have ever really cared about him. He looked at Lin Yun, a smile playing on his lips that even he himself didn't understand. "I heard that old man really likes you." "It's all right," Lin Yun shrugged. "Outstanding people are never short of admirers." "Go to hell, I can already see it. You're going to have a terrible future. You won't have a good ending hanging out with him," Adebayor scoffed. "He used to like me so much, but look at him now." "Now?" Lin Yun made a puzzled expression. "Why would he like a piece of trash now?" Adebayor's expression froze, his fists clenched. "Who are you calling trash?" "You guess." Lin Yun gave him a gentle smile, but after waiting for a long time without seeing him raise his fist, he could only follow Wilshire into the stadium in disappointment. Those outside were unaware that the two forwards had already engaged in a friendly exchange, and the commentators continued to harp on the issue between Wenger and Bale. Back then, Wenger took Walcott and Chamberlain from the Southampton training camp, but he overlooked Gareth Bale, the best graduate from the Southampton training camp. I wonder if he regrets it even a little now, and if Bale has any urge to prove something to the professor. Both sides adopted the exact same 4-2-3-1 formation. Let's take a look at Tottenham Hotspur's starting lineup. Goalkeeper, 25 Loris. Defenders, 28 Walker, 20 Dawson, 5 Vertonghen, 32 Hector. Midfielders, 19 Dembele, 8 Parker. Midfielders, 7 Lennon, 22 Sigurdsson, 11 Bale. Forward, 10 Adebayor. Arsenal largely retained their starting 11 from the previous match against Aston Villa, with Wenger only replacing the injured Diaby with Ramsey. However, Wilshere was moved to the attacking midfield position. Goalkeeper, 1 Szczesny. Defenders, 25 Jenkinson, 4 Mertesacker, 5 Vermaelen, 17 Monreal. Midfielders, 16 Ramsey, 8 Arteta. Midfielders, 14 Walcott, 10 Wilshere, 19 Cazorla. Forward, 11 Lin Yun. Tottenham kicked off first. Adebayor stood in the center circle, staring fiercely at Lin Yun like a real wild beast. Lin Yun put his left hand on his hip and his right hand on his thigh, subtly beckoning him with his index finger. "Come on if you dare." The whistle blew, and Adebayor received the pass and charged straight at Lin Yun with the ball. Lin Yun didn't hold back and immediately slid down and launched a flying tackle. He thought he was fast enough, but he didn't expect there to be someone just as ruthless as him. Just as he fell to the ground and stretched out his leg, Wilshere next to him did the same thing, and even more nimbly than him. Wilshere was a bit too far away and a little too slow, but he still managed to tackle Adebayor and the ball to the ground at almost the same time. The referee had just put the whistle down when he hurriedly picked it up again, put it in his mouth, and blew it loudly. Beep. Wow. 2 pieces of trash, executioners. Ha ha ha, that's it. Kick that Judas to death. This. Arsenal committed a foul in the very first second after the kickoff. Former Arsenal player Adebayor was tackled to the ground by Wilshere and Lin Yun. Embarrassingly, even though Adebayor was rolling on the ground, not a single Tottenham player went to check on him. Everyone looked at the referee, waiting for his decision. The referee glanced at Wilshere, then at Lin Yun, pulled out a yellow card, and raised it high at the minor threat. Wilshere. Why are you targeting me? I'm just an accomplice. Lin Yun didn't know how to explain it to him for a moment. After all, Wilshere doesn't have his looks, and some things that seem commonplace to him are indeed hard for others to understand. An unexpected turn of events. The game had only just begun when an Arsenal player received a yellow card. Wait, judging from the slow-motion replay, it seems like it was Lin Yun who tackled Adebayor. Wilshere's card was a bit unfair. Since he'd already taken the blame, Wilshere had no choice but to accept it. He punched Lin Yun's chest with his little fist. You owe me one. On the other side, Adebayor covered his face and screamed for a long time. When no one paid attention to him, he could only stand up. But when he heard Sigurdsson say that the yellow card was only given to Wilshere, he immediately exploded. Amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, he charged toward the referee, shouting, "Wrong! Wrong! No, not wrong! It should have been 2 yellow cards, no, 1 red card. That dark-haired kid, he tackled me, he should have gotten a red card." The referee was also puzzled by what had gotten into this guy. He tried to push him but couldn't move him, so he could only explain, "I saw it. His movement was indeed very big, but the one who tackled you was number 10, and number 11 kicked the football." "Screw number 10, it's clearly number 11, what do you look like, anyway? You're seeing things wrong. Now, get back to your positions and stop wasting everyone's time." "Really? Holy crap." The referee pulled out the yellow gem card once again. Adebayor seems very dissatisfied with the decision just now, and he was a bit agitated. He was also shown a yellow card by the referee. Tottenham fans were speechless. What the hell is going on? Adebayor was dumbfounded until his teammates pulled him aside, at which point he seemed to snap out of his daze. He looked like he didn't think 1 yellow card was enough and wanted to rush up and get another one. Tottenham manager Villas-Boas on the sidelines was going crazy. He finally understands Mourinho's pain. Mourinho has never submitted to anyone in his life, except for Balotelli, who made him completely submissive. And Villas-Boas, who has seen many big occasions, is now completely subdued by Adebayor. Wenger was even more impressed with Lin Yun. Even if Lin Yun had received that yellow card, it would have been worth it. Arsenal has let go of many players, and many have had conflicts with fans, but if we're talking about the players that fans hate the most, Adebayor is definitely number 1. Lin Yun has become the perfect substitute for all Arsenal fans. They already loved him to death, and now he's definitely the next Henry. Wenger clapped and clicked his tongue in amazement, muttering a string of French words that, if translated, would be something like, "This kid knows how to get things done." After a lot of noise and more than 3 minutes had passed, the game could finally resume. Tottenham take the kickoff. Dembele sent a long pass directly to the left to find Bale. Bale was being closely marked by Jenkinson, who deliberately passed the ball ahead of time, giving Bale space to rush up and receive it. Once Bale got going, Jenkinson couldn't stop him at all, and could only watch helplessly as Bale rushed past him and took the ball away with a flick of his left foot. Arteta rushed over to cover, and as soon as he got close, he launched a sliding tackle just like Lin Yun's, but Bale simply accelerated past him. The ball was touched a bit too far, almost rolling to Vermaelen's feet. The Arsenal captain was about to step forward to clear it when Bale unexpectedly arrived first and blasted the ball away in front of him. The ball flew straight towards the left side of the goal. Before Szczesny could make a save, Mertesacker beat him to it and bravely blocked the ball with his body. Pretty. Szczesny gave a thumbs up and quickly cleared the ball with a long kick before Adebayor could follow up with a shot. The ball reached the vicinity of the center circle, and Wilshere leaped high, forcefully heading the ball to Lin Yun. Lin Yun had just received the ball sideways when Sigurdsson came charging at him head-on. He swayed left and right repeatedly, but Sigurdsson remained as steady as a mountain. There was no other way but to play a 1-2 with Wilshere. But just as he received Wilshere's pass back behind Sigurdsson, fullback Hector immediately stepped in front of him. Lin Yun quickly changed direction, flicked the ball sideways, and headed towards the wing. Hector followed him closely, without moving his feet, forcing him to walk towards the outside. Lin Yun had no choice but to forcefully flick the ball and accelerate to get rid of the man, but by the time he had truly shaken off Hector, the ball was already near the baseline. Lin Yun intended to stop the ball on the baseline, throw it out, and then turn around and pass it to Wilshere to organize the attack. However, in a quick glance out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to see a red and white figure rushing into the penalty area. Without thinking twice, I quickly flicked the ball with the inside of my foot. The football flew towards the goal, while Lin Yun himself fell out of bounds. He quickly stood up and looked towards the goal. The football flew over Dawson's head and landed at the far post. Like a tiger cub descending a mountain to hunt for food, Walcott leaped just before the ball flew past him, sending both himself and the ball flying into the goal. 0-1. Goal. Bale took the first shot of the game, but the ball was blocked by an Arsenal defender. Rin quickly dribbled down the wing and crossed the ball to help Walcott open the scoring. The game has only been going on for less than 5 minutes, and Arsenal have already broken through Tottenham's defense. In the studio of Cena Sports, Jean June clapped his hands together and a memorable quote came out of his mouth. Lin Yun crossed the ball, Walcott leaped and scored. As we all know, Arsenal has one tall player and one fast player. Well, the fast one is Lin Yun, and the tall one is Walcott. Lin Yun is indeed fast, but his speed is nothing compared to Walcott's, and Walcott is not really that tall. This guy's official height is 1.76 meters, which is average for an average person, but on a football field, especially among tall defenders, he's a short guy. Walcott lay in the Tottenham goal, shook his head before waking up, and immediately rushed towards Lin Yun like a madman. Lin Yun stood still, opened his arms, and caught the small tiger that was flying towards him. Laurie walked through the door and kicked the football lying inside the goalposts in frustration. He could never have imagined that his nightmare had only just begun. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. The horse gallops swiftly like the wind, the bowstring twangs like thunder. Congratulations to Lin for his first assist at Arsenal. In just 3 games, or more precisely, 2 games and 5 minutes, he has achieved 7 goals and 1 assist. Such efficiency is simply unheard of. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through. Lin Yun quickly dribbled down the wing and crossed the ball, Walcott made a run into the middle and headed the ball towards the goal. The roles of the two players have changed, but the effect they achieved was surprisingly consistent. If you lack the technology, make up for it with speed. One of the main highlights of this match was the speed duel between Bale and Walcott, 2 lightning bolts in the Premier League, but unexpectedly, Lin Yun suddenly barged in and became one of the protagonists of this speed contest. Villas-Boas on the sidelines had a deep frown on his brow. Lin Yun was considered the biggest threat, so keeping him away from the penalty area was the most normal and correct approach. But unexpectedly, even when he was forced to the corner flag, he was still able to pass the ball out. The match continued, and Tottenham kicked off again. Adebayor obediently passed the ball back this time, and the Tottenham midfielder briefly passed it around before trying to open up the game again from the wing. During this period, Tottenham's main strategy was to attack from both wings. The Lennon-Bale combination was almost unstoppable, and Tottenham had possession of the ball almost entirely under their control. Wenger also resolutely deployed his defensive forces to both flanks, and the two sides engaged in a battle of wits and courage on the flanks. The ball was passed to the left, and it's Bale's time to shine again. He dribbles past Arteta. Bale easily broke through with a simple nutmeg, continuing his rampage down the left flank. Even Arsenal's arch-rivals, Arsenal's players and fans couldn't help but secretly admire him. The Premier League has no shortage of track and field athletes, almost every team has one or two speedsters on the pitch. But the only ones who can utilize speed to its fullest potential are Owen and Bale. Walcott's speed is comparable to Bale's, and even slightly surpasses it, but he just doesn't have Bale's explosiveness. Not to mention Bale's long-range shooting ability, he often makes a strong breakthrough and then suddenly unleashes a shot, making him impossible to defend against. Szczesny soon faced Bale's long-range shot test. After Bale dribbled past Arteta, he used a sharp change of direction to get past Vermaelen, who was blocking his way, and at the same time took a big step inward with the ball. The two consecutive dribbles were extremely simple, yet visually impactful, making even a master like Lin Yun envious. Bale dribbled past Vermaelen and immediately unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. The ball was of very high quality, extremely powerful, and with a very tricky angle, but it just lacked a bit of luck, hitting the junction of the goalpost and crossbar with a loud thud. The ball bounced back into the penalty area, and Adebayor suddenly burst out and poked it in. Szczesny, who was startled by Bale's long-range shot, made a superb save, narrowly blocking the ball with one hand. Mertesacker quickly cleared the ball with a long kick, and Arsenal escaped a close call. Bale takes a long-range shot with his left foot. Unfortunately, it's just a little short. Adebayor scores on the rebound, Szczesny makes a world-class save, Mertesacker passes the ball to midfield, Wilshere gets the ball, and Arsenal launches a counter-attack. After receiving the ball, Lin Yun immediately turned and headed straight for the Tottenham penalty area. Dawson and Vertonghen, as if by reflex, followed closely on the left and right. Wilshere controlled the ball and immediately passed it to Ramsey. He then made a rapid forward run, intending to play a 1-2 with Ramsey. However, Ramsey was faster than him and didn't even stop the ball. He simply poked it forward and charged forward with the ball, turning the play into a parallel run with Wilshere. Dembele and Parker quickly intercepted Ramsey from the front, attacking him from the left and right front respectively. Wilshere quickly made a lateral run to get out of Dembele's defensive range, while reaching out for the ball. "You should send it now, right?" As a result, Ramsey seemed not to see him at all, and just as Dembele and Parker were about to come in front of him, he suddenly flicked his toe hard. The football soared high and landed near the Tottenham penalty area line. Lin Yun broke free from Vertonghen and Dawson's pull and charged towards the football like an arrow. Lloris didn't rush out, but calmly moved a few steps to the center of the goal. He had studied Lin Yun's characteristics. This kid was quite ferocious when he charged, but he was very clever when he shot, mostly using tricky shots from various angles. So he felt that as long as he was calm enough, he would have a chance to save Lin Yun's one-on-one chance. Unfortunately, his research was not thorough enough, otherwise, he would have known that although Lin Yun did not like long-range shots, he possessed a world-class volley. Just when everyone thought Lin Yun would stop the ball steadily and then dribble straight towards the goal, he didn't even think twice and unleashed a powerful shot at the falling ball. He leaped into the air, spread his arms to the sides, and slammed his left foot hard into the middle of the soccer ball. In that instant, he seemed to have special effects of his own, so dazzling that no one could look away. Everyone seemed to hear the loud bang of the football being hit. The football left the foot and flew straight into the top left corner of the goal. Lloris stood there without reacting. Goal! Ramsey chipped the ball over two defenders, Lin Yun beat the offside trap, and volleyed it in. Goal! Arsenal are leading 2-0 in the 7th minute. What's wrong with Tottenham? The moment the ball entered the goal, Lin Yun rushed to the sidelines and glided across the field on his knees for more than 10 meters. While sliding to his knees, he clenched his left fist and placed it at his side, while his right hand was placed near his mouth. Extend your index finger and place it in front of your lips. Internationally recognized hand gesture, shut up. Looking at that cold, stern face, the home fans were actually silent for a moment before erupting into even louder boos. Shoo! Go to hell. Where's the referee? Is he dead or blind? That ball was offside. Neutral fans couldn't tell whether Arsenal was too good or Tottenham was too bad, the only thing they were sure of was that Lin Yun's shot was absolutely explosive. The posture is graceful, the movements are swift, and the beauty is like a painting. Damn it, I suddenly really want to be that soccer ball and let him kick me. Damn, you're just shooting at this ball like that. That's incredibly daring. Is it possible that it's not that he doesn't want to stop the ball, but that he simply doesn't know how to stop it. Like Ronaldo, your shooting technique is too bad, so you can only get past the goalkeeper and shoot into an empty net, right? Can someone explain whether it's because Wenger is too awesome, or because Tottenham is too bad? Wilshere and Ramsey also performed a long knee slide, rushing to Lin Yun's sides, shaking his shoulders frantically, and shouting something loudly. On the sidelines, Wenger clenched his fist and swung it heavily into the air, letting out a roar as well. Pretty. The camera pans to the Tottenham players. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. The kind of confusion that comes with asking, who am I? Where am I? What am I seeing? What was initially thought to be a closely contested battle turned into a complete shock from the very beginning. Lloris retrieved the ball from the goal for the second time and kicked it hard towards midfield. The replay of the goal appeared on the screen. With the aid of slow motion, the power and beauty of this shot are elevated to another level. The lighting, movement, expression, and everything else seem to have been meticulously crafted and refined, achieving perfection in every aspect. It feels like a commercial is being filmed. He's scored in 3 consecutive games. Arsenal bought a goal-scoring machine with incredible efficiency for less than $3 million. I can't even imagine how many goals he can score in a season. Is Messi's record of 91 goals in a year about to be surpassed? When we see a young player perform exceptionally well, we always like to describe him as the new so-and-so, because there are too many unforgettable superstars in football history. No matter what kind of player he is, we can find similar references in history. But we seem to rarely see a player with characteristics like Lin Yun. He is as strong as Drogba, as agile as Van Nistelrooy, as fast as Owen, and has a superb shooting skill like Van Persie. He's not perfect, at least so far we haven't seen him score after a series of dribbles, nor have we seen a convincing, powerful header. But as a striker, he's already a dream player. Modern football places increasingly higher demands on strikers, requiring them to possess shooting skills, physicality, and speed. The era of relying on a single skill seems to be over. This has resulted in a growing number of all-around strikers in world football, but the result of being all-around is that they are not all-around. Those who leave a lasting impression are still those with distinct characteristics, forcing us to question whether the all-around striker is merely a theory and an ideal. However, Lin Yun's emergence has shown us the possibility of this theory becoming a reality. In fact, there are quite a few all-around center forwards. There's Shevchenko in the past, Torres in the middle, and Lewandowski more recently. They may not be all-around or all-around excellent, but at least they don't have any obvious weaknesses in the hard indicators of a center forward. Compared to them, Lin Yun gives the impression that he is even more outstanding in every aspect. Hodgson, watching from the stands, maintained excellent composure, displaying only a calm and collected smile, as if he would never lose his composure, firmly establishing his image as a renowned coach. It seemed like he lost the bet with Lin Yun, but it also seemed like he didn't. Let's see. Tottenham took the ball for the 3rd time from the center circle. With the support of their home fans, their confusion didn't last long. Instead, they seemed to be awakened and launched a fierce attack. Arsenal, leading by 2 goals, seemed not to be satisfied yet. Instead of knowing when to stop, they launched an even more aggressive attack. The pace of the game was incredibly fast, with both sides seemingly attacking each other, and the ball moving back and forth in their respective penalty areas almost every minute. In the 9th minute, Lennon dribbled past Monreal on the right wing and crossed the ball. Mertesacker headed the ball away, but it hit Dembele's head and bounced out of bounds. Arsenal breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the crisis was over, but the referee made a mistake and awarded Tottenham a corner kick. From the slow-motion replay, it definitely should have been a goal kick. Mertesacker and Vermaelen were arguing with the referee. Mertesacker looked a bit agitated, and Vermaelen pulled him away. The referee withdrew his hand from the card, signaling to Tottenham to quickly take the kick off. Lennon's corner kick landed right in the middle of the penalty area, and Adebayor jumped high to head the ball, but unfortunately he didn't get enough power in it, and Szczesny easily caught it. It was Arsenal's turn to attack. The ball was passed to the wing by Szczesny, and Walcott was responsible for advancing. Unfortunately, Walcott did not have the ability to turn the wing into his own private corridor like Bale. After dribbling the ball across the halfway line, he hurriedly passed it to Cazorla. Cazorla made a diagonal pass from the right side of the penalty area, and Lin Yun managed to get a shot off despite Vertonghen's close marking, but unfortunately, he was too focused on the angle and the ball went just wide of the goal. Arsenal missed a golden opportunity, and Tottenham soon squandered one as well. Sigurdsson played a through ball down the middle, sending it directly into the penalty area, but he overestimated Bale's speed. Bale's agility was almost unstoppable, and he couldn't catch up with the overly preemptive through ball. Szczesny quickly ran out of the goal, picked up the ball, and ran past Bale before throwing it hard as he prepared to run out of the penalty area. After controlling the ball with his chest, Arteta immediately passed it to Wilshere. Wilshere calmly shook off Parker's pressing and, spotting Lin Yun's position, delivered a low, mid-range pass. Lin Yun stretched out his left foot, and just as he stopped the ball with the inside of his foot, a huge force came from beside him, knocking him off balance. Beep! The referee blew his whistle as he ran toward the field, while Vertonghen raised his hands, making an innocent expression. When the referee arrived at the location of the foul, panting, he found Lin Yun staring intently at him. He thought Lin Yun was asking him to show Vertonghen a yellow card for the foul, and was about to shake his head at him when Lin Yun suddenly pressed the ball down at his feet and then quickly kicked it away. Take the free kick quickly. Vertonghen committed a foul by pushing someone. Lin Yun, take the free kick quickly. The referee didn't stop the kick, so the goal should be valid. Vertonghen protested immediately, but the referee ignored him and ran back to where the ball was. It has to be said, his stamina is almost excessive. Lin Yun passed the ball to Ramsey, but Ramsey played a trick. When the ball came to his feet, he suddenly lifted his foot, letting the ball pass him, before rushing into the penalty area. The ball was received by Walcott on the other side, who immediately passed it to Ramsey. Tottenham were caught off guard by Lin Yun's quick free kick, and then Ramsey deliberately let the ball slip past them. By the time they reacted, Ramsey had already broken the offside trap and was dribbling the ball toward Lloris. Lloris cursed and stormed out of the door, lunging fiercely at Ramsey's feet, only to miss. Ramsey flicked the ball across, changed direction on the spot, and slotted it into the empty net. 0-3. 3 goals in 13 minutes. There's no limit to how outrageous things can get. Watching the game. Manchester City vs Arsenal, Yang Feng vs Lin Yun, both are so good to me. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Happy Children's Day to Tottenham Hotspur. Everyone watching the game thought they were seeing things. 13 minutes, 0-3. This is an opening that only world-class teams and amateur teams can achieve, yet it's happening right before my eyes. To be honest, if we were to find two groups in the world with the strongest ability to accept bizarre things, online novel readers and football fans would definitely be in the top two. However, the difference is that the former are trained by the various bizarre ideas of dog authors, while the latter are forced into it by all kinds of outrageous football stories in reality. But at this moment, even the most seasoned fans have to admit that their perspective is still too narrow. Damn, the Chinese team didn't even fare this badly when they played against Brazil back in the day, okay? The deafening noise at White Hart Lane had subsided considerably, and many home fans had even begun to turn against their own team, using the gentlest of Chinese folk songs to greet their defenders. Arsenal fans were celebrating like it was New Year's Day, with everyone, whether they were at the stadium or watching the live stream, cheering, singing, and dancing. The entire city of London seemed to be split in two, one side celebrating the festival, and the other undergoing a tribulation. Some Tottenham players were still protesting the attack, arguing that Lin Yun's quick free kick was nonsense and should be disallowed, and that the troublesome kid should be given a red card as well. Vertonghen was the most agitated, spitting directly into the referee's face, looking as if he wanted to devour him alive. The referee was so startled that he backed away repeatedly, and only realized what was happening when he was about to retreat to the sidelines. Holy crap, I'm the referee. What are you trying to scare me with? He immediately pulled out the yellow gem card and shoved it hard at Vertonghen's head. Vertonghen got a yellow card because he was too agitated. Lin Yun's quick free kick should have been fine. Vertonghen should blame himself instead. If he hadn't fouled, this free kick wouldn't have happened. Or is it that if he hadn't fouled, he would have been helpless against Lin Yun? Arsenal players were celebrating around the three heroes when Lin Yun suddenly received a system notification. Side Quest 2 has been released. Please check it out. The first side mission is to become Arsenal's top scorer. Arsenal's current top scorer is Theo Walcott, who has played for the Gunners for 7 years, making 242 appearances and scoring 54 goals. Lin Yun has only scored 8 goals for the Gunners so far, and this task is not going to be completed anytime soon. He originally thought that the second side mission would be a similar long-term task, but he did not expect that the time was so tight. Side Quest 2, Beautiful Memories. Mission description: help Arsenal take a 5-goal lead over Tottenham within 20 minutes and give all Tottenham fans a wonderful memory. Task difficulty, 3.5 stars. Task reward, trait *1. Before this match, Lin Yun would have thought the system was playing a joke on him, but now, it seems not impossible. The mission difficulty is only 3.5 stars, which probably means that Tottenham Hotspur has not yet recovered from their days. If Nana puts in a little more effort, it's not impossible for her to take 2 more shots at them. Thinking of this, he quickly gestured for everyone to be quiet. We still had to give face to the most amazing rookie in Premier League history, so everyone immediately quieted down. Guys, let's give them a good memory. Lin Yun glanced at everyone. Since they've already scored 3 in 10 minutes, it's not unreasonable for us to score 5 or 6 in 20 minutes, right? Fuck you, you're so cruel. Not at all, not at all. Very reasonable, very reasonable. I think the most important thing for us now is to figure out how to deal with Tottenham's counterattack. Ask the boss. What are you asking? Didn't you see how scared they are? What are we waiting for if not to take advantage of this opportunity and kill them all? Remember, we are gunmen, not philanthropists. Let's get moving. That's enough. I have to be in tomorrow's headlines. Tottenham are still dragging their feet, clearly not yet recovered from their setbacks, while Arsenal have already set up their formation in a flurry of activity, their players looking energetic and full of life, as if they've taken some kind of blue pill. Bell glanced at the menacing enemy opposite him, then at his lifeless teammates beside him, and a sense of powerlessness suddenly welled up inside him. Perhaps, it really is time to leave. Wenger, standing on the sidelines, also became sentimental. How long has it been since he's seen Arsenal like this? 3 years, 5 years, or 8 years? He wasn't sure if this change was brought about by Lin Yun, but he was certain that this revival had indeed begun after Lin Yun's arrival. So, this kid is not only a sharp striker like Henry, but also has the potential to become a spiritual leader like Zidane or Maradona. Wenger was once again grateful that he had been there that day, and that he had discovered this treasure child before Ferguson. The competition resumed amidst the eager gazes of Nana's teammates. Some people's worries were unnecessary. Tottenham not only did not launch a counterattack, but also played cautiously, lingering in their own midfield and backfield. Led by Lin Yun, Nana's attacking group launched a frantic high press, and even the defenders couldn't resist pressing forward. Tottenham finally made a mistake under such suffocating pressure. Walker's pass was too weak, and Monreal, who had anticipated the pass, successfully intercepted it. Possession of the ball returned to Arsenal. Lin Yun was the first to rush into the penalty area, followed by Walcott and Cazorla flanking from the left and right, immediately creating a dangerous situation in Tottenham's penalty area. The ball was passed to Wilshere, and after 2 consecutive 1-2s between Little Threat and Ramsey, the ball was passed into the penalty area. Dawson and Vertonghen were noticeably less daring in the penalty area, and even their combined efforts were blocked by Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't think he had the ability to dance on a knife's edge, so the moment he received the ball, he passed it to the side, then turned and charged straight at the goal. Cazorla immediately chipped the ball over the goalkeeper. Lloris kept a close eye on Lin Yun's every move. The moment Lin Yun passed the ball, he saw through their coordinated attack and rushed out almost as soon as Cazorla made the pass. The ball landed between Lloris and Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no time to adjust, so he jumped up and headed the ball fiercely at the goal. Cazorla chipped the ball into the box, Lloris rushed out, and Lin Yun headed it towards goal. Unfortunately, the header was too straight, and Lloris tipped the ball over the crossbar with his hand. Arsenal's attacks were relentless, and Tottenham were in grave danger. If this continues, the score will soon become 0-4. Lin Yun knew when he headed the ball that it was almost certain to go out of bounds, so he wasn't too disappointed. Just keep hitting them. Villas-Boas was furious on the sidelines, wishing he could drag the puppet-like defenders down and burn them alive, but after glancing at his own bench, he could only continue to drag things out for now. The trash guards he saw weren't actually that bad, at least right now. Lin Yun was being harassed quite a bit by Vertonghen and Dawson. He originally intended to lurk behind the goal and cause trouble, but the two centre-backs stayed close to him like bodyguards, and even physically assaulted him, which made him quite uncomfortable. Although he clearly had no space to receive the ball, Wilshere still took the corner kick to the far post. Dawson and Vertonghen worked together seamlessly. One held Lin Yun's jersey tightly to prevent him from jumping, while the other leaped high to clear the ball with a header. The corner kick has been taken. Vertonghen headed the ball away, and it fell towards the left side of the 6-yard box. Lin Yun rushed out the instant Vertonghen headed the ball. He certainly didn't know where Vertonghen was heading the ball, he just instinctively chose a direction and lunged towards it. This is what is meant by being in the right place at the right time. This is the legendary sense of smell at the doorstep. He ran out with his back to the goal, and before the ball even hit the ground, he leaped high into the air, completing a difficult bicycle kick under the murderous gazes of the Tottenham fans. A bicycle kick. Goal. Lin scores his second goal, marking Arsenal's fourth goal of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the best goal of this round of the match a winner. If I remember correctly, Lin scored his first professional goal with a bicycle kick, and I can't believe that just 2 weeks later he's done it again. The bicycle kick is definitely one of the most spectacular and difficult shots on the football field. At the moment the ball goes into the goal, even some fickle Tottenham fans almost couldn't help but applaud along with the opposing team. After Lin Yun finished hitting the goal, he fell to the ground with a thud, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He sprang to his feet and rushed to the away team stands, unleashing a powerful rising dragon punch. Goal. Lin. That's so cool, buddy. Haha, that's it. Crush them. To hell with Henry. To hell with Van Persie. I only recognize Lin now. In the Sky Sports studio, Lineker kept exclaiming, unbelievable. 0-4. Did Wenger bribe the Tottenham chef to put something on the Tottenham players? This is not the Tottenham team we know, and of course, this is not the Arsenal team we are familiar with either. It had been almost 17 minutes by then. Lin Yun let out a couple of random shouts and then ran towards the midfield, signaling to Tottenham to kick off quickly. Everyone in the room was a little confused, thinking they were having a memory lapse. Isn't Arsenal in the lead right now? What's the rush? Lin Yun seemed very excited. He was probably eager to score a hat-trick and was urging Tottenham to kick off quickly. What a confident and energetic young man. Lin Yun wasn't actually that confident. With only a little time left, he felt that this side quest was most likely to fail. Although he felt incredibly awesome, it was a bit much to ask to score another goal just over 2 minutes after scoring one, especially against a strong team in the Champions League zone. But reality is sometimes just that fantastical. Just like those wall-mounted snipers in World War II, or the group that used an abacus to produce the mushroom egg, if it can be explained logically, then it's not reality. Tottenham were already annoyed by his hurry up and kick off, I'm in a hurry attitude, and showed a strong desire to attack after the ball was kicked off. Not only did they push forward significantly in the attacking third, but several defenders also moved up to midfield, ready to join the attack at any time. But Lin Yun wasn't the only one in top form for Arsenal today. Their attack had just begun when Arteta and Wilshere combined to intercept the ball. Arteta intercepted the ball and immediately played a through ball. The ball was supposed to be a pass, but it was as fast as a shot. It skimmed the grass, passed through the interception of 2 Tottenham players, and appeared in front of Lin Yun. The one who reacted the fastest for Tottenham was Vertonghen, the one who had been wronged. Before Lin Yun could even receive the ball, he had already hurriedly stretched out his foot to block it. He was already the last line of defense, and he made this kick with the determination to bring the man to the ground even if it meant getting a red card. But Lin Yun didn't even give him a chance to foul. The ball came to Lin Yun's feet, and with a gentle tap, he poked the ball directly between Vertonghen's legs. Then overtake, chase the ball, and head straight for the opponent's goal. The defenders, Dawson and Vertonghen, were still desperately trying to catch up, but the more they tried, the more desperate they became. Lin Yun. Terrifying speed. Arsenal's number 11 is on the wrong set, he should be on the 100-meter track, not the football field. Lin Yun received the ball, broke through, accelerated, the whole process can be summed up in 5 words: fast. He dribbled the ball almost in a straight line, and in just a few breaths, he reached the edge of Tottenham's penalty area. Lloris charged out again, but Lin Yun had already taken a shot without hesitation. The ball rolled across the grass in a subtle arc and swished into the bottom left corner of the goal. 0-5. Goal. Lin actually did it. A hat-trick. Another hat-trick. 3 games, 4 goals in the first game, a hat-trick in the second game, and now, just 19 minutes into the third game, he scored another hat-trick. What kind of god did Wenger bring back? Lin Yun rushed to the sidelines and once again knelt down to glide. Ding! Side quest 2 is complete. Rewards have been issued. Please check your account. Before he could even check what the reward was, his teammates rushed up from behind and piled him on top of each other like a human pyramid. We've probably witnessed the most bizarre match of the Premier League season, and perhaps the most bizarre North London derby in history, 0-5 in less than 20 minutes. Arsenal's counter-attack was absolutely brilliant. The transition from attack to defense to Lin Yun's solo run seemed to happen in the blink of an eye, making us feel like we've returned to the peak of their era. While the commentators were still making all sorts of noise, Lin Yun had already opened his system and found the mission rewards. Characteristic, Mr. Big Scene. So you're just a show-off. That's a good option. While he was still celebrating wildly, the Tottenham players had already been called to the sidelines by their manager and were given a barrage of insults. The scolding seemed to have some effect. After the game restarted, Tottenham seemed like a different team. Although their attack still relied monotonously on Bale and Lennon's fast breaks down the flanks, their defense became incredibly reckless. Soon, Dawson, Hector, Parker, and others received yellow cards, while Vermaelen and Arteta also received yellow card warnings for standing up for Lin Yun. The score remained 0-5 until the 60th minute, when Wenger, as if timing it perfectly, hurriedly substituted Lin Yun as soon as the 60th minute was up. As soon as he stepped off the field, everyone at Tottenham, from the fans to the coaches to the players, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if some kind of curse had finally been broken, and Tottenham's attack became smoother and smoother. In the 80th minute, Bale finally scored a consolation goal. Sigurdsson delivered a through ball, Mertesacker failed to create an offside trap, and Bale poked the ball into the net from 12 yards out. 1-5. This is his 21st goal of the season, including 16 in the league and 7 in the last 5 rounds. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the final stages of the match, Cazorla scored the 7th goal of the game from a cross by Monreal, bringing the final score to 1-6. 1-6. Who the hell could have imagined this? Looking at the score alone, anyone would think these are 2 different levels of teams. If you put them on the league table, they would be at opposite ends of the same league, one in the Champions League zone and the other in the Championship zone. But in reality, both of them are currently in the top 4 of the Premier League. Before the match, Tottenham even had a point more than Arsenal. After this match, Arsenal overtook Tottenham to move into 3rd place in the standings, still only 2 points behind 2nd-placed Manchester City. It's time for Ashina to take off her hat. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Who shines brighter? If there were a stone of jokes in the football world, Arsenal would have 12 bushels, while the other teams would be short 2 bushels. Of all these jokes, the one that Nana fans find most frustrating is undoubtedly the poor signing of Wenger. The one that's hardest to talk about is selling the captain every year, and the one that people hate the most is naturally a C-Nah. If we can't get 4th place, we'll look for 4th. Since ancient times, 4th place has always been an integral part of Arsenal's history. Spring is here, it's time for Arsenal to fight for 4th place again. Arsenal for 4th, Liverpool for 5th, whether you fight or not, we're still 4th, no more, no less. Our greatest fear comes from Arsenal fighting for 4th place. From 2005 to 2012, apart from 2 third-place finishes, Arsenal finished 4th in the Premier League in all 5 remaining seasons. For a team that sells its captain every year and always emphasizes good quality at a low price, this result is actually quite good. But alas, this is Arsenal. With a strong fan base, a long-standing team culture, a world-renowned coach with keen insight, and even a wealthy owner, such a team consistently strives for a top 4 finish year after year, inevitably giving people the impression of being complacent and lacking ambition. This season is actually in a similar situation. From the beginning of the season until now, Arsenal's performance has been fluctuating around fourth place. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be working tirelessly to secure fourth place again by the end of the season. Now, the team has achieved a winning streak in the league, especially after defeating their strongest rival for third place 6-1. The slogan, "Secure third place and strive for second place," can finally be shouted out with pride. As for first place, unless Manchester United ruins their own chances, they probably have no chance. After the match, Lin Yun, Walcott, Ramsey, and Cazorla, who scored for their teams, naturally became derby heroes and were widely reported on. Lin Yun, with 10 goals and 1 assist in 3 games, has captured the hearts of a large number of fans at an alarming pace. Last year, Jeremy Lin rose to prominence in the NBA, and Linsanity became a household name in America. Now, the second generation of Linsanity is even more insane. After only 3 games, his reputation as a genius has already swept across Europe. At the same age, even Messi and Ronaldo could hardly match him. Counting them up, only Ronaldo was able to have such an explosive start in his rookie stage. Of course, everyone has their praises and criticisms, especially in the world of casual fans where there's a persistent saying, "A genius who can't dribble past opponents isn't a genius." Lin Yun, this kind of violent opportunist, still has a long way to go if he wants to truly conquer everyone. On the contrary, in the eyes of experts, Lin Yun has moved beyond the stage of having outstanding potential and being worth cultivating, and has become having exceptional strength and must be acquired. The first person to take concrete action was Jonathan Barnett. Because Lin Yun was still a minor, other agents could only contact him through his parents. However, Barnett, relying on his influence in English football and his connections at Arsenal, actually appeared directly in front of Lin Yun. It was 3 days after the match against Tottenham. Arsenal assistant coach Boulder organized the gathering at a very private restaurant in London, but Barnett made an excuse to leave after he arrived. Barnett is a bald man with a fleshy face. He doesn't look like someone to mess with, and his expression is quite serious. His first impression is that of a rather old-fashioned person, but once he opens his mouth, he tries his best to show off his personality. "Lin, actually I've been paying attention to you for a long time. You're a very talented young man. I'm sorry, I have to tell this lie because I've been thinking about it for 3 whole days and I really can't think of a better opening line. This kind of opening is quite interesting. Let's get straight to the point. You should know what my purpose is. I also know that there are many people like me waiting for you to choose from. Some of them are not even worth your time, but there are also some, well, maybe 1 or 2, like me, who are top figures in this industry. If you were just an average talented player, our competition wouldn't be so fierce. But it's obvious that you're not an average talent, you're the kind of player who can contend for the Ballon d'Or in the future. In other words, in our eyes, you have the potential to become the best in the world. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at negotiation skills, but in my opinion, the way you're trying so hard to elevate me gives me more confidence to bargain with you, doesn't it? Huh, lovely young man, I was afraid you wouldn't know how good you are. Barnett was amused. Well then, now I'm going to start my turning point. You have the potential to win the Ballon d'Or, but you may never win it in your entire life. Do you know why? Because I lack a top-notch agent. Yes, Barnett snapped his fingers. If you want to win the Ballon d'Or, you need to do a lot of work. Besides putting up impressive stats, you need the media to promote you, you need someone to campaign for you, and you need celebrities to create momentum for you. Without a top agent, it's almost impossible to do all of this. Do you need me to give you an example? Sneijder? Yes, Sneijder, Barnett nodded. Sneijder in 2010 had a Ballon d'Or caliber performance, but he didn't even make the top 3 in the final voting. But I have an example here, Messi, Lin Yun said. His agent is his father. To put it bluntly, that old man is the kind of low-class person you're talking about in your industry. But that doesn't stop Messi from reaching the top of Europe 4 times in a row. That's because Messi plays for Barcelona, one of the most influential clubs in the world. Barca has already done a lot of things that his father would have done for him, Barnett said dismissively. And your team? Arsenal? Have you forgotten Henry? At one point, he was one of the best players in the world, but he never won the Ballon d'Or. Okay, I accept that. I do need an outstanding agent. So, the second question is, why you? Lin Yun looked directly into Barnett's eyes. Mendes, Raiola, Paul Strefford. Let's start with the Ballon d'Or you just mentioned. Cristiano Ronaldo, under Mendes' management, has already won the Ballon d'Or, and Raiola also helped Nedved lift that trophy. As for Paul Strefford, well, he's like you, without a single Ballon d'Or winner, but he has Rooney, and what about you? Bale? I admit he's very successful now, but I don't see your advantage over him. A very sharp question, but luckily I already had the answer in mind. Barnett smiled slightly. I guarantee that this summer, Gareth will be the most dazzling person in the entire world of football. Then let's wait until then to talk about it. If Lin Yun's guess is correct, his so-called most dazzling person is nothing more than joining a club for a record transfer fee. In the eyes of agents, this is indeed a glory they can boast about for a lifetime, and one of the signs of their career success. But in Lin Yun's eyes, becoming the most dazzling person is not as simple as how much money one has made. Just like the game the day before yesterday, Bale is already a world-renowned absolute superstar, while he is just a greenhorn. The difference in their market value is more than tenfold. But in the end, who is the most dazzling star on the field? For example, what if he led Arsenal to the Champions League title this season? Even if Bale had joined Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester City, Chelsea, or any other club for a sky-high price back then, what difference would it have made? Who would have been more dazzling? Of course, only if. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, bringing victory back to London. After playing Tottenham, Arsenal have a full 10 days to prepare for the second leg against Bayern Munich. To be fair, although Arsenal won the first leg, Bayern Munich clearly had the advantage in terms of overall strength. After all, they scored 3 goals against Arsenal away from home before narrowly losing by a last-minute winner. Once they returned to their home ground, a narrow 1-0 victory would be enough for them to advance on away goals, so it's really hard to say who has the upper hand. It goes without saying that Lin Yun has been studied under a microscope by Bayern Munich until the defenders are sick of him. It is obviously unrealistic to expect him to pull off another surprise victory like in the last game. The only way is to confront them head-on. But what's troubling Wenger is that the kid's performance in recent training matches has been very off, completely lacking the ferocity he showed a while ago. To be fair, even characters in football games often have inconsistent performances, let alone real people. Wenger was prepared for this situation, and his biggest fear was that Lin Yun would perform brilliantly in 3 games only to falter in this crucial match. What worried him even more was that Wilshere had been injured in training, and according to the team doctor, he would definitely miss the game. This is really giving me a headache. Wenger stood on the sidelines, pulling at his hair in frustration. The more Lin Yun looked at his gloomy face, the more he resembled Mr. Bean. Every time he saw him, he couldn't help but laugh, which baffled the professor, who soon became furious. "You're in such a terrible state, how can you still laugh?" He was of course unaware that this guy now had a new trait called Mr. Big Scene, which made him more and more excited during these kinds of matches, and his performance in training was unreliable. "Lin, come here." "What's wrong, boss?" "Where did you go gallivanting around last night? Having affairs?" "No, I didn't." "Then why are you in such poor condition? Is it possible that because everyone else is doing so well, I, who am doing normally, seem particularly terrible? Is that so?" "I think so. I hope so." Although he knew the professor was talking nonsense, he still felt a little better. However, Giroud, who had just scored 3 goals in a row with his head and feet in the scrimmage, did not feel so good. "What's the meaning? My feet are so hot, do I still have to be a substitute?" As if sensing his resentment, Lin Yun gave him a strange look. "What's wrong? Do you want to start again?" Before Arsenal set off for Germany, the other 4 matches in the round of 16 had already begun. Juventus defeated Celtic 2-0, advancing with a dominant 5-0 aggregate score. Paris Saint-Germain drew 1-1 with Valencia at home, advancing to the quarterfinals with a 3-2 aggregate score. Borussia Dortmund defeated Shakhtar Donetsk 3-0, winning 5-2 on aggregate to become the 3rd team to advance. Finally, the highly anticipated match is Manchester United vs Real Madrid. Whether it's Cristiano Ronaldo returning to Old Trafford to face his former club, or Ryan Giggs celebrating his 1000th career milestone match, this showdown is anything but ordinary. The match ended in a 1-1 draw before Higuaín assisted Ronaldo to score the winning goal, giving Real Madrid a thrilling 3-2 aggregate victory over Manchester United and securing their place in this season's Champions League quarter-finals. Cristiano Ronaldo continues to lead the Champions League top scorers list with 8 goals in 8 games. Then came the remaining 4 matches. Malaga vs Porto, Bayern Munich vs Arsenal, Schalke 04 vs Galatasaray, Barcelona vs AC Milan. Undoubtedly, the Bayern Munich vs Arsenal and Barcelona vs AC Milan matches have garnered the most attention. Bayern Munich trailed 3-4 in the first leg and will certainly fight with all their might when they return home. Barcelona also lost 0-2 to Milan in the first leg away and will definitely launch a desperate counterattack when they return to Camp Nou. What's frustrating for fans is that these 2 matches are played at the same time, so they can only choose one or skip to watch. This was Lin Yun's first time in Germany, but he was there as the least welcome person to the Germans. To exaggerate a bit, everyone in Munich considered him their number 1 enemy. The streets were full of Bayern Munich fans, and the middle finger was everywhere as the team bus passed by. Wenger was worried that the young man wouldn't be able to handle the situation, so he specially assigned a side quest to the veteran Rosicky in the team, asking him to help Lin Yun with his mental adjustment. However, seeing Lin Yun's enthusiastic appearance, Rosicky couldn't utter a single word for a long time. After checking into the hotel, everything went smoothly: rest, training, resting again, sneaking in some games, getting used to the venue, and attending the pre-match press conference. Bayern Munich didn't pull any underhanded tricks like cutting off water or electricity or sending hot girls to provide services in the middle of the night. The match officially started on the 3rd day. Lin Yun, who had been pretending to be very calm, finally showed some signs of being a novice. After all, it's the Allianz Arena. Even as a fan visiting this place, it's hard not to feel a little excited, let alone as an opponent playing in the Champions League knockout stage. After warming up, we walked back to the locker room. Everyone was quite quiet throughout the process, which was in stark contrast to the noisy stands. It was as if an invisible pressure was hanging over everyone. Wenger has stopped talking about tactics because he's already said too much about them these days. He simply looked at his players and calmly said, "We only need a draw to advance, but that's not Arsenal's football philosophy, so you should know what to do. Attack. 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 Bring victory back to London." Arsenal have lost both of their previous visits to Munich, and their last victory in Germany dates back to 2006 against Hamburg. Bayern Munich, on the other hand, have a record of 10 wins, 5 draws, and 1 loss in 16 home games against English teams, with their only defeat being a UEFA Cup loss to Norwich in 1993. Bayern Munich fielded their strongest lineup, with Robben and Ribery starting together, while Dante, who injured himself by fouling Lin Yun in the last match, was on the bench. For Arsenal, Rosicky replaced the injured Wilshere, Gibbs and Fabianski returned from injury, and Koscielny replaced Vermaelen. The starting lineups for both sides are as follows. Bayern Munich 4-2-3-1. Goalkeeper, 1 Neuer. Defenders, 21 Lahm, 17 Boateng, 5 Van Basten, 27 Alaba. Midfielders, 8 Javi Martinez, 30 Gustavo. Midfielders, 7 Ribery, 39 Kroos, 10 Robben. Forward, 9 Mandzukic. Arsenal also uses the exact same single-striker formation. Goalkeeper, 21 Fabianski. Defenders, 25 Jenkinson, 4 Mertesacker, 6 Koscielny, 28 Gibbs. Midfielders, 16 Ramsey, 8 Arteta. Midfielders, 14 Walcott, 7 Rosicky, 9 Podolski. Forward, 11 Lin Yun. The referee blows his whistle, and the match begins. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger, Lin Yun and Giroud. The game had just begun when the dog system made another move. Main Mission 3, the Summit of Europe. Mission description: lead Arsenal to win the 2012-2013 UEFA Champions League title. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Task reward, unique trait *1. Arsenal has been unable to do this in 136 years, and you expect me, a newcomer who has only been with the club for a little over a month, to accomplish it? It's very systematic indeed. Every championship is a product of strength and luck. However, compared to the long league season, cup competitions have a greater element of chance and a higher chance of upsets. But even the highest chance has its limits. Porto in 2004 was undoubtedly the lower limit, while Liverpool in 2005, Inter Milan in 2010, and Chelsea in 2012 can only be considered moderate upsets at best. The difficulty for Nana to win the title this year is actually similar to that for Chelsea last year. If a bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled players in the blue team can turn the tide against all odds when no one is optimistic, why can't I, a cheat code, lead a group of gunners in their prime and create miracles? Every young person dreams of growing alongside their team, winning the League Cup in the first year, the FA Cup in the second, the Premier League in the third, and the Champions League in the fourth, climbing step by step to achieve the highest honor when they are at their peak. But reality is not like leveling up in a game, and a team's strength doesn't necessarily increase year by year. If you don't seize the opportunity when it comes, it could be a lifelong regret. When the round of 16 was first announced, the two Spanish giants were ranked first and second in the odds offered by major betting companies, followed by Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. Manchester United, Juventus and Paris Saint-Germain followed closely behind. Arsenal was even ranked lower than Shakhtar Donetsk, at 9th place. Manchester United has now been eliminated, Barcelona is 2 goals behind Milan after the first leg, and Bayern Munich was also defeated by Arsenal in the first leg. The odds for each team to win the title have changed again. Real Madrid overtook Barcelona to take first place, Dortmund overtook Bayern Munich to take third place, while Arsenal jumped from 9th to 5th. If they can get past Bayern Munich this time, they will undoubtedly become one of the biggest favorites to win the title, and the Champions League title will no longer be a pipe dream. Everyone knows this hurdle is not easy. Bayern Munich boasts 2 of the most formidable wingers in world football today, 29-year-old Robben and 30-year-old Ribéry, who possess speed, technique, and experience. Moreover, it's clear that these 2 powerhouses have been conserving their energy for this match, and now, well rested, they've put Arsenal in a precarious position right from the start. Don't be fooled by how loudly Arsenal players talk about attacking in the locker room. When it comes to actual combat, their bodies tell a different story. From the very first second, they are determined to play a defensive counter-attacking game. Ronaldo is here, and as expected, we still couldn't stop him. Let's see if we can defend against his cut inside. He actually went to the byline, faked a pass, and then made a diagonal pass in front of the goal. Robben feigned a cut inside, fooling Jenkinson, then suddenly changed direction and headed towards the byline. He then made a feint to cross from the byline, fooling Koscielny, and dribbled along the byline into the box before passing the ball across the goal near the post. Everyone in the room stood up. Kroos made a run from behind, ready to shoot and break the deadlock, when Mertesacker suddenly slid in front of him, narrowly managing to poke the ball away. Arteta, who had retreated to defend the penalty area, cleared the ball with a long kick, allowing Arsenal to escape with a narrow escape. What a pity, just 1 centimeter short. It was so close, Arsenal had absolutely no chance against Robben. In just the first wave of attacks, Bayern had already turned Nani's penalty area into chaos, which undoubtedly gave the Bundesliga champions fans hope. Although the ball was kicked out of the penalty area, Arsenal's crisis was not over, because Javi Martinez had already received the ball in midfield, and Bayern immediately launched a second attack. This time we walked along the Ribéry corridor. Arteta was still in his own penalty area, and it was a bit of a stretch to expect Gibbs to stop the combined attack of the two. Ribéry almost dribbled the ball all the way in from the other side of the penalty area. Robben, who had originally intended to retreat, stayed, and with the addition of Akufo-Kwan and Mandzukic, the number of players from both sides in Arsenal's penalty area was surprisingly even. Arsenal's attacking midfielders rushed back to cover the penalty area, but Ribéry had already deftly dribbled past Mertesacker and fired a shot from a tight angle on the left. Ribéry played with great confidence, but to onlookers it wasn't a good chance at all, because Fabianski had almost completely blocked all angles. In fact, Fabianski didn't even need to make a save, the ball had already hit his arm. Just as Mandzukic was about to take a follow-up shot, Fabianski made a diving save and smothered the ball. Ribéry dribbled into the penalty area and took a shot himself, but the goalkeeper caught the ball and put it in his arms. Bayern Munich almost got off to a dream start. Now, let's look at Arsenal's attack. The moment Fabianski received the ball, Arsenal's players immediately pressed forward. Walcott, Lin Yun, and Cazorla launched a three-pronged attack, flying straight into Bayern's penalty area from the left, center, and right respectively. Fabianski threw the ball to Ramsey, who immediately unleashed the long ball, a classic Premier League tactic. The football flew over his head, and Lin Yun immediately accelerated, successfully beating the offside trap. Boateng, who was originally neck and neck with Lin Yun, realized that the kid had actually been holding back, so he quickly grabbed his forearm and pulled him back hard. Lin Yun exerted force and instantly broke free from Boateng's pull, but in less than a second, Lahm had already slid in from the side and kicked the ball towards the goal. Neuer made a quick move, but Lin Yun didn't give up either, still sprinting after the ball. Lin and Neuer. Who will touch the ball first? Neuer gets to the ball first, kicks it away, wait. A feint. Neuer feigned a long clearance, and Lin Yun immediately turned around without hesitation, ready to block the ball with his body. Unexpectedly, Neuer suddenly flicked the ball to the side, trying to trick him. Everyone in the world knows that this dog has the heart of a striker. Lin Yun was once locked in a dark room by Wenger and studied Bayern's game videos for more than 10 days. How could he not be wary of this move? He bent down and swept his leg. Before Neuer could even feel happy, his backside made intimate contact with the grass. Lahm had caught up from behind, and Lin Yun, without even getting up, sat down and kicked the football hard. The ball rolled toward the empty net, and Lahm chased after it, but before either side's fans could cheer for the ball or Lahm, the whistle blew. Beep. In the CCTV studio, Wei immediately defended Lin Yun, saying, "Did the referee call a foul on Lin Yun? Did he kick someone? Shouldn't he have kicked the ball first?" Kahn, who was commentating on German television channel ZDF, lamented, "Neuer has fallen into his old habits again. If he doesn't like using his hands, he can apply to be a striker instead of making everyone's effort satisfy his perverse tastes. That dribble was practically a crime." Lineker, who was commentating on the match for Sky Sports, naturally sided with Lin Yun. "Okay, congratulations to the referee, he's taken over the game. Did you see that? Lahm used all his strength, but he still couldn't catch up with the ball. If it weren't for this misjudgment, the score would be 0-1 now. Look at the replay, is there any doubt? Lin didn't even touch Neuer." Even after watching the replay, the play was still controversial. Lineker's comments were just a matter of personal bias. After all, with Manchester United eliminated, Arsenal is the only Premier League team in the Champions League this year. If they are also eliminated, then for the first time in 17 years, a Premier League team will fail to reach the quarterfinals. The referee hadn't actually seen it clearly and was just making a blunder under pressure from the home crowd, so he was a little nervous looking at Lin Yun's almost murderous gaze. However, he still had to sound tough, tackling foul, goal disallowed. "Promise me you'll get a new pair of glasses after this match," Lin Yun chuckled. "If you don't have the money, I can give you some, though it certainly won't be as much as they give, but it should be enough for you to buy a decent pair." The referee's expression froze for a moment, and he reached into his pocket, but before he could take it out, Walcott rushed over and grabbed him. "Hey, he's still a child." Rosicky also ran over and pulled Lin Yun away, saying, "All right, calm down. If I weren't calm, I would have kicked his head off. Holy crap. Are you still acting?" The last sentence was obviously said to Neuer. Both of them knew perfectly well whether Lin Yun's kick hit the person first or the ball first. Neuer wasn't simply putting on an act for the referee, he had just messed up and could only use this method to cover up his embarrassment. On the sidelines, Wenger had long lost his usual gentle demeanor and was now running wildly towards the fourth official like Ferguson. If Boulder hadn't been quick enough to drag him away, he probably would have already received a yellow gem card. The match was interrupted for 2 minutes before it resumed. Bayern, who almost got their home run stolen, became a bit more cautious and slowed down their attacks, but they quickly regained control and began to put pressure on Arsenal's goal. In the 12th minute, Robben made his signature inside cut and shot the ball over the bar. In the 15th minute, Robben and Ribery connected for the first time, with the two of them feeding a chance to Mandzukic, but the latter's shot was narrowly blocked by the informed Fabianski and went out of bounds. In the 22nd minute, Alaba made a run down the wing, received a diagonal pass from Kroos, and delivered a high-quality cross, but Javi Martinez's header went just over the crossbar. Bayern Munich played brilliantly at home, while Arsenal were forced into a series of defeats, with their goal in grave danger. Arsenal didn't create their second threat of the game until the 25th minute. Rosicky narrowly won his one-on-one duel with Robben, passing the ball to Cazorla. Cazorla passed the ball to Walcott, who immediately floored the gas pedal and sped off down the wing. Lin Yun quickly rushed forward to the door to prepare to provide support. Boateng and Van Basten immediately joined forces, truly like two vines binding him so tightly that he couldn't move. Walcott's cross came in, and Lin Yun clearly jumped while holding off two defenders, but only managed to barely glide the ball with his head. Neuer easily caught the ball with his hand. Bayern immediately launched a counterattack. Robben almost perfectly replicated Walcott's attack, dribbling the ball down the right flank all the way to the edge of the penalty area before delivering a brilliant, curved cross into the box. Mandzukic didn't waste the opportunity this time, leaping high and heading the ball into Arsenal's goal. Goal! Robben is just as terrifying without cutting inside. Bayern Munich opened the scoring in the 27th minute, but the aggregate score is now tied. If this score holds until the end of the match, Bayern Munich will be the ultimate winner. The aggregate score is now 4-4. Arsenal's defense still couldn't withstand Bayern's relentless attacks. If they don't make changes, their Champions League journey this season may really come to an end. Bayern players began to celebrate wildly, while Wenger called his players to the sidelines. Make full use of speed. Robben is fast, Ribery is fast, but we have Theo, we have Lin, we can also launch lightning-fast attacks. Everyone run, don't give them time to react. It's easy to say, but hard to do. When it comes to speed, Walcott is second to none, but expecting him to be as perfectly integrated with the ball as Robben and Ribery seems like deliberately making things difficult for the kid. Lin Yun wasn't having an easy time either. Boateng is a top-notch defender in terms of both technique and physical attributes. With the occasional help from Lahm, Van Basten, Javi Martinez, and others, Lin Yun was unable to make any waves. To Wenger's dismay, Bayern did not adopt a defensive strategy despite gaining the upper hand. Instead, they continued to bombard Arsenal's goal relentlessly. Fortunately, the defenders made no mistakes and managed to hold on until the end of the first half. The players from both sides entered the locker room with completely different feelings. Wenger composed himself and said in as calm a voice as possible, "All right, kids, it's time to fight back. The remaining 45 minutes will determine the fate of our entire season. Will we be sent home like cowards by the Germans, continuing to waste the whole season accomplishing nothing, or will we fight back like warriors? The decision is yours." Wenger had indeed given up hope of victory and, in a desperate move, fielded Giroud in a two-striker formation. They were already under pressure on the field, and now they've further weakened the midfield, which is quite risky. But if they don't strengthen their attack at this point, it's no different from offering themselves up for slaughter. No one can really find fault with this adjustment. Giroud was so moved he almost cried. After 5,000 years, it's finally my turn to take the stage. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match officially began. Wenger substituted Giroud for Cazorla, and Arsenal switched to a 4-4-2 formation. Bayern kick off, continuing their advance down the flanks. Ribery and Lahm played a 1-2, reaching the edge of the penalty area, still trying to dribble in. Koscielny made a rather risky sliding tackle to dispossess the ball, and Arsenal launched a counter-attack. Arsenal's attacking style in this match was very English, frequently using long balls over the top to find Lin Yun. It wasn't until this counter-attack that everyone saw the familiar gunners. A quick pass from the backfield, shaking off the striker's pressure, then the ball is passed to the midfield, Ramsey and Arteta play a 1-2 before Ramsey makes a low pass to Rosicky. Rosicky didn't hold on to the ball, he passed it directly to Walcott. Walcott feigned a quick attack down the wing, dribbled past Alaba, and then suddenly cut towards the center, pinpointing Lin Yun's position before delivering a through pass. Lin Yun, leaning against Boateng, managed to hold his position. When the ball came to his feet, instead of stopping, turning, or passing it too far as the Bayern defender predicted, he unexpectedly let the ball pass and then flicked it hard with his heel. The football slipped between Boateng's feet and rolled rapidly toward the goal. Neuer never hesitates to come out of his goal, immediately rushing out upon seeing the ball, but Giroud suddenly appeared out of nowhere and gently pushed the ball with the instep of his foot. The ball slid past Neuer's feet and rolled into the goal amidst the despair of the entire Bayern crowd. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Bundesliga logo shot. Goal. A brilliant backheel pass from Lillard, and substitute Giroud scores the crucial goal for Arsenal. 1-1, 5-4 on aggregate, Arsenal are ahead again. Unexpectedly, Bayern dominated Arsenal for most of the game, but not only did they fail to extend their lead, Arsenal even managed to equalize. This is Lin Yun's second assist of the season, and he's been involved in all of Arsenal's goals in this round of 16. He almost single-handedly led Arsenal to this point. Giroud rushed to the sidelines, intending to try a trendy kneeling glide, but then seemed to suddenly remember something. He immediately took off his clothes, went to the away fans' stand, jumped high in the air, and suddenly turned around in mid-air, revealing his back to everyone. The 5 clear Chinese characters above come into view. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Foreigners obviously don't understand what's written on it, but domestic fans are ecstatic. Haha, Giroud has also heard Jean Jun's commentary. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger, only my great Giroud. My intuition tells me that this matter is inextricably linked to Lin Yun. Does he even know what this means before he gets these tattoos? Shouldn't it be a pagoda tattooed on the left to suppress the river demon, and a Heavenly King tattooed on the right to cover the earth? Where the hell are your tattooed couplets? What's the horizontal scroll? One day, Lin Yun will convince these foreigners to tattoo all 300 Tang poems on their bodies. After Giroud finished showing off his tattoos, Lin Yun, who had followed with his hands raised, delivered a heavy blow. Well done. Giroud shouted. The boss should have sent both of us on the field together a long time ago. We would be the best partners. I've even thought of a name for it, Golden Twin Guns. Can't you come up with something new? Giroud is showing off his new tattoo to the fans, Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. He Wei said with a smile. Many players firmly believe that their tattoos will bring them good luck, and Giroud's first touch after coming on as a substitute helped the team regain the lead. He was willing to get a yellow card to show off his tattoo to everyone as soon as possible. Obviously, he believes that his good luck is brought by this tattoo. I wonder if his actions will set off a wave of Chinese character tattoos. He Wei's words were not unfounded, in fact, they came true immediately, as many Arsenal players have decided to get several Chinese characters tattooed on their bodies as soon as they return from Germany. Colin and Linker didn't know what the tattoos on his body were, but they could roughly tell that those strange symbols were probably Chinese characters from China. Colin remained non-committal, but Linker was very interested. Giroud got some really cool hieroglyphs tattooed on his body. If I'm not mistaken, Lin probably came up with the idea for him. I wonder if his good luck today has anything to do with the tattoo, but I think he should be most grateful to Lin right now, because Lin not only helped him choose a great tattoo, but also gave him a great pass. Arsenal have taken the aggregate lead again, leaving Bayern with only one option, relentless attack. This presents Wenger with another difficult problem. Is it offense, defense, or both? Wenger had just finished celebrating when he fell into a happy dilemma, and then began to hesitate and procrastinate. Hinks is a ruthless player. Even though the second half had just begun and it was far from the point of no return, he immediately substituted an attacking player to fight with his back against the wall. Bayern also made adjustments, with Müller replacing Gustavo, and he should be playing as the second striker. As a result, both sides changed from a 4-2-3-1 formation to a 4-4-2 formation. With Javi Martinez, Ribery, Robben, and Kroos forming a diamond midfield, Martinez is responsible for intercepting in midfield, Kroos is responsible for organizing, and Ribery and Robben are responsible for attacking on both wings. With two fullbacks with strong attacking attributes and Müller and Mandzukic in front, Bayern's attacking power should not be underestimated. Wenger didn't bring on any defensive players, indicating he doesn't intend to simply defend the score. A fierce battle is expected between the two sides. Arsenal players naturally wanted to celebrate until the end of the match, but Bayern Munich obviously wouldn't allow them to do so, and the match eventually restarted with the referee's intervention. Everyone knew Bayern would go all out, but no one expected their firepower to be so intense, almost like a Gatling gun with unlimited bullets, just non-stop. Arsenal, using a 4-4-2 formation that they had practiced for less than 2.5 weeks, went head-to-head with their opponents. Every attack and defense was like walking a tightrope, making the audience nervous. Less than 5 minutes after Giroud scored, Bayern almost replicated Nana's goal. Robben used a cheat code passed down only among males in the Robben family to cut inside, dodging Jenkinson and Ramsey before reaching the center. He faked a shot and then passed the ball directly to Müller. Müller, without stopping the ball, delivered a lobbed pass that sent the ball arcing in an unpredictable arc toward the right side of the goal. Mandzukic outjumped Koscielny to head the ball, but unfortunately, he headed it off the crossbar. The ball bounced off, and Mertesacker cleared it with a long kick. Lignon once again positioned himself to receive the ball and passed it across to Giroud in preparation for a 1-2, but unfortunately, Giroud was dispossessed by Alaba as soon as he received the ball, and Bayern launched another counterattack. The ball was passed to Kroos, who quickly switched it to the left wing. Ribéry passed the ball back and turned to make a forward run. Law made a run forward and chipped the ball behind Gibbs. Ribéry controlled the ball and dribbled past Arteta, who was covering, but Rosicky, who came to help, kicked the ball out of bounds with his signature sliding tackle. Seeing that the ball was mostly pinned down on his side and couldn't get through, Lignon simply retreated to midfield and wandered around the center circle. Boateng didn't dare to be careless and followed closely, while Lahm didn't dare to cross the center line either, ready to come over and fix Boateng's mistake at any time. The tone for the second half seemed to have been set. It was a matter of seeing how many minutes Arsenal could hold off Bayern. However, when the clock reached 75 minutes, Nana's fans realized that not only was their goal completely undamaged, but they had also managed to give the opposing team a moment of trepidation. Against all odds, Wenger was finally forced to come up with a defensive counter-attacking style characteristic of Arsenal. The defensive focus was on the flanks, while the attacking routes were all chosen through the middle. He deployed almost all his forces to both flanks, focusing on cutting off Robben and Ribéry, and as for counterattacks, he just kicked things forward haphazardly. Anyway, having Kobayashi around is great, I can drive around with my feet all the time. Using Lignon's explosiveness, although he couldn't threaten Bayern's goal every time, he successfully drew away 2 or more of the opposing defenders each time. With Giroud causing trouble on the sidelines, Arsenal even managed to get into the opponent's penalty area several times. Hinks finally played his second card, replacing the ineffective Mandzukic with Gomez. After a like-for-like substitution, Gomez came on without any instructions from the manager. It's unclear whether Hinks was satisfied with the current situation or had run out of options. In any case, the game continued with Bayern launching a fierce attack while Arsenal focused on a defensive counter-attacking strategy. Robben cut inside again and unleashed a powerful shot from outside the penalty area, but Fabianski made a two-handed save. Gomez cleverly followed up and scored, but before he could celebrate, the referee blew his whistle. Robben's long-range shot from outside the penalty area. 2 straight, saved by the goalkeeper. Gomez followed up and scored. However, this goal should have been offside. Sure enough, the Bayern striker was clearly offside the moment Robben took the shot. Fabianski positioned the ball, and both teams retreated slightly, but unexpectedly, Fabianski made a short pass to the wing. Gomez rushed over to press, and Robben immediately joined the attack. Gibbs, who had the ball, remained calm and suddenly made a long pass to Ramsey on the other side. Ramsey and Walcott were practically used as fullbacks in the second half, and they were already holding back their frustration. This time, after receiving the ball, they suddenly had a flash of brilliance, not only quickly getting rid of Ribéry's entanglement, but also making a brilliant croquet dribble when facing Lahm. The road ahead is now clear and smooth. Lignon quickly turned around and charged straight into the opponent's penalty area. Boateng continued to mark closely, and Javi Martinez quickly tracked back to defend. On the other side, Van Buyten quickly called Alaba over to defend Giroud, while he himself rushed to the wing to find Ramsey. Ramsey, skilled and daring, even wanted to spar with him first, but seeing Giroud and Lignon about to run to the door, Wenger was so anxious that he even swore out the French national curse, merde. You fucking hurry up and pass the ball. As if hearing the professor's shout, Ramsey hurriedly delivered a cross. Unfortunately, his hesitation in passing the ball back and forth delayed several opportunities, and the ball was touched by Van Buyten as soon as it left his foot. The ball, originally intended for the far post, landed crookedly at the near post. What made Bayern Munich hold their breath was that Lignon, who was originally going to move to the far post, reacted instantly and immediately turned to the near post. Instead, Boateng and Javi Martinez, who were double-teaming him, reacted too slowly and could only watch helplessly as Lin Yun broke free of their defense and ran towards the first point of contact with the ball. Neuer cursed under his breath, quickly took 2 steps, and moved to the left side of the goal to prepare for a save. The soccer ball landed just as Lin Yun arrived. A second more would be too fast, a second less would be too slow, everything is just right. He had time to properly stop the ball and carefully select the most suitable angle to teach Neuer a lesson, but it was as if he had forgotten how to stop the ball. He suddenly jumped high, his left leg snapped out of the air, and his left foot slammed into the lower middle part of the ball. With a loud bang, even the air seemed to shatter in that instant. The ball soared through the air, and Neuer had already dove to the side before he could even shoot, but he could only watch helplessly as the ball flew past his fingertips. There was another bang. The football struck the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the goal amid the despairing gazes of Bayern Munich fans worldwide. Goal! Lin scored again. Another spectacular volley. Wait, this shooting posture seems familiar, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. I remember now, everyone take a look, isn't this move exactly the same as the Bundesliga logo? Even without Lineker's reminder, many sharp-eyed fans had already spotted the key moment when Lin Yun took the shot. It's not that they're exactly the same, but that they're completely identical. Is it really appropriate to show off the Bundesliga logo in front of the Bundesliga's top team? Damn, I feel like the soccer ball is about to burst out of the screen and fly out. The power is incredible. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. Lin Yun landed lightly and rushed to the sidelines. As he passed the referee, the guy even made a face, clearly not having forgotten the referee's wrong call in the first half. This situation really tests the referee's mentality. A narrow-minded person might think you're being provocative and give you a red card, but a person with a good mentality might just laugh it off and maybe even give you an even more exaggerated face in return. Lin Yun was lucky today, he ran into someone he couldn't be bothered to argue with. Before he could decide on a celebration move, he found Wenger charging towards him like a madman. Not only Lin Yun was stunned, but even the Bayern Munich fans were stunned. This old man has been composed his whole life, it seems like we've rarely seen him lose his composure like this. Lin Yun was really afraid that he would hurt his back, so he quickly took 2 steps forward, opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Wenger's defense has crumbled. He's under so much pressure. Lin Yun's goal has practically put Arsenal 1 foot in the quarterfinals this season. Bayern needs 2 more goals to advance, but time is running out. No one expected that after Bayern Munich's relentless attack for most of the day, Arsenal would score the first goal. Today happens to be the day of the inauguration of the new Pope in the Vatican. The last time a Pope took office, there was also a Champions League match. AC Milan, who won then, was ridiculed by the media as a gift from the Pope, and Shevchenko, who scored for AC Milan, was hailed as God's favorite by Italians. Today, Arsenal has undoubtedly become the lucky ones blessed by the Pope. As if on the same wavelength as Lineker, Wenger excitedly patted Lin Yun on the back and kept attributing the credit to God. Child, were you sent by God to save me? Yes, God also told me you're too thin, boss. Before Wenger could respond, the others swarmed around the 2 of them, emitting a series of incomprehensible howls. The Bayern players looked devastated, but Lahm was the first to adjust his mindset and immediately rallied the team, shouting, "There's still time, it's not time to give up yet, everyone cheer up." Hinks on the sidelines quickly used his last substitution, switching to a 3-striker formation. Wenger finally learned to counter each move, quickly replacing Walcott with Gervinho and Ramsey with Diaby, focusing on defense. Under pressure, Bayern Munich unleashed even greater fighting spirit and finally broke through Arsenal's defense again, but unfortunately, time was no longer on their side. It felt as if the teacher was already reminding everyone that there are only 5 minutes left until the end of the exam, and both the top students and the struggling students had already handed in their papers early, while I still had one last big question left to answer. I was just about to scribble something down when I looked at the question and realized, holy crap, I've done this question before. I quickly scribbled furiously, but I'd only written half of it when, ring, the exam was over. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Ayana. Status, 429 from https://www.69schuba.com/txt/48279/322567223 failed in downloading current chapter, no text content. Chapter 30 My name is Yueying, my master is Fengling. On March 21, London time, the European qualifiers for the 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil resumed, with England visiting San Marino. Given the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, England had already anticipated securing all 3 points. Therefore, at the pre-match press conference, the focus was not on the game itself, but rather on the newly released national team roster. The focus is on one person's absence and one person's selection. Rio Ferdinand was absent. Manchester United centre-back declined the national team call-up citing physical discomfort, but instead took a 15-hour helicopter journey to the Middle East to commentate on a match, appearing energetic and showing no signs of illness. This incident caused a huge uproar in English football. In an interview, Ferdinand changed his story, saying that it was because he had not received a notification from the FA and thought he had not been selected. This caused his relationship with Three Lions manager Hodgson to reach a freezing point. I have made it very clear that Ferdinand rejected the invitation, and we all know why. Frankly, I would not interfere with the commercial activities of a player or club, but his behavior has disappointed me greatly. Didn't get notified? That's an excuse. Everyone knows I only notify the players who have just been selected for the England team, not personally call everyone and say, "Hey, man, I need you." That's a joke. I chose Ferdinand because of his strengths, he's been playing well lately. But that's no longer possible because he hasn't maintained his fitness through consistent training. From this moment on, my focus is on finding a replacement for him. Meanwhile, England captain Steven Gerrard also gave an interview, stating that he would not voluntarily retire from the national team like Rio Ferdinand. I don't know what happened with Ferdinand, but I always believe that playing for the national team should be the pinnacle of every player's career. If I can't play tomorrow, I'll feel worse than dead. For a player, there's no bigger stage than the World Cup. So far this season, Gerrard has never missed a single Premier League match, and he has started and played the full 90 minutes in every game. For a veteran who is about to turn 33, such stamina is simply enviable. Another highlight of the press conference was Lin Yun's selection. He replaced Southampton striker Lambert. Hodgson's expression immediately brightened when he mentioned Lin Yun. Yes, I called up Lin Yun, or now I should call him by another name, Claude Lin. Who knew this kid had an English name? It's rare for a player to excite me like this. I've watched almost all of his games live, and I know he's the kind of player England needs. Believe me, from today onwards, England won't have to worry about strikers for the next 10 years. These words not only left the reporters in the audience looking at each other in bewilderment, but even Gerrard, who was standing next to him, was a little taken aback. Is this really necessary? Immediately, someone raised a question. But isn't it too early? You know, he's only 17 years old. Only 17 years old. How old was Owen when he first participated in the World Cup? How old was Messi when he first joined the Argentine national team? Hodgson chuckled. Lin scored 11 goals in 4 official matches at the age of 17, while many people can't do that even at 27. So is age a problem? Of course not. One of the biggest hobbies of the English media is to create super talents and then destroy them, which is one of the main reasons why English football often suffers from the phenomenon of promising young talents not living up to their potential. Lin Yun, nothing could be more wonderful. Speaking of Kyrie Irving, what are your thoughts on his retirement? Do you think Lin can reach Kyrie's level? Just yesterday, 33-year-old Michael Irving announced his retirement, ending his career, which was marked by both brilliance and regret. He made 89 appearances for the national team and scored 40 goals, ranking 4th in England's history. For many fans who only become fans during the World Cup, the so-called England team is actually just Beckham and Owen, so it's not an exaggeration to say that this guy is a mark of a certain period in the history of the England team. The retirement of an old veteran who had made great contributions to the national team, and the entry of a rising star into the national team at almost the same time, have left many people feeling sentimental. I still remember when Owen first donned the England jersey, he was about the same age. Owen, at the age of 17, made a long run and scored a goal at the 1998 World Cup, becoming an instant star. Everyone is curious whether Lin Yun, also 17, can replicate his trajectory and make a name for himself in the England team. Michael? It's a pity. He was a great forward, but injuries prevented him from reaching even greater heights. As for whether Lin can become the next Michael, I can only say that time will tell. Due to the tight schedule, the national team training camp only lasted 3 days. Walcott was not selected for the national team this time, but fortunately, with Wilshere as his guide, Lin Yun arrived at the England National Football Centre at St George's Park in Staffordshire without any problems. This £105 million training facility, which only officially opened last year, serves as the headquarters for 3 Lions players and coaches at all age levels. Reporters and fans had already gathered outside the stadium, so Wilshere had to slow down and complained, "Dude, you'll have to buy your own car. I don't want to be blocked at the gate by your fans every time. It's a terrible feeling. How do you know they're not after you? Come on, it's not like this is my first time here. They weren't this enthusiastic before." Wilshere is still quite popular, but her star power has definitely faded a bit. Lin Yun rolled down the car window and waved to the fans. After entering the training base, he glanced at the national team roster in his hand. Goalkeepers, Foster, Joe Hart, John Rudy. Guards, Baines, Glenn Johnson, Gary Cahill, Ashley Cole, Phil Jones, Smalling, Kyle Walker. Midfielders, Barkley, Carrick, Cleverley, Gerrard, Lampard, Ashley Young, Chamberlain, Wilshere. Forwards, Rooney, Defoe, Sturridge, Welbeck, Lin Yun. Wilshere seemed to know what he was thinking. Rooney will definitely take a place, and Defoe and Sturridge have been in good form recently, but I think your biggest rival is Welbeck. No, Lin Yun folded the list and tossed it aside, my biggest opponent is only myself. The moment I entered St George's Park, another system task came up. Main quest 4, who in the world does not know you? Mission description, score a hat-trick in your national team debut. Task difficulty, 3.5 stars. Mission reward, unique trait *1. The reason it's only rated 3.5 stars is because England's opponent this time is one of the weakest teams in the world. San Marino, ranked 207th in the world. If I don't torture you, who will I torture? I heard some people complain that the cheat codes aren't being used enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Ma Chao vs Zhang Fei. As Lin Yun entered the locker room, he immediately received everyone's attention. Lampard, Rooney, Defoe, Welbeck, Ashley Cole. 2 months ago, Lin Yun could only look up to these people on TV, but now they were standing beside him, looking at him with curiosity. They couldn't help but be curious. Most of these people have experienced early fame, but as Lin Yun, the only one who has become famous so quickly and dramatically, seems to be Rooney. Wilshere put his arm around Lin Yun's shoulder and said to everyone, "Guys, this is our new member. I don't think he needs an introduction, right?" "Of course not," Gerald walked over and extended his hand. "Welcome, Lin." Lin Yun reached out and shook his hand firmly. "Thank you." Others also chimed in. "Welcome. I watched the game against Bayern, they played well. I heard you scored 10 goals in one game, is that true? Holy crap, you look even younger than on TV." Most people were friendly, with only a few forwards looking a little uneasy, but at least they didn't show any obvious hostility. Of course, putting on a good show doesn't mean they've truly accepted Lin Yun. The England national team, often referred to as the China of Europe, has never missed a major tournament and is always a favorite, but they almost always end up leaving empty-handed. Over the years, they haven't achieved any notable results. However, they did win a World Cup in 1966, are the birthplace of modern football, and with the success of the Premier League and media hype, this group is actually incredibly arrogant. If you want them to be convinced, you have to let your strength speak for itself. Others are observing him, and he is also observing others. Wherever there are people, there is conflict. Factional struggles are inevitable in every national team. Aside from the most famous Dutch infighting, Italy has the three-way rivalry between Inter Milan, AC Milan, and Juventus, while Spain has always had the rivalry between Barcelona and Real Madrid. Even in Germany, which seems the most unified, there are occasional squabbles between players from Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund. In the early days of England, the Manchester United and Liverpool factions were evenly matched, and the entire Three Lions team was almost entirely composed of players from these two teams. Later, with the rise of Chelsea and the addition of players like Terry and Lampard, the situation became a three-way split between the two red teams and the blue team. Specifically, Gerrard, Lampard, and Rooney are undoubtedly the three giants of the locker room. When new players join, they will mostly choose to pay their respects to one of them. As for Arsenal, although they have always had a place in the national team, they are clearly not strong enough to form a dominant force. In Hodgson's generation, there were as many as 3 Arsenal players selected at the same time: Walcott, Chamberlain, and Wilshere. Although Lin Yun has been added now, Arsenal's squad size for the national team has not increased much because Walcott was dropped by Hodgson. Veterans like Gerrard and Lampard keenly sense the difference. Logically speaking, whether at Arsenal or the national team, Chamberlain and Wilshere are seniors, while Lin Yun is a newcomer. He should be following in their footsteps. However, judging from the interaction between the three, it seems that Lin Yun is the leader. This is getting interesting. Everyone in the world knows that Wenger has always groomed Wilshere to be the captain, and the kid does have some leadership qualities, but now he's willing to be Lin Yun's underling. There are at most 2 reasons: either Lin Yun is Wenger's illegitimate son, or Lin Yun's abilities have become so strong that both of them are completely convinced of his worth. They could figure out the reason even with a shred of hair on their feet. The two exchanged a subtle glance, both clearly understanding the meaning behind the other's eyes. This kid actually seems to have some skills. Lin Yun went to his wardrobe and began to change his clothes. Welbeck is currently wearing number 11, while Defoe wears number 9, which represents the main striker. As for popular numbers like 7 and 10, they naturally can't be left empty, so Lin Yun could only choose number 22 from the remaining numbers. Don't ask, the answer is because of Kaka. His favorite jersey is actually number 9, and he is quite confident that it won't be long before it's his. After preparations were complete, everyone arrived at the training field in 2s and 3s. Hodgson, dressed in sportswear with a folder tucked under his arm, waited until everyone had arrived before speaking. "Welcome back to the team, everyone. Now, let's forget about the club and fight together for our common goal. The next 2 games are away games, which will be tough, but that shouldn't be an excuse for us to slack off. Oh, I think I forgot something. Lin, have you introduced yourself to everyone yet?" "Yes, boss, we already know each other." "Very good, but what you need to do is not just get to know each other, but to become the closest comrades in arms in the shortest possible time, because we are about to face the most brutal battle in the world of football. World Cup qualifiers. You are all professional players, you should know how crazy a player can be for the World Cup. Now, everyone get moving." After Hodgson finished his rant, his assistant Lewinton led everyone in warming up. Because of the upcoming long-distance expedition, no high-intensity physical training was arranged. Hodgson specially arranged an intra-team scrimmage during the time he could squeeze out. Isn't the purpose of having a roster of up to 23 players for each team precisely for this? Lin Yun did not receive the starting vest, while Wilshere and Chamberlain were assigned to the starting side. This made the two of them feel a little awkward. Looking at Sturridge and Defoe on the main team side, and then at Lin Yun on the other side, he couldn't help but feel a strange emotion similar to a master wandering the world, a clown in a palace. But after adjusting their mindset, the two couldn't help but reveal malicious smiles. In addition to Defoe and Sturridge leading the attack, Rooney was lurking behind the two. The midfield consisted of Chamberlain, Gerrard, and Wilshere, while the 4 defenders were Walker, Smalling, Baines, and Ashley Cole, with Joe Hart in goal. On the reserve team side, Lin Yun and Welbeck were at the forefront, followed by Lampard, Cleverley, Carrick, and others. With a whistle, the game began. The main team kicks off first. After a scramble in midfield, the ball was passed to the edge of the substitutes' penalty area. Sturridge and Defoe created space in the box, and Rooney seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful shot. The football was moving incredibly fast, and Cahill couldn't even make a desperate block. Unfortunately, he was a bit off target and the ball grazed the post before going out of bounds. The substitute team's goal kick. Foster launched a long ball into the first team's half, and Lampard poked it to Carrick before Wilshere could get to it. Carrick then chipped the ball over the goalkeeper without stopping it. It may seem like a random kick, but it was actually a well-intentioned move. The ball landed towards the left side of the 6-yard box. At this moment, almost all the players in the back who were not involved in this offensive or defensive play looked at Lin Yun. Everyone has the same opinion about this newly emerging nefarious star. Is he really that strong? Lin Yun immediately took practical action to answer everyone's questions. Almost the instant Carrick passed the ball, he turned and started his run, quickly shaking off Smalling's close marking. As the ball fell, Baines was the first to rush forward to clear it. He was not only quick-witted, but also quite cunning, deliberately blocking Lin Yun's path. Then everyone clearly saw his disheveled appearance as he was knocked to the side like a little chick. The football landed, bounced, and Lin Yun knocked Baines away. He then unleashed a decisive shot with his left foot. With a whoosh. Just like Rooney's shot, this one also grazed the post, but it was the inside post. Joe Hart did attempt a save, but his attempt did nothing more than make himself look less foolish. The entire training ground suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was still a little stunned. Henry once said that he was stunned by Messi when he was training at Barcelona. At the time, everyone thought he was bragging, but now they suddenly understand how Henry felt. This child is not human. Beep. A sharp whistle broke the silence. Foul occurred before the goal was awarded, the goal is disallowed. Only then did everyone have a chance to look at Baines, who was lying on the ground. The guy had a look of utter disbelief on his face, as if he couldn't understand why he was sitting on the ground. Lin Yun smiled and reached out to help him up. Are you alright? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Lin Yun began to back away, but everyone's eyes were still following him, intentionally or unintentionally. When faced with an unfamiliar opponent or teammate, people naturally start by associating them with players they are already familiar with. Ashley Cole and Lampard exchanged a knowing glance, and a name simultaneously popped into their minds. Drogba. Rooney's eyes flickered. Lin Yun's familiar volley shot reminded him of his current top scorer teammate, Robin van Persie. Gerrard also had his own benchmark, which came from Lin Yun's agile positioning and his almost innate ability to detect enemy aircraft. Kyrie Irving. Those familiar with Lin Yun, such as Hodgson, Chamberlain, and Wilshere, naturally didn't have so many messy thoughts. Speed, power, positioning, shooting skills, and momentum, this is the pentagonal archer Lin Yun that they are familiar with. Ultimately, it was the more experienced Gerrard who recovered first. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone played well. Keep it up." Joe Hart then realized what was happening, quickly retrieved the football, and drove off. There isn't actually a significant difference in strength between the main team and the reserve team. After Lin Yun and Rooney made their respective warnings, there weren't many opportunities left for either side. Lin Yun and Welbeck are not good at holding the ball, so they began to drop back significantly to support the midfield and defense. The main team quickly gained a slight advantage, and the ball was pushed back to the edge of the penalty area. Rooney was much calmer this time. After creating space, he didn't blindly shoot, but instead suddenly passed the ball across to Gerrard and then rushed into the penalty area. His original intention was to play a 1-2 with Gerrard, hoping Gerrard would chip the ball to him. However, Gerrard showed no mercy when he took the ball that he had been reluctant to shoot, and without thinking, he unleashed a powerful shot at the ball that rolled to him. Foster was much more astute than Rooney. He guessed from the start that the bastard would definitely take a long-range shot, so he made a timely save, catching the ball securely in his arms. Gerrard and Rooney simultaneously kicked the turf in frustration, and Foster quickly launched a long ball. Wilshere didn't let Lampard gain an advantage this time, and preemptively passed the ball to Chamberlain. Unfortunately, Chamberlain failed to live up to expectations, losing possession after only 2 steps, and the ball went to the substitutes. Cleverly, who successfully intercepted the ball, passed it forward to Lin Yun. Lin Yun then combined with Welbeck and passed the ball to the left wing. Cahill charged up from behind, grabbed the ball, and left. After passing the ball, Lin Yun immediately sprinted into the penalty area, splitting up with Blackbeard and heading towards the goal. Cahill did a fantastic job, steadily bringing the ball to the edge of the penalty area before decisively launching a high ball into the box. Welbeck and Baines jumped together to contest for the high point, but the ball, whether touched by one of them or not, neither got cleared nor flew towards the goal, but instead fell limply to the side. Smalling immediately rushed forward to head the ball to the goalkeeper, but Lin Yun had also rushed over and pushed him aside with force. Once you've secured your position, the rest is easy. He controlled the ball with his chest and then volleyed it again. Joe Hart also made a save this time, and luckily he managed to catch the ball, but unfortunately his save wasn't very accurate. The ball hit the edge of his palm, changed direction slightly, and still flew into the goal. Beep. The whistle blew again, but this time it was the whistle for a goal. Wilbeck turned his head and looked at Lin Yun as if he were a monster. This counts as my own assist, right? Lin Yun simply clenched his right fist and lightly punched the air twice. It was just a goal in training, and he didn't think too much about it, but his teammates went crazy and rushed towards him one by one. That's awesome, bro. Your frame doesn't look that big, how can you be so strong? His strength is almost on par with Wayne's, isn't it? Hee, let them compete and we'll know. I feel they're on the same level. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Rooney had long wanted to compete with Lin Yun, but he had initially thought that since they were both strikers, the competition should be about scoring goals. However, now that he saw how strong Lin Yun was, he was eager to have a head-on confrontation with him. So when the game restarted, Little Fatty took the initiative to retreat and approach Lin Yun. Everyone tacitly understood and deliberately created opportunities for them to fight one-on-one. Lin Yun himself was also very curious. When it comes to powerful strikers, the first names that come to mind are Vieri and Drogba, or Adriano and Ibrahimovic. Few people think of Rooney, but in fact, Rooney is also a famous power striker. It's just that, probably because he is a nimble fat guy, many people overlook his tank-like attributes. The two soon clashed for the first time. Shoulder to shoulder, hand to hand, evenly matched. Although everyone was mentally prepared, seeing Lin Yun, who had a standard build, and Rooney, whose body was as big as a small truck, going toe-to-toe in a physical confrontation, still made everyone feel that it was outrageous. It's roughly the strange feeling of witnessing firsthand the dashing Ma Chao and the burly Zhang Fei, who fought for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear victor, as depicted in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Hodgson watched this scene with a smile, arms crossed. This is a sure thing. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. When I was young and accomplished, I wasn't ashamed and I knew what destruction meant. Intra-team training matches are generally used to assess players' form, and the score doesn't mean much. But everyone knows that the main purpose of today's scrimmage is to test Lin Yun's abilities. The substitutes tried to pass the ball to Lin Yun as much as possible, while the main team's defenders, unable to use any dangerous moves, were unable to effectively contain him. In the 60 minutes of the game, he scored 4 goals against Joe Hart, including a header that was not his forte but was quite powerful. The defenders were overjoyed to have another formidable player on the team, and the midfielders were equally thrilled to have a superb finisher in the game. Only the forwards, Welbeck, Sturridge, and Defoe, felt an imminent threat. As for Rooney, who is also a striker, his position is currently rock solid, so he certainly doesn't see Lin Yun as a competitor. Instead, he quickly acknowledged that this kid would become his most important wingman in the future, just like the clumsy horse next to Ronaldo. The world of martial arts is not only about human relationships and social interactions, but also about fighting and killing. No matter where you are, strength is the most powerful passport. In this way, Lin Yun gained high recognition from his coach and teammates through an intra-team competition and boarded a plane to San Marino. The Republic of San Marino is one of the smallest countries in the world, with a land area of 61.16 square kilometers. It is surrounded by Italy, meaning it is a country within a country. Even if all 32,448 people in the country came to the stadium, it still wouldn't be enough to fill it. While a country's football strength is not directly proportional to its land area and population, it is indeed difficult for San Marino, given its size, to build a competitive team. The San Marino national men's football team has consistently ranked at the bottom of the FIFA rankings, with a level of strength comparable to that of Mongolia and Bermuda. Despite its shortcomings, this team has created its own shining moments in World Cup history. In November 1993, in the final round of the Italian World Cup qualifiers, San Marino striker Guardielli seized on a mistake by the opposing defender and poked the ball into the net just 8.3 seconds into the game, setting a record for the fastest goal in World Cup history, including qualifiers. Their opponent in that match was England. Yes, it's worth mentioning that Seaman was the one guarding England's goal at the time. Everyone knows that Seaman was once Ronaldinho's backdrop, but few people know that he also holds the record for the fastest goal conceded in a World Cup. He's a pitiful person too. Hello everyone, the Group H match of the 2014 Brazil World Cup European qualifiers is about to begin. In this match, England will visit the Olympic Stadium in San Marino to challenge San Marino. San Marino is currently ranked 207th in the FIFA rankings, which is last place, while England is ranked 9th, so the difference in strength between the two teams is quite significant. The two teams have met 3 times before, with England winning by a large margin each time. The outcome of this match should be a foregone conclusion, barring any surprises. The biggest question is whether young player Lin Yun, who is making his first appearance for the national team, can continue his hot streak from his time at Arsenal. Lin Yun is 17 years old this year. According to relevant regulations, he has an opportunity to change his nationality when he turns 18, but unfortunately, he ultimately chose to play for the England team. However, we can understand that. Well, let's wish him well. After all, he has half of our blood, and his father is also a native Chinese citizen. Some media outlets have reported that England manager Roy Hodgson specifically adjusted the team's starting lineup, including Lin Yun in the starting 11 for this match, hoping he could score in his debut. If the reports are true, then Hodgson has certainly gone to great lengths. The English media are indeed incredibly resourceful. They not only found out that Hodgson had changed the starting lineup, but they also learned that the person who was squeezed out of the starting lineup by Lin Yun was Sturridge. They assumed that Hodgson thought San Marino was easy to bully, so he deliberately sent Lin Yun up to score in his debut, not knowing that Lin Yun truly replaced Sturridge based on his performance in training. In the locker room, Hodgson didn't emphasize any tactical issues, but specifically reminded everyone to protect themselves and avoid injuries. For England, this match was just a warm-up. The next game against group leaders Montenegro was the main event, and it would be too much of a loss to suffer casualties against a team like San Marino. As the players entered the field, the old man deliberately saved Lin Yun for last. "Ready to scare the world, lad?" "To be honest, I wasn't really ready," Lin Yun said, rubbing his half-grown hair. "For me, it all feels like a dream. You know, just over 2 months ago, I was even doubting whether I could become a professional player." Hodgson paused for a moment. He never imagined that this super genius had such an inferiority complex. Football is inherently a dreamlike profession. He patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Do you know what I like most about you? In you, I seem to see my original self, the kind of person who casts aside all utilitarianism and returns to the purest state of football itself. Come on, you just like that I can score goals." "Oh. Ha ha ha, that's right, go score goals, score lots and lots of goals." England fielded a 3-striker formation, with Rooney, Defoe, and Lin Yun all appearing on the front line. Everyone is familiar with Rooney and Defoe, and Lin, well, everyone is also quite familiar with him, because he's been incredibly popular lately. Whether at Arsenal or the England national team, he always starts in the first game, which is quite a record. I don't know what magic this young man has that makes it so easy for him to gain the trust of the head coach. Okay, let's take a look at the starting lineup. England 4-3-3. Goalkeeper, 1 Hart. Defenders, 2 Walker, 5 Lescott, 6 Smalling, 3 Baines. Midfielders, 4 Gerrard, 7 Chamberlain, 19 Wilshere. Forwards, 10 Rooney, 9 Defoe, 22 Lin Yun. The fact that 3 Arsenal players appeared in England's starting lineup reflects, to some extent, Arsenal's current hot streak. San Marino 5-4-1. Goalkeeper, 1 J. Simeone. Defenders, 2 F. Vitaly, 5 Delavala, 6 D. Simeone, 11 Siberian, 3 Palace. Midfielders, 9 Severini, 8 Borini, 4 Gasparini, 7 M. Vitaly. Forward, 10 Selva. While it might be impolite to say it like that, you can probably tell from their formation that San Marino's goal in this match is just 1 point, or at least to lose by a small margin. Strangely enough, Lin Yun didn't feel much when he stepped onto the world stage for the first time. There was no nervousness or trembling, nor any excitement. The calmness was almost as if they were preparing for another inter-team match. Could it be that the opponent is too weak? The two sides haven't even exchanged blows yet, so it's too early to say who's stronger or weaker. But looking at the lack of confidence in the eyes of the 11 people opposite him, Lin Yun knew where his ease came from. When he faced Bayern Munich, he stood in the same position on the field and felt an overwhelming sense of pressure even before the match began. But now, the pressure from his opponents felt like a gentle breeze. It can only be said that aura is a real thing, and it can be expressed through many details. That's why Zhang Damoang said that he knew he was going to win the match as soon as he shook hands with his opponent before the game. Lin Yun feels much the same way now. This time, I'm going to dominate. The match has begun. England kicks off first. Rooney passed to Defoe, Defoe passed back to Chamberlain, Chamberlain dribbled past the defender and passed to Wilshere, Wilshere, long pass. Lin. Goal. The first problem this England team needs to solve is actually the old one of how Gerrard and Lampard can coexist. Previous managers have all tried. Lin Yun. Shot. Goal. Just 7 seconds into the game. Lin Yun received a pass from Wilshere in the penalty area and volleyed it into the net. Dear viewers, if you just turned on the TV or switched to this channel, please don't doubt your eyes. You didn't see it wrong. The match has indeed just started, and the score is indeed 0-1. And this was an extremely difficult and spectacular volley. Wilshere's pass was beautiful, and Lin Yun's play was brilliant. Before the match, many media outlets were speculating about how many games and minutes it would take Lin Yun to score his first goal for the national team. Now the answer is out, 7 seconds. Lin Yun has broken the World Cup record for the fastest goal. He has created a new miracle against the very opponent who previously set this record. In England's first match, with England's first touch of the ball, and with England's first shot, Lin Yun helped England wash away the shame that had been etched on their shoulders for a full decade. The person who should be most grateful to Lin Yun is Seaman, because after this goal, he is no longer the goalkeeper who concedes the fastest goal in World Cup history. Congratulations to Lin Yun. At the age of 17 years and 217 days, he has become the youngest goalscorer in the history of the England national team. The previous record holder was his teammate Rooney. Rooney made his national team debut at the age of 17 years and 111 days, becoming the youngest England player at the time. This record was later broken by Theo Walcott, but Rooney's record as the youngest goalscorer for England, set at the age of 17 years and 317 days, still stands today. Naturally, Lin Yun became the youngest goalscorer in England's history for a World Cup, second only to the recently retired Michael Owen. The replay of the goal began to appear on the screen. Rooney passed to Defoe, Defoe passed back, Chamberlain dawdled with the ball for a moment, and then Wilshere suddenly launched a long cross. Lin Yun, on the other hand, started running forward in the very first second of the game, charging all the way into the opponent's penalty area. The length of one half of the San Marino Olympic Stadium is about 50 meters. Lin Yun's shot was about 7 meters away from the goal, which means he ran about 43 meters in that stretch. In terms of running 43 meters in 7 seconds is not a remarkable achievement. But if he also had to observe, position himself, and shoot in those 7 seconds, that would be amazing. San Marino's defenders were like wooden blocks, some tried to follow up, but after a few steps, they realized they couldn't keep up and gave up. Someone tried to block his shot, but they didn't expect that the ball would fly over Lin Yun's feet as soon as they started moving. This level of coordination and shooting was beyond their comprehension. One dared to pass, the other dared to shoot. Lin Yun ran to the sidelines, jumped onto the advertising board, clenched his fists and opened them, striking a pose as if he were a king ruling the world. The home fans looked at each other, bewildered. The teammates ran over and, looking at that arrogant and domineering figure, were momentarily at a loss for how to react. Hodgson rubbed his eyes dramatically, then raised his arms in celebration. Thank God, thank Wenger, what the hell kind of monster have you sent me? In Manchester, Ferguson, watching on television, now feels the same way about thanking Wenger's ancestors. He originally wanted to see Rooney, but instead he saw the scene he least wanted to see. Now he really wanted to call Wenger and gently ask, how about using Lin Yun to redeem your Van Persie? If that doesn't work, I can always throw in Welbeck. In London, Wenger, completely unaware that he had just received 2 thank you cards, turned on the television and saw Lin Yun celebrating. He thought the match hadn't started yet and that they were showing a short video introducing the players, but when he saw Lin Yun wearing the England national team jersey, he suddenly felt a jolt. Then I looked at the top left corner, and holy crap. San Marino 0-1 England, match time 56 seconds. Based on that calculation, the goal could have been scored in just over 10 seconds. Oh my God, can someone tell me what happened? The narration and replay quickly told him what had happened. The professor felt as good as if he had drunk a large glass of ice-cold beer on a sweltering summer day, and he couldn't wait to shout to the whole world, "This kid is mine." Lin Yun jumped down from the billboard, and Wilshire immediately rushed over, knelt down on one knee, and without saying a word pulled his left foot onto her own knee, pretending to wipe it. Chamberlain, who was a step behind, was so angry he wanted to kick his butt. Damn it, he beat me to it. Lin Yun pulled the little thread up, and the two of them raised their hands and struck each other heavily. Well done, bro, I knew you could make it in. Our opponents are too weak. How about we pull off a big heist? That would be perfect. Rooney also came up and hugged Lin Yun to congratulate him, but then turned away and fell into deep self-doubt. In terms of speed, he believed he was not much worse than Lin Yun. In terms of strength, Lin Yun was at most on par with him. In terms of skill, he believed he was 3 times better than Lin Yun. In terms of archery, well, he admitted that Lin Yun might be slightly better than him. And then what? How come this kid scored so easily? I just can't figure it out. Some fans said Claude means cloud, and after checking, it seems that's true. So, I simply changed the protagonist's English name to Claude, but I still don't feel comfortable with it. I'll mainly use the Chinese name from now on. I'm going crazy with the news from 2013. Number 9 was suddenly Sturridge, then Defoe, and number 11 was suddenly Welbeck, then Ashley Young. Also, England historically won this match 8-0, you know what I mean. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Holy crap, Baggio. The strongest World Cup debut in our memory should belong to Batistuta, who scored a hat-trick in his first World Cup appearance. Lin Yun may very well achieve or even surpass that feat in this match. However, Batistuta's hat-trick was completed in the World Cup group stage, while Lin Yun, if he wants to prove himself on the real World Cup stage, must first help the England team break through in the qualifiers and obtain a ticket to the World Cup finals. San Marino had considered the possibility of losing, and even the possibility of a devastating defeat, but they never dreamed that the blow would come so quickly. Their only presence in the world of football comes from this fastest goal record, but unexpectedly, the greatest glory left by their ancestors was kicked away by Lin Yun. This is intolerable. All the San Marino players reached an agreement almost instantly. The game can be lost, but Lin Yun must die. After the game resumed, Lin Yun clearly felt the malice of the San Marino players. Fullback Peraz and centre-back D. Simeone sandwiched him between their left and right sides, and as soon as Lin Yun started running, they began to physically assault him. Lin Yun even cares about this? The force was concentrated on the shoulder, a shove to the left, and voila, the person was gone. Then a squeeze to the right, and the world was instantly quiet. Beep. 2 San Marino defenders fell to the ground, and Lin Yun fully demonstrated what it means to cause chaos wherever he goes. It seems the referee called a foul on Lin Yun. If the rules were stricter, he might have received a card. But the 2 San Marino defenders weren't playing honestly, and Lin Yun was just acting in self-defense. Lin Yun stood there, innocently spreading his hands as he looked at the referee. Did I commit a foul? The referee was almost laughing in exasperation. He pointed to Peraz and D. Simone lying on the ground. How do you explain this? They fell down before I even used any force, Lin Yun said, his eyes wide. Is it my fault? Having just finished his act, D. Simone, who was lying on the ground putting on a show, couldn't take it anymore. He immediately jumped up as if he had been electrocuted and shoved Lin Yun hard. Then, embarrassingly, I realized I couldn't push it. Lin Yun turned his head and looked at him as if he were an idiot, with the same look an adult would give a child who was playing. Both teams, who had initially thought there was going to be a fight, stopped in their tracks, their faces showing expressions of bewilderment. Even the San Marino fans in the stands couldn't bear to watch and wished they could immediately strip this disgraceful guy of his citizenship. The referee shook his head, perhaps amused by Simeone, and ultimately refrained from using excessive force, only issuing a verbal warning, "All right, gentlemen, the game has just begun, and I don't want things to get too ugly. I won't be so lenient next time, you understand what I mean. Lin Yun made an okay sign, as long as they don't mess with me. After this incident, San Marino became more subdued and then began to take a full-scale beating. The game fell into England's rhythm, and a tidal wave of attacks began to surge towards San Marino. In the 5th minute, Chamberlain passed the ball into the penalty area, Lin Yun passed the ball back with his back to the goal, and Rooney followed up with a shot. The ball deflected off a defender's foot and went out of play, giving England their first corner of the match. However, after Gerrard took the corner, Defoe headed it over the bar with no one around, and England missed a chance to extend their lead. In the 7th minute, Gerrard intercepted the ball outside the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot from 6 yards out on the right flank, which was saved by the goalkeeper and went out for a corner. In the 10th minute, Rooney headed the ball down, Lin Yun chested it down and chipped it to Chamberlain, who unleashed a powerful right-footed shot that deflected off the goalkeeper. In the 11th minute, Rooney's long-range shot was once again blocked by San Marino's team bus, and Lin Yun's follow-up shot also narrowly missed a goal. The hidden rule on the football field: missing opportunities will be punished. Unfortunately, this rule doesn't apply to the Three Cats today. They even activated their rebound aura, throwing the punishment onto San Marino. In the 12th minute, Baines received a pass from Wilshere on the left wing and then sent a long pass into the middle. The football landed in the right side of the penalty area, and in the ensuing scramble, Lin Yun swung the ball haphazardly towards the goal. The shot was taken too hastily, and with 2 defenders on his back, the quality of the shot was quite poor. The ball was about to fly over the left post, but the penalty area was full of San Marino players, and the shot inevitably hit a defender. The winner was that scoundrel D. Simone. The soccer ball, which hit his shoulder, deflected sharply and flew into the goal amidst goalkeeper J. Simeone's murderous glare. Baines crosses the ball, chaos erupts in the penalty area, Lin Yun shoots with his left foot. The ball hits a defender and deflects into the goal, an own goal. J. Simeone rushed to the referee and, without hesitation, betrayed his teammate, shouting, "The ball hit his hand, this goal doesn't count." The referee shook his head. "That position doesn't count as a handball, the goal stands." When the whistle blew, the England team gathered together to celebrate again. Rooney grinned mischievously, "Hey, you bad guy, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" "I deliberately missed the shot." Lin Yun said helplessly, "Don't doubt my professional ethics." "Come on, you went for his hand, you couldn't get the penalty, and you scored an own goal instead," Rooney said, his face full of disbelief. "You're something else." Wilshere shook his head in a strange manner. "I must say, you're too vengeful, brother. That's not a good quality." "Oh right, Chamberlain chimed in, "you have to learn to be tolerant in life. He's already been bullied so badly by you, why are you still targeting him?" Lin Yun could only go along with them and say, "Who told him to mess with the wrong person?" See, I told you, he did it on purpose." "So your footwork is bad. How did you manage to hit my shoulder?" While they were laughing and joking, the atmosphere in San Marino was gloomy and oppressive, with a visible and huge difference in their mental state. San Marino's striker, Selva, moved the ball out like a zombie, but after only a few passes, it was back in England's possession. The moment that ignited the entire audience arrived. Walker made a long pass down the wing to Gerrard, who headed the ball directly to Defoe inside. Defoe and Della Valle jumped at the same time and headed the ball at the same time. The ball flew high and landed not far from the two of them. Lin Yun, who was outside the penalty area just a second ago, suddenly charged into the penalty area. To be precise, he forcefully overtook D. Simeone and then Kerry Palazzo as he charged toward the falling football. Peraz had initially occupied a favorable position, firmly blocking Lin Yun's path, but Lin Yun, like a heavy off-road vehicle, easily shoved him aside and then accelerated forward. In order to stop Lin Yun, Peraz had no choice but to use both his hands and feet to entangle him. He had used all his strength to pull and tug from behind, but he couldn't stop Lin Yun's steps for even half a second. Everyone could feel that helplessness and despair even through the screen. Lin Yun's physical abilities are too unfair. He doesn't look thin or weak, but he's not very strong either. However, the power he unleashes is like that of a wild beast. Poor Peraz, I hope this match won't leave a shadow on his heart. Lin Yun gave Simeone no chance to prepare, and unleashed a powerful shot at the ball that bounced up after falling. Simeone made no reaction, watching the ball fly into the goal from the right. 0-3. Goal. England's third goal. Lin single-handedly tore apart the entire enemy defense. He was born to score goals. He forced an own goal and scored 2 more. The first 15 minutes of the match were practically a one-man show by Lin Yun. The other players on the England team weren't unremarkable, but Lin Yun's brilliance was so dazzling that everyone else became supporting actors. With a warm smile on his face, Lin Yun calmly walked to the sidelines, clenched his fist, and gently waved it as a celebration. His teammates came up and gave him high fives one by one. Hodgson raised his arms in celebration, feeling greatly relieved. The game is won, and Lin Yun has shown a goal-scoring ability that exceeded his expectations. He can sleep well tonight. However, while he may dominate weaker opponents, his ability to perform in tough matches remains to be seen. If he can perform as well against strong teams as he did against Bayern Munich, then we've truly struck gold. The match resumed, and Simone and Peraz no longer dared to stand next to Lin Yun. San Marino has 5 defenders on the field, but now there's not a single one actively marking him. The fans in the stands were beyond furious. They can accept failure, but they cannot accept cowardice. Coward. Clown. Get down here. Stop kicking. It's too embarrassing. RNM. Refund. The San Marino coach was furious. Before the match, he thought he could accept whatever the outcome might be, but he clearly overestimated his ability to accept it. The goal was breached within 7 seconds of the start, an own goal, and the defenders were completely overwhelmed. There was no other way but to take drastic measures. San Marino made a substitution, with number 15 Bascarini replacing the emotionally devastated Palazzo. If this player can't get out of the shadow of this game, his life may be ruined. Peraz walked toward the sidelines with his head drooping, as if sleepwalking. Hey. Peraz looked up and saw the face he least wanted to see. He thought Lin Yun was there to mock him, but what he saw was Lin Yun's outstretched hand. He was stunned for a second before he also reached out his hand. Keep it up. Lin Yun shook his hand firmly with his right hand, patted him on the shoulder with his left hand, then turned and left, disappearing without a trace. Peraz watched his retreating figure, shrugged, and tried to convince himself, okay, it's not that I'm not good enough, it's just that he's too strong. Lin and Peraz had a brief exchange. I don't know what he said to Peraz, but judging from their handshake, Lin wasn't mocking or ridiculing his defeated opponent, but rather encouraging and comforting him. What did I say? This kid has a sensitive heart. His greatest strength isn't his basketball skills, but his upbringing. Lin Yun didn't hear Lineker's praise of him, otherwise he would definitely have been the first to jump out and object. Damn it, my most outstanding feature is clearly my looks, okay? England take the throw-in. Bascarini, who was substituted in, didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and could only bite the bullet and walk to Lin Yun's side. Simeone had long since disappeared, and the other centre-back, Siberia, was marking Lin Yun alongside him. On their very first meeting, they received a gift from Lin Yun. Gerrard launched a high ball from midfield, and Lin Yun leaped high on the edge of the penalty area, heading the ball over the heads of 2 players to Rooney. Rooney didn't waste the opportunity this time, and with a powerful right-footed shot past Della Vargas, he broke through the defense. 0-4. Rooney pointed at Lin Yun and jogged over to him. Lin Yun raised his hand, about to give him a high five, but the chubby boy opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Lin Yun pushed him away in protest, "You're covered in sweat, big brother." Rooney was unhappy. "What do you know? This is called manliness." "Well said, but you should save your manliness for Colleen. I have absolutely no interest in you." He wasn't interested, but others were. A group of burly Englishmen quickly ran over and began to forcefully restrain the chubby boy, making him appear as if he were a man on top of another man, knowing he was a man, and doing so from both sides. San Marino were completely outplayed, and the only remaining question in the game is whether England can reach double digits in goals. From a developmental perspective, this is indeed a possibility. Because England, after taking a 4-goal lead, did not call it quits, but instead played with increasing enthusiasm. In the 26th minute, England took a corner kick. Gerrard headed the ball across, and Defoe, unmarked on the left flank, headed it over the bar from 5 yards out. In the 28th minute, Chamberlain played a 1-2 with Rooney before breaking into the penalty area and firing a left-footed shot from 12 yards out to make it 0-5. Finally, a goal that had nothing to do with Lin Yun was scored, and for some reason, Hodgson breathed a sigh of relief. The common problem for all head coaches is that they fear both the lack of a capable leader in the team and the emergence of someone who can handle everything. He never dreamed that before Lin Yun's first match was even over, he would already be worried that he would develop a dependency on Lin Yun. In the 33rd minute, Lin Yun successfully broke the offside trap and crossed the ball from the right side of the penalty area. Defoe in the middle finished the move and scored, but the linesman raised his flag high, indicating that the unfortunate boy was offside and the goal was disallowed. In the 35th minute, Rooney crossed from the left, Chamberlain headed the ball across at the far post, and Defoe finally pounced on the loose ball from close range to score, giving England a 6-0 lead. In the 42nd minute, Lin Yun once again broke free of the defences of Bascarini and Siberian, and pushed Wilshere's cross from the left wing into the San Marino goal. The score became a horrific 0-7. Goal. Hat trick. Lin has already completed a hat trick before the first half is even over. Ding. Main quest 4 is complete. Rewards have been issued. Please check your account. Lin Yun didn't have time to celebrate the goal. He immediately opened the system interface. A familiar player came into view. He almost cried out in surprise. Holy crap, Baggio. If Manchester City really does pull off a comeback against Arsenal to win the Premier League title this year, then Haaland going to Arsenal would be absolutely ridiculous. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 The Poetic Baggio, a Natural Ball Handicap. Upon seeing Baggio, Lin Yun was first pleasantly surprised, then worried. What is Baggio's most famous label? Missed a point in the 1994 final, the Melancholy Prince. Of course, besides worry, there was more anticipation. After all, the system hadn't tricked him so far, and Baggio also had excellent traits like, but goalkeepers can't shoot, so he shouldn't lose too much this time. Turning to the properties page, I felt much more at ease. Name, Lin Yun. Age, 17. Dominant foot, left. Position, center. Template, Haaland. Characteristics, steel-like body, lightning fast on the pitch, finisher, master of big games, domineering presence, Haaland, the only one, heartthrob, Beckham, the only one, beautiful aerial maneuvers, Van Persie, the only one, innate ball control, Baggio, the only one. Natural ball control. It has to be said that Kaká and Baggio are simply the two biggest traders in world football. One is an American playing European football, and the other is a European playing American football. Of course, there will be controversy surrounding Baggio. Some people praise him as the best player after the king of football, while others belittle him as not even a third-rate player. Some people love him to death, while others disdain him. But no matter what, as one of the most famous, but goalkeepers are not comfortable, players in football history, Baggio's ball control is absolutely beyond doubt. In the entire history of football, only a few exceptional monsters such as Maradona, Ronaldinho, and Messi can reliably surpass him. So-called talent is nothing more than three aspects: ball intelligence, physical quality, and ball feel. Previously, ball feel was a minor weakness for Lin Yun. Although it was better than average, it was still somewhat lacking for a genius. That's a small success. He's still a bit short of the level of a fully fledged striker he envisions, one who has unlocked or trained all the best skills, including weak foot, long-range shooting, heading, free kicks, dribbling, stamina, and injury resistance. But for the start of the game, this combination of traits is nothing short of dreamlike, and he could even maintain his status as a top-tier player until retirement. Satisfied, I closed the system interface, and my teammates came over in 2s and 3s. Seeing the anti-smile on his face, everyone just assumed he was happy to have completed a hat trick, unaware that he was actually thrilled to have become even more monstrous. Unfortunately, Lin Yun couldn't immediately experience the power of his innate ball control, because shortly after he scored his 7th goal of the match, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Both teams went into the locker room with a score of 0-7. Hodgson was already thinking about the next match against Montenegro, and as for this game, his attitude was clear: it's a rare opportunity, let's all have some fun. In the second half, the two sides switched sides and the situation seemed to continue from the first half, with England firmly controlling the initiative from the start. Lin Yun remained lurking at the edge of the penalty area, but this time, he waited and waited without receiving a pass from his teammate. He simply jogged to the midfield and gestured for Wilshere to pass the ball to him quickly. Wilshere glanced at the defender next to him, hesitated for a moment, and then kicked the ball low. Rooney immediately shifted to the side, preparing to set a screen for him to get past the defender behind him. Little Fatty is truly selfless when he's being silly, but when he gets selfish, you just want to break his 3 legs. He thought that since he had condescended to be an assistant, Lin Yun would definitely pass the ball to him eagerly. Unexpectedly, the kid completely ignored him, and with his back to Siberia, he stepped on the ball and pulled it, nutmegged Lin Yun, and turned around to rush past Siberia. Rooney was so startled that he yelled, "Holy crap," twice. The first sound was of annoyance at the dog for daring to ignore his good intentions, and the second sound was of utter amazement at Lin Yun's silky smooth dribble past him. The 3 levels of ball control: stopping at your feet, stopping past the opponent, stopping into the goal. Previously, Lin Yun only reached the first level, basically able to accurately stop various passes from his teammates within his control. However, for a ball control that can completely overwhelm the opponent in one move, it requires a bit of luck to pull it off. But this time, the backhand pull-through through the legs was effortless and incredibly smooth. He may still be some distance from the level of players like the Ice Prince and Ronaldinho, who can turn ball control into art, but compared to his former self, he is already worlds apart. Wilshere received the ball in the backfield. Lin Yun dropped back to receive it, but instead of stopping the ball, he flicked it directly between the defender's feet. Lin Yun received the ball behind Siberian and dribbled straight into the opponent's penalty area. Rooney reacted quickly, rushing up from the other side, and the two ran parallel to each other. Lin Yun dribbled the ball at high speed, feeling incredibly exhilarated. Although the dribbling motion is exactly the same as before, the football has become incredibly obedient, like a naughty child who has finally been disciplined and has obediently restrained all his rebelliousness. If you tell it to go east, it will never dare to go west. If you tell it to beat a dog, it will never dare to chase a chicken. He used to deliberately slow down when dribbling, only daring to go all out and speed recklessly when there was no one in front of him. But now he knows clearly that even if he runs at full speed, the ball will never get out of his control. His natural ball control is terrifying. Bascarini launched a sliding tackle, but Lin Yun deftly flicked the ball past him, dribbling past him and flying into the penalty area. The defenders on both sides rushed over to cover, but Lin Yun seemed not to see them and continued to dribble forward, about to plunge headfirst into the opponent's double team. The two fullbacks were ready to slide tackle, risking a penalty kick to bring him down, but Lin Yun quickly flicked the ball sideways with the outside of his foot, and the ball rolled towards Rooney. Rooney was genuinely startled. San Marino had set up a full 5 defenders and 4 midfielders. With him making such a rapid and aggressive run, it was impossible for him to be unmarked. Lin Yun's pass was too sudden, and he almost stopped the ball on a defender without any preparation. Fortunately, his technique was indeed excellent, and he quickly adjusted and passed the ball back. 2 passes, 2 passes. Lin Yun darted between the 2 defenders like a gust of wind and caught the ball steadily behind them. Simone quickly made his move, but Lin Yun had already raised his left foot. Simeone could only choose a direction randomly and lunge forward, but unexpectedly Lin Yun gently flicked the ball, leaving him empty-handed. The goalkeeper had already fallen to the side, leaving only an empty goal in front of Lin Yun. He finally understood the joy that Baggio and Ronaldo experienced. Lin Yun dribbled past Bascarini's sliding tackle, then played a 1-2 with Rooney to avoid the defender's direct interception, and finally used a feint to deceive the goalkeeper and put the ball into the empty net. From midfield to the penalty area, Lin Yun dribbled the ball for over 40 meters, beating 2 players in succession, then combining with his teammates to get past 2 more, and finally dribbled past the goalkeeper to score. This was a classic long-distance raid. Who would dare say he was just an opportunist? It's clear from the process that Lin Yun's breakthrough is still somewhat behind those dribbling monsters, but compared to his previous ability to almost only score easy goals, this combo left Wenger in front of the TV completely stunned, let alone others. Ferguson, who was also watching the live stream, was momentarily distracted. This is Cristiano. A strong physique, lightning speed, terrifying shooting skills, and skillful dribbling. Isn't this just Cristiano Ronaldo in the later stages of his Manchester United career? Did God send another Ronaldo to him, but then let him go? What have I missed? Rooney jogged up to Lin Yun, slammed his right fist into Lin Yun's chest, and roared, "How much more are you hiding, you bastard? I've always played football like this, didn't you know? Are you kidding me? I wouldn't dare lie to you even if I were a ghost." Wilshere ran up from behind, jumped onto Lin Yun's back, and shook him hard on the shoulders. Fuck. You can dribble past people. I've received so many years of football training, how could I not even know how to dribble past someone? No. Being able to dribble past someone is one thing, being able to actually dribble past someone is another thing, okay? It's really just a matter of brain, I got it, and feet, are you sure? Lin Yun wasn't incapable of these techniques before, it's just that his ball control limited his ability to execute them with such finesse and ease. Before gaining natural ball control, even if he possessed traits like dribbling past opponents with ease and master of feints, he couldn't fully unleash their power. But with natural ball control, even without these traits, he could still become a decent dribbling expert. Regardless, reality is what it is, and his teammates have once again changed their perception of Lin Yun. After all, it's not the kind of upgrade that goes directly from 0 to 99, so it's easy for everyone to accept. 0 to 8, a massacre. The last time England thrashed their opponent 8-0 was back in 1987, when Turkey was the victim. Today, San Marino is clearly in a worse situation than Turkey, because England doesn't seem to be letting up. In fact, Hodgson had already shown some signs of wanting to withdraw his troops, because after Lin Yun scored the goal, he substituted Lampard for Gerrard, and decided to give Rooney and Lin Yun another 10 minutes or so before substituting them both at the same time. He was initially worried that the San Marino players would get angry and cause some injuries, but he soon realized he was overthinking it. These guys had no guts, they just passively accepted being trampled on and didn't even commit many fouls. Lampard was very active after coming on, clearly wanting to participate in this goal-scoring feast, and he quickly got his wish. In the 52nd minute, Baines crossed from the left, Lampard made a clever through pass, and Rooney unleashed a powerful right-footed shot that nestled into the top corner, giving England a 9-0 lead. San Marino didn't get their first shot of the game until the 55th minute, but unfortunately Boronai's long-range shot not only failed to break through England's defense, but also led to a counter-attack. The ball was passed to Chamberlain, who flicked it into the penalty area with his toe. Lin Yun squeezed past the defender, controlled the ball with his chest, and then shot directly at the goal. The ball passed between Simeone's hands and went into the net again. 0-10. San Marino used their last two substitutions. It's unclear whether the coach intended to bring these two players on to experience the atmosphere of the game or to replace the two victims. In any case, the players who were substituted off the field looked relieved and ran off the field as if they were fleeing a disaster, while the players who were substituted on dragged their feet and were full of resistance. For England, Sturridge and Welbeck were also on the sidelines, looking ready to come on at any moment. San Marino has used all their substitutions, and England is also preparing to make substitutions. Hodgson is probably planning to take Rooney and Lin Yun off, but Lin Yun has already scored 5 goals and is very likely to complete a double hat-trick, while Rooney has already scored twice and is preparing for a hat-trick. He should give them some more time. They waited until the 65th minute. Lampard's long-range shot hit Della Valla's foot and bounced out of the penalty area. Just as Gasperini was about to clear the ball with a long kick, Lin Yun suddenly appeared beside him, stepped on the ball and pulled it back with a Marseille turn, stealing the ball while leaving him behind. This time, Gasperini didn't hold back. Instead, he suddenly stretched out his foot and tripped Lin Yun from behind, causing him to fall to the ground. Beep. When the referee arrived, perhaps out of pity for San Marino, he did not immediately send Gasperini off with a red card, but only gave him a yellow card. England were awarded a free kick, and the substitution board was raised on the sidelines. Number 10 off, number 9 on. Number 22 off, number 11 on. England made substitutions as expected, with Sturridge and Welbeck replacing Rooney and Lin Yun respectively. Rooney is gesturing to the sidelines, as if he's preparing to finish the free kick before going off. Lin Yun originally intended to leave, but seeing Rooney lingering there, he simply ran back into the penalty area. Rooney takes a run up and shoots. Unfortunately, it hits the wall. The football hit the defender's shoulder, bounced high, and landed in front of the goal. Lin Yun jumped at the same time as Sibeli and Bascarini, and with his more accurate anticipation of the ball's trajectory, he headed it into the top corner of the goal before they could reach it, scoring his 6th goal of the match and his 11th goal overall. The two San Marino defenders are half a head taller than Lin Yun, but Lin Yun still managed to score a clever header despite being double-teamed by them. That's what they call making up for not being tall enough with jumping ability. Lin Yun is quite satisfied with his height. After all, he is still growing and is already close to 1.83 meters tall. He will definitely reach 1.85 meters before his bones stop growing. He is even afraid that he will really grow to 190 plus meters. After all, he will eventually take the all-around route, and a height of around 1.86 or 1.87 meters is just right. Standing at 186 centimeters tall, exuding an aura of confidence, possessing a 160 centimeters base, and exhibiting the agility of a 170 centimeters man, that's what makes a truly qualified cheater. After scoring the goal, Lin Yun walked to the sidelines with satisfaction. The home team fans had mostly left long ago, while the England fans who had travelled with the team were chanting his name wildly. Lin Yun clapped at them, high-fived Welbeck who was eagerly waiting on the sidelines, and walked towards Hodgson. The two men raised their right palms and slapped them hard. Hodgson wasn't satisfied yet. After giving Lin Yun a high five, he gave him another heavy slap. Well done. You're even better than I imagined. But beating a team like San Marino isn't anything to be proud of. The real test is coming soon. I hope you can do just as well in the next game. I will. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 is only worth 10 points out of 10. Although Lin Yun and Rooney were substituted, the nightmare for San Marino was not over. In the 83rd minute, Wilshere crossed from the left, and Sturridge headed in a final goal from 4 yards out at the far post, giving England a resounding 12-0 victory over San Marino. Lin Yun scored 6 goals, half of which were goals, while also forcing an own goal and providing an assist, dominating the entire match as a newcomer. The San Marino players, who had planned to exchange jerseys with a certain English player before the match, lost their enthusiasm after the game and hurriedly left the stadium. The England players walked arm in arm to the sidelines to greet the spectators. Lin Yun once again took home the match ball, because of the unspoken rule that scoring a hat-trick allows you to take home the match ball. Although he hasn't received any honors yet, he already has several collectibles. 14 goals and 3 assists in 5 games, averaging 3.4 goal contributions per game, this kind of devilish efficiency is simply unheard of. In the other Group H match, Montenegro also successfully defeated Moldova 1-0 away from home, continuing to rank first in the group with 13 points, while England continues to rank second in the group with 11 points. The two sides will face off in 5 days, and the result of the match will determine the top spot in Group H. At the post-match press conference, Hodgson expressed great satisfaction with the team's performance. Since taking over as England manager, Hodgson has achieved a record of 9 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, which can barely be considered excellent. Obviously, it's the best possible result to win so easily away from home, with no one injured or receiving a yellow card. In the last 2 games, we faced 2 very extreme teams like Brazil and San Marino, but we played very well, which gives us a lot of confidence. The match against Brazil was just a friendly, but both sides treated it as a World Cup preview, so it still has some reference value. Hodgson lavished praise on Lin Yun's performance, saying, "To be honest, I believe in Lin. I never doubted that he would deliver a stunning performance, but I didn't expect him to be this crazy. 6 goals. My God, I've never encountered anything like this in my coaching career. Maybe tonight or tomorrow I'll call Wenger to thank him for his contributions to English football. Maybe I should also thank Reading." The reporters below burst into laughter. It wasn't because of Wenger, but because of Reading. Shortly after Lin Yun single-handedly eliminated Bayern Munich, Reading's head coach, McDermott, was ousted by the club, and Reading has now fallen to second-to-last place in the standings. Reading fans are not only bitter, but also filled with resentment. One of my biggest complaints is that Wenger is talented but lacks virtue. He can't produce good results himself, so he only knows how to steal other people's children. The club is blind, they let such a talented player like Messi and Ronaldo slip away. What's even more exciting for the fans is that after England finishes playing Montenegro, the Premier League will resume, and Arsenal's first match will be an away game against Reading. Lin Yun will return home in glory as an emperor, staging a cliché yet irresistibly anticipated drama. Yesterday you ignored me, today you can't afford to be near me. Originally, only Nana's fans were cheering for Lin Yun, but now that Lin Yun has also delivered a phenomenal performance in the national team, becoming an English icon in just over 60 minutes, the pressure on Reading will increase 100-fold. Thank goodness for Wenger. These 5 simple words resonated with almost all England fans after the match. Thank goodness for Wenger, otherwise who knows how long this gem would have remained buried in obscurity. They may have forgotten that with Lin Yun's performance of scoring 10 goals in a single game, how much dust would it take to cover up his brilliance? Gerrard also praised Lin Yun, saying, "I have worked with many excellent strikers, such as Michael Owen, Fernando Torres, and Luis Suarez. They are all top players, but Lin Yun is very different. He is very young, but his playing style is very mature, and he is constantly improving. I can't imagine what he will achieve in the future." After the coach and captain finished their spiel, it was finally Lin Yun's turn to answer the question. The first question from the Times was quite pointed. "Lin, hello. We all know that you had the opportunity to play for the Chinese team, but you chose England. If the Chinese team and the English team meet in the World Cup one day, will you be in a difficult position? It is indeed a very troublesome problem, but thank God that the Chinese team is very busy right now, so I don't have to face such a complicated situation for the time being. The Chinese team's failure in the World Cup qualifiers means they are destined to miss out on the Brazil World Cup. As for 2018, we'll see then. Lin, congratulations on your amazing double hat trick. We all know it wasn't easy, especially for you. Who do you want to thank the most right now? First and foremost, of course, are my parents. They have always supported my dreams and helped me achieve them when I was very young. Unfortunately, for a long time I was not able to make them proud. Then there's Reading Club, without their training, I wouldn't be who I am today. And Wenger, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Oh, sorry, and boss, thank you for your trust, your judgment is absolutely amazing. In addition, all my teammates helped me grow and enabled me to become a better version of myself." The reporters took careful notes, but couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. This kid is clearly young, but he's got a whole repertoire of polite phrases, like a seasoned veteran. He didn't say a single thing they wanted to hear. Afterwards, major media outlets naturally gave the England team high scores, and Lin Yun once again received a score of 10 in the post-match ratings of L'Equipe. As the former Ballon d'Or award selector, L'Equipe's authority is beyond question. Over the years, L'Equipe has only given a score of 10 6 times, and only twice of those were given to the same player, Messi. Lin Yun became the second. The comments this time were equally exaggerated. Why give him a score of 10? It's simple, because the maximum score is only 10. In his column for The Athletic, England legend Alan Shearer analysed England's current situation and the changes Lin Yun brought to the team. Actually, the overall strength of Group H is not very strong, so why did the England team play so hard, even giving us the feeling that they could be eliminated at any time? The reason is quite simple, it's difficult to score against strong opponents. Looking closely at the 5 group stage matches that have already been played, we can see an interesting phenomenon. England always manages to win a big game followed immediately by a draw, which is why the Three Lions have the current record of 3 wins and 2 draws. In the first round, England defeated Moldova 5-0 away, followed by a 1-1 draw against Ukraine at home in the second round. In the third round, they won 5-0 at home against San Marino. In the fourth round, they drew 1-1 away against Poland. In the fifth round, they won 12-0 away against San Marino. Summary of the pattern: England's 3 big wins were against San Marino and Moldova, 2 weak teams, and they scored a total of 22 goals in the 3 games, averaging 7 goals per game. 2 draws. Both were between strong teams, Poland and Ukraine. Number of goals: 2 goals in 2 games, averaging 1 goal per game. The drop from an average of 7 goals per game to an average of 1 goal per game is astonishing. I can even predict the outcome of the 6th round, a 0-0 or 1-1 draw against Montenegro. Is England only good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Indeed. On one hand, there are their opponents, Ukraine and Poland, both teams with strong defenses and excellent attacking players who can pose a threat or even suppress England, making the Three Lions hesitant to field their full force. On the other hand, Hodgson's team had no effective countermeasures against second-tier European defenses like Poland and Ukraine. Attacking down the flanks? There's a lack of traditional wingers with the ability to penetrate deep and deliver accurate crosses. Mid-lane penetration? Gerrard and Lampard can't handle that kind of technical skill. Relying on a powerful centre-forward to overpower them? This is exactly what England has lacked most in the past. Rooney could have filled this role, but unfortunately, he didn't do it well enough. Fortunately, Hodgson now has a better candidate. Everyone knows who I'm talking about. All that filler was just a setup for the final sentence. In short, Lin Yun is the chosen one that the England team has been searching for. Everyone initially thought that Hodgson brought Lin Yun along just to gain experience in major tournaments, but unexpectedly, Shearer saw this kid as someone who could become England's key player. Hodgson generally agreed with Schiller's views, so he felt like he was under a spell called painful yet pleasurable. You guys are all so awesome, how should I arrange the starting lineup for the next game against Montenegro? The problem of just one forward line has caused him a lot of headaches. But soon he wouldn't have to worry about this problem anymore. Lin Yun, who had been so energetic and played so well against the defenders, was injured in a very ordinary training match. Although the injury wasn't serious, Lin Yun would have recovered on his own if the team doctor had arrived any later. It at least gave Hodgson a reason to bench him. When Wenger received the news, he almost went to Hodgson's house with a knife and attacked him. He had a feeling when he first saw Lin Yun play football that the kid's playing style would make him fragile, and now it seems that his prediction came true. What drove the professor even more crazy was that it was Wilshere who injured Lin Yun during training. I'm so annoyed. Hello everyone, welcome to the Podgorica Municipal Stadium, the home stadium of the Montenegrin national football team, and the venue for the Group H match between Montenegro and England in this World Cup qualifier. The European qualifiers for the World Cup consist of 10 rounds, and half of them have been completed. Montenegro has performed exceptionally well, achieving 4 wins and 1 draw in the first 5 rounds, scoring a total of 13 goals and conceding only 2. They are currently ahead of their opponent in this round, England, at the top of Group H. England thrashed San Marino 12-0 away in the last round, showcasing their formidable attacking prowess. Youngster Lin Yun, in particular, delivered a standout performance, injecting new energy into England's often criticized, monotonous attack. However, Hodgson still benched him for this match. Perhaps Hodgson prefers experienced veterans to upstart stars. The two teams met twice in the group stage of the 2012 European Championship qualifiers. Montenegro drew with England both home and away. In the second match held at this stadium, Rooney received a red card and was subsequently suspended for 2 more matches, which directly caused him to miss the first 2 group stage matches of the European Championship. So for Rooney, today is a day when old and new grudges come together. Alright, the match has started. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both sides. Montenegro 4-4-2. Goalkeeper, M. Bozovic. Defenders, Marko Barca, Savic, Balkov, Pavicevic. Midfielders, Svarotic, Buksevic, V. Bozovic, Jovetic. Forwards, Bucinic, Kasalica. England's formation is 4-1-3-2. Goalkeeper, Joe Hart. Guards, Glenn Johnson, Lescott, Smalling, Ashley Cole. Midfielders, Gerrard, Cleverley, Wilshere, Welbeck. Forwards, Rooney, Defoe. Influenced by the 12-goal thrashing of San Marino, everyone was optimistic about England's attacking prowess, and the start of the match seemed to confirm everyone's predictions. In the 6th minute, Gerrard took a corner kick from the left, and Rooney rose up at the edge of the 6-yard box to head the ball into the net, giving England a 1-0 lead. He thus became the first England player since Beckham in April 2003 to score in 4 consecutive matches during the qualifying stage. England took an early lead, getting off to a dream start. Trailing Montenegro launched a furious counterattack, but several crosses from the right flank were blocked and cleared by the English defense. England then began to gain the upper hand, but they couldn't score. In the 24th minute, Rooney cut into the left side of the penalty area and crossed the ball, but Welbeck, who was unmarked, stood there like a log and watched the ball fly past him. In the 27th minute, Milner crossed from the right side of the penalty area, but Rooney missed the chance at the far post from a tight angle. Then it was the referee's turn to perform. In the 30th minute, Novakovic fouled Ashley Cole and was shown a yellow card. 3 minutes later, Glenn Johnson was shown a yellow card for a foul on Jovetic. In the 42nd minute, Welbeck broke into the left side of the penalty area and fell under Savic's challenge. The Manchester United striker was shown a yellow card for diving. In the second half, both sides continued to trade attacks. In the 48th minute, Savic crossed from the right wing to the far post, and Jovetic's header from the edge of the 6-yard box hit the side netting. 2 minutes later, Gerrard passed the ball to Rooney, whose shot from just outside the penalty area was blocked. In the 55th minute, Joe Hart fumbled a simple save, and the ball bounced behind him, almost resulting in an own goal. In the 61st minute, substitute Damjanovic passed the ball to Vucinic, whose long-range shot deflected and was caught by Joe Hart. In the 66th minute, Damjanovic received a corner kick from his teammate on the edge of the 6-yard box, jumped high and headed the ball towards the goal, but Joe Hart made a brilliant save. He then followed up with a shot, but it was blocked by Welbeck. Just when everyone thought the crisis was finally over, Glenn Johnson, who had been performing well in the game, suddenly made a stupid mistake. For some reason, he shoved the ball towards his own goal, hitting Welbeck in the leg. The ball deflected, and Damjanovic took another shot from close range, finally scoring. 1-1. Lin Yun came on in the 67th minute. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. At 17, I shamelessly participated in the challenge. In the 67th minute of the match, England also made a substitution. Lin Yun goes up, Defoe goes down. Many players go through many substitute appearances before getting their first start. Lin Yun is the opposite. About 2 months after his debut, he finally got his first substitute appearance. Judging from these past 60-odd minutes of play, there's a significant gap in strength between the two sides. England dominates possession, and their shots and shots on target ratios are also superior. Their weakness lies in their strikers' inability to capitalize on opportunities. It remains to be seen whether Lin Yun can continue his magic and pull England back from the brink of defeat. The phrase, "on the brink of elimination," is somewhat alarmist, because even if this match ends in a draw, England still has a chance to secure that qualification spot in the next 4 rounds. However, being consistently ranked second despite being the undisputed strongest team in the group is somewhat disheartening for their own fans. With the traditional powerhouses in other groups having already secured their qualification spots, England, a strong team, is left struggling alone, which is undoubtedly unacceptable to the entire country. It feels like all those years of being the king of the qualifiers have been for nothing. Welbeck and Defoe are both strikers who have made a name for themselves in the Premier League. They are incredibly effective against weaker opponents, but they become helpless against tougher teams. Only Rooney is reliable, but while he is good at breaking down defenses, he is not quite capable of carrying the whole team. Although Lin Yun doesn't play like a football king, the young man is very powerful and never hesitates to shoot. However, the last game only proved his ability to beat weaker opponents, and this game will be the real test. He had just stepped onto the field carrying the hopes of the entire village when the system immediately started causing trouble. The challenge has been issued. Please confirm whether you accept the challenge. Whether. Countdown, 59, 58, 57. Main quests, side quests, and now a challenge quest. Keep it simple, there's no need to make it so complicated. Lin Yun opened the task interface while complaining. Challenge mission, it's still up to me. Mission description, substitute in, hat trick. Task difficulty, 5 stars. Mission reward, trait, super sub, *1. Failure penalty, missing an open goal *3. I'm capable of coming off the bench and scoring a hat trick. Do I need a super substitute like you? Lin Yun is unaware of the universal law called, "it smells so good," but after a little thought, he accepted the challenge. With nearly 30 minutes left in the game, that's roughly equivalent to scoring a goal every 10 minutes on average. Based on his observations of the Montenegrin defenders from the sidelines, this level of difficulty definitely justifies the 5-star rating given by the system. But football is never a math problem. The same person can go from freakish and score several goals in a half to going months without a goal when everything goes wrong. Who can predict this? Joe Hart takes the goal kick, and play continues. Including stoppage time, Lin Yun has about half an hour left. Gerrard's long pass from the backfield. Lin Yun successfully beat the offside trap and beautifully controlled the ball during his forward run. 1-on-1. 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 The commentator's statement was not entirely accurate, because Lin Yun did not stop the ball. He merely lightly tapped it with the instep of his foot as it fell. The ball did not stop directly at his feet, but was slightly deflected to the left. With just that slight change of direction, goalkeeper Bozovic's rhythm was immediately disrupted. With a gentle touch, it's as soft as a spring breeze, yet as deadly as a poison dagger. Some fans were laughing at England's unchanging, sloppy long balls and crosses 1 second, but the next second they were so shocked by Lin Yun's quick control and passing that they forgot to say, "Holy crap." What made the three lions dominate the world of football? Muscular men, sprinters, and long passes and crosses. All three elements were present in this attack, but what ultimately attracted the most attention was the ease and nonchalance that Lin Yun displayed at that moment. The defender chased frantically, and Bozovic immediately lunged to the side, but it was too late. After dribbling past Bozovic, Lin Yun easily sent the ball into the empty net. England scored in the 6th minute, and after an hour of relentless attacks, they couldn't break through the defense, but Lin Yun breached it in just 3 seconds. Was it because the Montenegrin team didn't value him enough? Of course not. From the very first second he stepped onto the field, Savic was like a leech, sticking to him like glue. Even though Bozovic was focused on the frontcourt, his eyes never left Lin Yun. But the moment Gerrard passed the ball, Lin Yun suddenly seemed to be possessed by a god or demon, completing his start in a flash, and then turning Gerrard's simplest and most brutal long pass into the most beautiful assist with a poetic and picturesque ball control. It's Pirlo and Baggio. In a match between Brescia and Juventus back then, Pirlo delivered a long pass over the top from the center circle, and Baggio, like a magician, controlled it and dribbled past Juventus goalkeeper Van der Sar before tapping it into the empty net. 12 years later, the classic masterpiece of these two masters has once again graced the pitch. Gerrard was completely stunned. An assist just like that? Just as he himself said, he had partnered with too many excellent forwards, so he knew better how these talents like to position themselves. When he passed the ball, he clearly saw the gap behind Lin Yun and was quite confident that Lin Yun could get rid of the defender and catch the ball. The biggest challenges are offside and ball control. Based on his impression of Lin Yun over the past few days, even if he successfully beat the offside trap, the most likely outcome would still be a direct volley. With pursuers behind and blockades in front, he had very little time to handle the ball. He might miss the opportunity if he hesitated even for a moment. But this kid pulled off such a slick move. Without any frills or embellishments, it is all the more pleasing to the eye and breathtaking. Lin Yun spread his arms and ran to the sidelines like a glider to receive the cheers of the fans. With his tall and slender figure and cool, striking features, he looked like a god in the eyes of the fans at that moment. Unfortunately, his handsomeness lasted only 3 seconds. As soon as he got into position, Rooney rushed up from behind and shoved him hard like a madman. Lin Yun was caught off guard and fell forward. Before he could figure out what was happening, a burly man pounced on him. Then the second, the third. After being substituted, Defoe, who was a little unhappy, paused for a moment before rushing off the bench with his teammates to join the cheering crowd. Although she was smiling, her heart was filled with tears. Okay, the next goal is to secure a substitute position. Lin Yun finally managed to push away the burly man and stand up. He was about to grab Rooney and give him a good beating when Rooney, not wanting to have had enough fun, reached out and ruffled Lin Yun's hair repeatedly, exclaiming as if he had discovered something amazing, "You can actually control the ball. That's incredible. I thought you couldn't shoot if you could control the ball. I'm not Van Persie, my ball control is top-notch, okay?" When it comes to Van Persie, Rooney has started to complain. "I heard that Manchester United also had a chance to get this kid, and they even competed with Arsenal for the bid, but why did they lose to them?" Hey, dear Lynn, I have a preliminary idea. Gerard could tell what the chubby kid was up to just by looking at Rooney's expression, so he quickly and forcefully interjected, regarding your immature idea, I have a mature suggestion. Rooney's eyes, as big as a clay pot, immediately glared at him. This is actually an old tradition of the England national team. When players join the national team, they are often instructed by their club managers to help the team recruit other players. Ashley Cole was lured to Chelsea in this way, and Gerard and Rooney were also harassed in this way quite a bit. Lin Yun had no idea what they were up to. He only knew that he didn't have much time. Even though he had just scored one goal, making it seem like scoring was as easy as breathing, it was uncertain whether he would have another chance to shoot, let alone score two. He grabbed the team's captain and vice-captain with one hand each, saying, "Hurry up, keep going. We haven't had enough yet. Give us a few more passes like this, and I'll help you become England's all-time assist king." Okay, wait a minute, assist king. I'm a striker, the national team's current top scorer. You've been in that position for so long, let me take over. Actually, it hasn't been long, Gerard immediately debunked, Michael just retired, and he was only the top scorer in the league for a few days. Rooney, so you're really going to go against me today, huh? Lin Yun said with a headache, brothers, please take a look at your jerseys. Today isn't the Manchester Derby, can we put aside our grudges for now? Come here, next time at the Red Cross meeting, let's kick his ass together. Never mind him, come over here, let's work together to pull Manchester United off the fucking Premier League title. Wilshere, who had been unable to get a word in edgewise, grew impatient. Oh my god. Lin Yun is going to be snatched away. Wenger is going crazy. He kept giving Lin Yun meaningful glances, hoping he would quickly give an answer, but Lin Yun was focused on the challenge mission and had no time to care about their trivial matters. He quickly walked to his position, appearing even more anxious than the Black Mountain team. The match resumed, and Montenegro, now trailing again, intensified its offensive. Jovetic and Vucinic almost replicated Gerard and Lin Yun's passing and shooting combination, but although Jovetic's pass was excellent, Vucinic's first touch was off, and the ball rolled directly into Hart's arms. The attempt to imitate others backfired spectacularly, making him a laughingstock. Even the commentator couldn't help but mock him, saying, perhaps Gerard inspired him. Jovetic also delivered a beautiful long pass over the top, but unfortunately Vucinic isn't Lin Yun. That kind of pass is too difficult for him. Oh, and he was offside. It's true. Many things look easy, but not everyone can do them. Fortunately, this was Montenegro's home ground, and there weren't many England fans in attendance, so their laughter was well masked. However, listening to the various indistinct noises from the stands, Vucinic felt that every sound was a mockery of him. God is my witness, he really wasn't trying to emulate Lin Yun, but the ball was right there, and what could he do besides stop it? Should we shoot directly at the goal? Funny. Then a funny thing actually happened. Hart took the kick out, and Wilshere immediately responded with a long cross from Montenegro. The audience members at the scene were filled with confusion. Even Lineker, who was used to seeing football soaring through the air, couldn't help but exclaim, have the rules of football changed? Is it a foul as soon as the ball lands? Or are there two England teams on the field right now? Wilshere's pass wasn't aimed at Lin Yun, but at Rooney. Rooney originally wanted to imitate Lin Yun's quick stop and dribble, but he found that Wilshere's over-the-top ball was ridiculously high, not only clearing the Montenegrin defensive midfielder but also his head. The Montenegrin defenders didn't leave him any space to sprint behind them, so the chubby guy could only jump up with all his might and then head the ball hard towards the right side of the goal. If I remember correctly, Lin Yun should be in that area. He had just criticized Wilshere, but little did he know that his pass was even worse than a minor threat. The football flew far out, already poised to leave the penalty area, less than 2 or 3 meters from the baseline. Lin Yun ran to the landing point of the football at that moment. Savage tried everything to pull him down, but he couldn't stop. As the football fell, Lin Yun, without saying a word, raised his foot and shot. The distance was far and the angle was narrow. Even if Bozovic had Zhuge Liang's head, he would never have imagined that Lin Yun would shoot directly from such a place. What made him even more furious was that the shot was incredibly accurate. The football soared into the air, tracing an indistinct parabola, and flew into the top left corner of the goal like a ball of lightning. Vucinic was hit by a 100,000-ton bomb. The ball's position was even more unpredictable than his previous one, but why did the other player still manage to score? Rooney, who also got an assist, was once again puzzled. This kind of ball can be hit directly, and it's effective the first time. And you still say you're not Van Persie? They didn't shoot when they should have, and they didn't stop when they should have. 2 shots, 2 goals. If Lin had started from the beginning, wouldn't the score be 50-1 now? There are still 20-odd minutes left in the game. How many goals does Lin plan to score? 5 or 6? Lin Yun himself couldn't believe that such a shot could go in. He pointed at Rooney, and this time didn't give him a chance to tackle him, instead pulling him along to celebrate. You may say no, but your body is honest, Lin Yun kept urging Xiao Pang to become the assist king. You pass, I shoot, and the best goal is born. I have a feeling you're lying to me, but I can't find any evidence. By this point, Lin Yun was already quite confident of completing the mission, but he didn't expect that the third goal would come so difficultly. It was already stoppage time when he finally received Rooney's cross from the front of the goal and slid the ball into the net amidst the scramble. Bite! Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. You have obtained the trait, Super Substitute. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Demon Flying Kick. The match is over. Thanks to Lin Yun's hat-trick after coming on as a substitute, England won 4-1 away from home. With 4 wins and 2 draws in 6 games, England has accumulated 14 points and ranks first in the group, taking control of their qualification for the World Cup finals. Even coming on as a substitute couldn't stop Lin Yun from scoring a hat-trick. Now, it's not just hard to find a game where he didn't score, it's even hard to find a game where he only scored 2 goals. He has played 6 games since his debut, and apart from scoring only 1 goal in the away game against Bayern, he has scored 3 hat-tricks in the other 5 games, 1 game with 4 goals, 1 game with 6 goals, and a total of 3 assists. Lin Yun acted as if he were buying goods, and once again took away the match ball. These things that others cherish and keep in their collections will probably soon be used as toys by him. He even planned out how to show off. The soccer balls my dog kicks are all retrieved after I score a hat-trick. In the locker room, everyone was celebrating wildly as if they had already secured their spots in the competition. No one thought they would lose this first place that they had already secured, and even Gerrard, who had participated in 2 World Cups, was as excited as a child. Lin Yun became one of the core players of the national team in just 2 games, a speed that can be described as unprecedented in history. Rooney is already counting down the days until Manchester United and Arsenal meet. April 28th. That's a month from now. You're buying me a meal then. I'm going to the best pub in London and pick up the hottest girls. Lin Yun gave him a strange look. Didn't the news say that you were completely under Colleen's thumb? No, don't listen to those media trolls. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. She can't control me. The chubby boy shook his head repeatedly, making a gesture of bending his arm to show off his muscles. But Sir Wenger is not someone to mess with. You would never believe it. He has informants in almost every bar in Manchester. If I sit in a bar for a while, well, even in the most secluded bar, he will be in front of me in no more than 15 minutes. But London is different. That's Wenger's home ground. The old man's influence doesn't reach there. Come on, you've made plenty of tabloids because of your drinking. Wenger told me to stay away from you off the pitch. Like Rooney, Gerrard is also a seasoned drinker, but he is more restrained than Rooney. After hearing Lin Yun's words, he immediately nodded vigorously. Wenger is right. You have to choose the right role model. Although alcohol is indeed a good thing, it also depends on who you drink with. Ferguson doesn't invite people to his office for a drink after every game. Wilshire, like an old nanny, quickly said, besides, Lin is underage and can't go into bars. You've got the wrong person. Rooney completely ignored Gerrard. Not an adult yet. Oh, I almost forgot. Then let's find some games that minors can play. Lin Yun said, Pro Evolution Soccer or FIFA. I prefer Pro Evolution Soccer, especially the Become a Star mode. Creating your own character, giving it your own name, and maxing out all its abilities is just amazing. He hadn't expected that this ridiculous game would actually have quite a few fans in the Three Lions locker room. The others, who had just been laughing and listening to Rooney's nonsense, immediately joined in. Max out all abilities? What's the point then? Of course it's interesting. The thrill of crushing everything is absolutely amazing. I play like this all the time, guys. You guys should really try it, but it's best not to use your own character, or it'll be embarrassing if you get caught. No, the fun of the game is in the progression. If you max it out from the start. Oh my god, that's a disaster. I can't imagine any fun in it. Speaking of which, Lynn's character should be included in the next version, right? I'm quite looking forward to it. I'll start a game with you when it comes out. Starting with a bunch of newbies with abilities of 90+. Then your strategy is similar to Lynn's. Believe me, the game's update speed may not be able to keep up with Lynn's progress. The last sentence was said by Wilshire. As the most direct witness, he can guarantee that in the few days since he joined the national team, this little monster has evolved again. He knew that the national team could indeed train people, but this was definitely the first time he had achieved such remarkable results. The little threat finds himself now tending to become a die-hard fan of someone. He knew it was wrong, but he just couldn't help it because this guy was really hot. After defeating Montenegro, the team quickly returned to England, disbanded at the airport, and went their separate ways. Lin Yun did not go home to find his mother, but instead went to London to meet up with the team before heading back to Reading together. The media, always eager to stir up trouble, immediately compiled statistics on youth training. Every sentence avoids mentioning Lin Yun, yet every sentence is inseparable from Lin Yun. Which European football club has the most homegrown youth players in its first team? Many people's first thought is probably Barcelona, the La Liga powerhouse that has nurtured a number of superstars such as Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi. But in fact, there is a team that is even more eye-catching than Barcelona, namely Athletic Bilbao, also from La Liga. There are 16 players in their first team who came from the club's youth academy, while Barcelona's first team has 14 players who came from La Masia. This achievement is enough to make them stand out among the top clubs in the top 5 leagues. Among the top 8 teams in terms of the number of youth academy graduates in their first teams, 4 are from League One, 3 are from La Liga, and Manchester United, which produced the legendary class of '92, is only ranked 8th. Of course, there are also some interesting statistics. Arsenal, known for its ability to discover young players, seems to be less effective in developing its own youth academy. Their first team only has 6 players from their own club's youth academy, a record that ranks only 6th in the Premier League, behind Manchester United, Aston Villa, Tottenham Hotspur, Newcastle United, and Liverpool. Of course, many clubs also cultivate young players and then rely on selling these promising talents to maintain their revenue. This policy is common in many League One teams. However, in terms of quantity, Real Madrid and Barcelona are the 2 clubs that supply the most players to other teams. But if we're talking about quality, then at least this year, Reading is undoubtedly number 1. Reading would rather not have this first place now. That's so heartbreaking. The better Lin Yun performed, the deeper their wounds became. But contrary to what everyone thought, Lin Yun didn't harbor any resentment towards Reading. After all, given his condition before he started using cheats, it would be extremely unprofessional for Reading to offer him a professional contract. However, he wasn't particularly grateful to Reading either, because he had already earned Reading far more from his transfer than they had contributed. They were even. For Lin Yun, the most special mark of Reading is that it is his mother's hometown team, which can also be considered half of his hometown team. Although neither he nor Isabella are Reading fans, it is a fixed label that cannot be washed away. On the other hand, his parents still live and work in Reading, and he doesn't want his relationship with Reading to be portrayed as irreconcilable by the media. So when he is interviewed, he always emphasizes that he doesn't have any special hatred for Reading. Of course, these words are all said in the opposite way by others. The nicer they talk, the harder they kick. Moreover, due to their playing style, Reading is a universally disliked team in the Premier League, and fans of other teams generally treat this matter with a detached, spectator mentality. Wenger didn't want to field Lin Yun. One reason was the impact of the FIFA virus, which caused many players who had just returned from the national team to perform poorly. He worried that Lin Yun might not get revenge but instead get hurt, which would be a loss. Secondly, He was about to face Juventus in the Champions League just 4 days after this match, and he didn't want Lin Yun to have any accidents at this crucial juncture. However, after much deliberation, the professor still put Lin Yun on the substitute list. This was not only because the game was being watched by the entire nation, and he would definitely become a public enemy if he didn't let Lin Yun play at this time, but also because the old man himself had a bit of a perverse sense of humor and wanted to see how Reading would react at that time. At first, Wenger was worried that the child would have objections, but he didn't expect that Lin Yun would still be smiling and carefree after seeing the starting lineup, so Wenger was completely relieved. What a good kid. He's talented, well-mannered, and understanding. Wenger was so moved that he almost took Giroud off the starting lineup and replaced him with Lin Yun. On the day of the competition, Lin Yun's relatives in this area naturally all came. Many of them are Reading fans, and quite a few have even bought Reading season tickets. Now, sitting in the home team stands wearing Arsenal's number 11 jersey, they look incredibly conspicuous. The players began to enter the field. As is customary, the fans cheered for the home team players and booed the away team players, but when Lin Yun came on stage, the entire stadium fell into an eerie silence before a few scattered claps broke out. Based on his performance with the national team, he should be receiving cheers from fans no matter which stadium he plays in England right now. On the contrary, the fans at Reading have mixed feelings. Who could stand it when their own child becomes someone else's precious treasure? Welcome to the Madejski Stadium, where a key match in the 30th round of the Premier League is about to take place between Arsenal, currently second in the standings, and Reading, second to last. The two sides have met 5 times in the league, with Arsenal maintaining an impressive record of 5 wins in all 5 matches. This season, the two teams have also faced each other twice, once in the 17th round of the league, where Arsenal easily defeated their opponents 5-2, and the other in the League Cup round of 16, a classic match that is worthy of being recorded in League Cup history. That match was also held at the Madejski Stadium. Arsenal were in dire straits after Reading scored 4 goals in the first 37 minutes, but then scored 5 goals to take the lead. Reading equalized at one point, but Arsenal scored 2 goals in the final moments to complete an epic comeback. 4-0, 4-5, 5-5, 5-7, Walcott scores and assists in a hat-trick, Giroud and Koscielny each add a goal, and Chamek scores twice. Hopefully, both sides can deliver such a thrilling match. It's a pity that Lin Yun, who has garnered the most attention, was not in the starting lineup. After all, he had just returned from a long trip to Montenegro, and Arsenal will face Juventus in 4 days. Wenger's choice is understandable. Reading, mired in the relegation zone, sacked their former manager McDermott and brought in former Southampton manager Adkins. However, Adkins' arrival didn't significantly improve Reading's situation. He's probably dreaming of getting a Lin Yun right now, and this dream actually had a chance to come true, but unfortunately, the short-sighted club ruined it. Walcott seems to be particularly energetic when playing against Reading. Not only did he score a hat-trick of goals and assists in the League Cup match, but he also scored a goal in the 17th round of the Premier League. However, due to hip and groin injuries, he not only missed 2 national team matches, but he will also be sidelined for this match. In the first 10 minutes, both teams were relatively cautious in their attacks and failed to create any threatening opportunities. In the 11th minute, Giroud received the ball in the penalty area but it was cleared by a Reading defender. Cazorla followed up on the left wing and crossed the ball directly. Gervinho easily tapped it in from close range, giving Arsenal a 1-0 lead. In the 16th minute, Sagna cut past a defender and crossed the ball with his right foot, but Gervinho's header from the center of the field failed to find the net. In the 17th minute, Koscielny made a long pass from the backfield, and Giroud was brought down by Reading goalkeeper Taylor after volleying the ball inside the penalty area, but the referee did not give a penalty. In the 22nd minute, Gervinho intercepted the ball in the backfield and drove forward, but his low shot from 28 yards went wide. Arsenal completely controlled the game, but their continuous attacks were blocked by the opposing defenders and goalkeeper. It wasn't until the second half when the two sides switched sides that Gervinho drew attention on the right wing and then passed the ball across to Cazorla, who curled a shot into the net from near the edge of the penalty area, helping Arsenal extend their lead to 2-0. In the 66th minute, Arsenal launched a quick counter-attack. Wilvenho attracted 3 defenders before passing the ball to Giroud, who unleashed a powerful shot that went through the goalkeeper's arm and into the net, making it 3-0. Reading pulled one back in just 2 minutes when McNuff dribbled past Sagna on the left wing and delivered a cross, which Kanu scored with a diving header at the far post, making it 3-1. Monreal was injured while contesting the ball and was replaced by Gibbs. The situation seemed to be turning in Reading's favour, but it didn't last long. Chamberlain, who had just come on as a substitute, was tripped on the edge of the penalty area. Referee Foy awarded a penalty, which Arteta converted, making it 4-1. With the outcome decided, Wenger made a decisive move, replacing Giroud with Lin Yun. Lin Yun has finally entered the game. The outcome is no longer in doubt. The only interesting thing about this match is whether Lin Yun can break through Reading's defense. Lin Yun watched from the bench for a long time, feeling nothing, until he stepped onto the field and felt a special emotion. Fate is a truly amazing thing. His biggest wish at the beginning was to play for this team, even if he was just a substitute, he would be satisfied. Who knew that life would take such a big turn, and his first official match on this field would be as an opponent. Reading's players showed no mercy to this rising star who could have been one of their own, but no matter how much they harassed him or deliberately bumped into him, they couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yun's teammates were actively creating opportunities for him, while Reading was determined to let others score 3 goals rather than let Lin Yun score even 1, and they were trying to surround and eliminate him. In the 80th minute, Arteta sent a half-high ball into the penalty area. Lin Yun managed a weak volley under the strain of 2 defenders, but unfortunately, he didn't put enough power into it, and the goalkeeper easily caught the ball. In the 82nd minute, Arsenal came back again. Cazorla headed on a cross from Ramsey, and Lin Yun jumped again amidst the defenders, barely managing to touch the ball but failing to create any threat. Just as Reading fans were sighing with mixed feelings that this kid seemed to be nothing special, something happened that made them want to bang their heads against the wall. Rosicky dribbled the ball to the right front of the penalty area, first looked in Lin Yun's direction, and found that he was still being closely marked by Reading's 2 defenders. He wanted to change his route, but Lin Yun pointed ahead of him without hesitation. Rosicky hesitated for a moment, then flicked the ball with the outside of his foot towards the left side of Reading's goal. The moment he passed the ball, Lin Yun pounced like a leopard. 2 defenders ran towards the ball from the left and right, but before they could figure out how to clear the awkwardly high pass, Lin Yun suddenly jumped up. As if defying gravity, he was almost lying flat in the air, like a glider rushing towards the football, and at the same time, he stretched out his left foot and kicked the falling football hard. Bang! Even those who didn't hear the sound couldn't help but imagine it in their minds. The football was kicked and flew hard into the goal. The demon flying kick makes its debut in the martial arts world. Can you see the Easter egg chapter? End of this chapter. Chapter 38, about football, about ideals. Chapter 38, about football, about ideals. Goal. An incredible goal. Lin seemed to fly for a moment. How did he even manage that move? At that moment, it seemed like the whole world was cheering for Lin Yun, but Lin Ming and Isabella's hearts clenched painfully. That move looks cool, but it's also incredibly dangerous. Lin Yunping leaped into the air, reaching the same height as the defender the instant he shot, before crashing down without any protection. Just looking at it makes me feel pain. To their relief, the brat quickly got up as if nothing had happened. His teammates rushed over, but Lin Yun calmly waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to celebrate. Lin Yun refused to celebrate, which shows he still considers Reading his former club, which is quite rare. Considering he's never played a single game for Reading's first team and doesn't seem to be highly regarded in the youth team, his wild celebrations at Reading's home ground aren't without reason. Moreover, such a brilliant goal without a similarly passionate celebration feels like something's missing. But regardless, gratitude is never wrong, and perhaps his silence is more worthy of our respect. Reading fans felt a mix of emotions for the umpteenth time today, and after a moment of silence, they still applauded Lin Yun. It's 5-1. In the last match, Arsenal came back from a 4-goal deficit to win 7-5, but Reading is destined not to repeat that miracle this time. In other matches, Manchester United won 1-0 away against Sunderland, while Manchester City thrashed Newcastle 4-0. The top 3 positions in the league will remain unchanged. Reading couldn't even hold the last line and started to give up, launching a few decent attacks, but the gap in overall strength couldn't be bridged, and they failed to truly threaten Arsenal's goal. Arsenal also called a stalemate, with the match ending in a 1-5 defeat. With one team in the Champions League zone and the other in the Championship zone, such a scoreline is not surprising. However, Arsenal's firepower still makes one eagerly anticipate their performance in the Champions League. Lin Yun scored 7 goals in 3 league games, making him the most efficient player in the entire Premier League. At this rate, he might even break Shearer's record of 34 goals in a single Premier League season. However, according to the pattern we are familiar with, as teams pay more attention to him and become more familiar with him, this terrifying efficiency will definitely decrease. But even if he only maintains a rate of 1 goal per game, he will still be the most terrifying goal-scoring machine. Reading's captain, McAnuff, walked over to Lin Yun and shook his hand. "It's a pity we meet in this way, but I still want to say, welcome home." "Thank you," Lin Yun smiled. "Maybe we'll have the chance to fight side by side again in the future." McAnuff knew, of course, that he was just being polite, and could only manage a wry smile. "I hope so." On the sidelines, Wenger shook hands with Adkins and left, but Adkins waited for Lin Yun at the entrance to the players' tunnel. Aside from regret, he mainly wanted to complain to Lin Yun about his ex. "To be honest, I've even considered killing McDermott. I don't mind him leaving me with a mess, but what I can't understand is what his eyes are for." Lin Yun said, "You can't say that. If you've seen my stats in the youth team, you'll see that what he did made sense. If you have to blame someone, you can only blame fate." Adkins shook his head and patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. "No matter what, you're practically a reading person. Work hard, and I hope you can go further in the Champions League." Lin Yun nodded. "I also hope we can meet again in the Premier League next season." Adkins sighed and left, deep in thought. Lin Yun was again asked to attend the post-match press conference. "Lin, congratulations on scoring a brilliant goal. When the ball crossed the goal line, did you feel anything special? You know, that was Reading's goal." "Of course it feels a little different, so I didn't celebrate after scoring." "So, Reading is a special person to you?" "Of course, I lived in Reading for a long time and received 6 years of professional training in Reading's youth academy. Although I ultimately did not play for Reading, we all know that this is professional football. You never know where you'll be next." So you mean, you'll leave Arsenal someday? How did you interpret that? You said that you can never know where your next stop will be." Before Lin Yun could figure out how to answer, Wenger suddenly leaned forward and got closer to the microphone. "Sorry, Lin will always belong to Arsenal. As long as I am the manager of this team, that will never change. What if one day even you leave Arsenal? Now is not the time to discuss this issue, let's talk about the game itself. Lin, can you talk about that goal? Some people say you were paying tribute to Cruyff. In many ways, that goal is indeed very similar to Cruyff's. I'm sorry, I didn't intentionally imitate or pay tribute to anyone. I just made that shooting motion out of a striker's instinct. If it happens to be similar to a goal by a legend, that would be my honor. The next match is against Juventus. Are you confident of scoring? All I can say is, the ball is round, anything can happen." After a long wait, the press conference ended and the team headed home, but Lin Yun stayed behind. This time, the parents were finally able to show off and threw a huge party. The courtyard was surrounded by reporters, snapping photos through the fence. Agents flocked to the venue once again, but unfortunately, none of them were able to get in. After accepting everyone's congratulations, Lin Yun ran to his balcony with Lake and Dyson. As before, the 3 young people faced the gloomy night sky and talked about their current situation and ideals. It seems like nothing has changed, yet it also seems like everything has changed. "I've made up my mind," Dyson said, taking a big gulp of cola. "I'm going back to work after this season. Hey, it's a deal. Once I buy Reading, you'll all have to come and play for me. Then I'll be your boss." Lake swallowed hard as he looked at the Coke in his hand, but ultimately resisted the urge to take a sip himself. He patted Lake's shoulder and said, "Hey. You finally figured it out. You finally remembered you're a rich kid. But why Reading? If you're going to buy, I suggest you buy Arsenal directly. Of course, it would be even better if you could buy Manchester United." "Arsenal? That's not a bad idea, but I don't like Wenger. I'll fire him and bring in Mourinho as manager. Of course, Guardiola would be good too." Lin Yun laughed and said, I became famous through one goal, but you want to play football manager. So from now on we'll have to call you Smith Dyson. This young man is unremarkable, except for having an incredibly impressive grandfather, James Dyson. It's the company that makes hair dryers. This family certainly has the financial strength to buy Arsenal, but Dyson cannot represent the entire family. Lin Yun and Lake took it as a joke, as they were used to joking around like this all the time, and didn't take it to heart. There are many rich kids in the football world, but most of them just fight hard on the pitch and don't actually buy a club to run. Dyson said, I told you long ago, to hell with Pro Evolution Soccer, Football Manager is for real men. Bro, I don't have your talent, but I really love football. I envy you, really. I dream of being like you, single-handedly taking down Bayern Munich, coming off the bench to score a hat-trick and lead England to the knockout stage, scoring a goal that amazes the world in front of my parents. But unfortunately, I can't do it. I don't even have the ability to get into Reading's first team. But you're different. You're already a world superstar. You can even become a top player like Messi. It's a bit cheesy to say, but it's up to you. Help me realize my football dream too. Lin Yun could only grab his shoulders and shake him. Everyone has their own wonderful life. I envy you for having so much money. If I could, I'd like to switch places with you. Dyson was so angry he laughed. Swap your head, my foot. I'd have to be crazy to swap heads with you. Lin Yun looked at Lake, and you? What are your plans? I have to thank you. Recently, more scouts have been coming to our youth training camp, and I've received quite a few invitations. If nothing unexpected happens, I might try out for a team in the English Championship or the German Second Division. Of course, it's also possible that I'll eventually give up football, find a job I like, marry a beautiful girl, and that'll be my life. What if you can't find one? I mean, a pretty girl. Then let's find someone who likes football, that can't be too bad, right? Holy crap, those are some high standards. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 will probably feature Mendes. Lin Yun was not in a hurry to return to London. Yes, Wenger approved it, no need to ask for leave. I received 2 groups of guests at home this morning. Raiola and Mendes. Arsenal are already urging him to change his contract, the agent issue needs to be resolved quickly. As his name suggests, Fat Law is an inflexible, fat guy who looks like a tough nut to crack. He could play a triad boss without even needing makeup. Lin. Or Claude. Which name do you prefer? Let's call me Lin, we're used to it, Lin Yun said. Shall we get started? Certainly. Raiola carefully examined the family of 3 sitting opposite her, and for a moment she was unsure who was in charge. She could only try to persuade Lin Yun first, you know me, and I know you. Let's just talk about what I can offer you. Lin Ming and Isabella remained calm and left Lin Yun to deal with the situation on his own. Lin Yun simply gestured for him to speak. First of all, of course, is a big contract. The contract Arsenal is offering you now is a joke. Of course, I don't recommend you transfer now, so the new contract will still be with Arsenal. I will fight for you a top-tier Premier League wage, like Van Persie or Suarez. Sounds good. Of course, Raiola said, taking a sip of tea with an air of nonchalance. Secondly, as for awards, how about we start by winning the Golden Boy Award to warm things up? Isn't this too early? Lin Yun laughed. Besides, as far as I know, Pogba is also your player. The Golden Boy Award selection usually begins around October, and before Lin Yun emerged, Pogba was one of the biggest favorites. Then I can only apologize to him, Raiola said decisively. Paul is excellent, but he is not comparable to you, unless he can help Juventus eliminate Arsenal in this round of Champions League quarter-finals, but I think that will be difficult. Oh. I thought Juventus had a better chance of winning. Compared to Arsenal's narrow victory over Bayern Munich, Juventus' path to the next round is undoubtedly more convincing. The 5-0 aggregate scoreline demonstrates both their attacking prowess and their defensive strength, so Juventus is generally favored in this match. Pogba joined Juventus on a free transfer from Manchester United in the summer of 2012 and quickly established himself as a key player in Conte's team. This summer, as captain, Pogba led France U20 to victory in the World Youth Championship and won the tournament's Best Player award. With Marchisio injured this season, Pogba has become a key player. Even after the Italian midfielder recovers from his injury, the Frenchman remains a crucial part of Conte's team. Therefore, many media outlets are focusing on the Golden Boy battle between Lin Yun and Pogba in this quarterfinal. If Raiola can successfully acquire Lin Yun, he will have two top contenders for the Golden Boy award, which will be of unparalleled help to him. I don't need to do any match analysis because I'm an agent. I only study the players. In my opinion, you will be the key figure for Arsenal to beat Juventus, and that's enough. Then I'll take it as your compliment and blessing. Seeing Lin Yun's unmoved expression, Fatty suddenly realized that this kid was difficult to deal with. Keep in mind that's tens or hundreds of thousands of pounds a week, plus the Golden Boy Award, which symbolizes the number one young person. Although Lin Yun's family was well off, they weren't extremely wealthy, and he couldn't understand how this kid could be so calm. It seems I haven't convinced you. So let me talk about what I'm best at. I know many clubs hate me because I always stand by my players. I fight for their best interests and solve all their problems. I mean, every aspect. Whatever you want to do, just one phone call and I can get it done for you. Lin Yun nodded. I have no doubt about that. Raiola made another effort, and his performance was basically in line with the outside world's assessment of him. He prioritizes money above all else, yet he manages to keep the players from resenting him by being able to see things from their perspective. However, there's a top agent waiting to interview him, so Lin Yun didn't immediately agree, only saying he'd think about it. After seeing Raphael off, the three began exchanging opinions. Lin Yun asked, "How are you feeling?" Isabella commented first, "Not bad, seems quite sincere, but her appearance is a bit casual." Lin Ming said, "In that case, I'll vote for Raiola first." Let's see what Mendes has to say. Lin Yun thought for a moment. He's not bad looking, but I don't know if his professional skills are as impressive as people say. With Mourinho and Ronaldo by his side, Mendes is already one of the most famous sports agents in the world. Moreover, he also represents superstars such as De Gea, Falcao, Di Maria, Nani, Pepe, and Marcelo, and his influence extends throughout Europe. The fact that he personally visited them repeatedly shows his sincerity. Mendes didn't mince words and went straight to the point. So, what kind of agent do you prefer? A nanny type like Raiola, or a professional type like Barnett? Is this your assessment of your two colleagues? Of course, Mendes said. They are all excellent agents with very distinctive characteristics. As for me, I also have my own characteristics, which is that I can make myself into the kind of person you most want to see. If you don't want me to interfere too much in your life, then okay, I can completely disappear from your world except for work-related matters. If you need my full range of services, then I am equally happy to serve you. Lin Ming himself is actually more inclined to support Mendes, and the communication was quite detailed. Before that, I think we need to accept a certain understanding, which is about Lin Yun's positioning. You know, he is of mixed race, and this identity is actually very sensitive. I have heard a lot of bad voices, such as traitor, banana, etc. I don't like it very much. This is what I care about the most. I don't want my son to have such an image in the eyes of outsiders. Maybe you don't know, but I actually hope that he will take another nationality, but he chose football, so there is nothing that can be done about it. I'm sorry, but to be honest, I don't have much influence in the East and I don't have the ability to guide public opinion there. But in my opinion, sincerity is the greatest weapon. Lin just needs to show his true self. He doesn't need to deliberately try to please anyone. If he really accepts that identity, then we should consistently support him in our words and deeds. It's that simple. Moreover, this is a deadlock. You can't expect the whole world to like you. The moment you made your choice, this situation was already inevitable. We can only try our best to make amends. Yun can do more charity work over there, and she can also become a football exchange ambassador between the two countries. You have to believe that fans aren't blind, they won't listen to what you say, they'll only see what you do. Lin Ming nodded and exchanged a glance with Lin Yun, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. That's probably him. Watching the game, Manchester City vs Real Madrid, cheer on Habola. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, There's no competition for the Golden Boy, it's just the demon eating the little ones. After signing the contract with Lin Yun, Mendes and Lin Yun went to London together. Lin Yun began to prepare for the match with all his might, while Mendes went to Arsenal to discuss Lin Yun's contract. Given Lin Yun's current performance, it's impossible for him to continue earning only a weekly wage of over 30,000. Arsenal naturally wants to sign him to a 3-year contract, and the buyout clause will definitely need to be increased. Wenger and transfer director Dick Law met with Mendes together. They're all seasoned foxes, there's no need to put on some ghost story anymore, but Wenger and Law never dreamed that Mendes had such a big appetite, asking for 10 times more than he does now. A weekly salary of 350,000 is not excessive at all. Look at how much Tevez is earning now, and how many goals he can score in a season. Consider what Lin has already brought to Arsenal and what he can still bring to Arsenal, and consider his age. Do you really think this request is unrealistic? To put it bluntly, he is a combination of Henry and Beckham. He can bring everything Henry could to Arsenal. He can bring everything Beckham could to Manchester United and Real Madrid, and even more, because he has the entire Eastern market behind him. You actually think 350,000 is outrageous for a player who can significantly improve a club's competitive ability, commercial value, and global influence? Dick Lowe was furious. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Arsenal is not Manchester City. Even Manchester City wouldn't offer such a high salary to a player. Are you sure? Forehead. He's certain. If we put Lin Yun on the transfer market now, Manchester City, that big spender, might even be willing to pay 450,000, let alone 350,000. However, Mendes' figure is indeed a bit unrealistic for Arsenal, since the highest weekly wager in the Premier League right now, Tevez, is only 250,000. Rooney's contract is about to expire. According to Mendes' estimate, if he renews, his weekly salary should be around 300,000. Mendes thinks it would be more appropriate to set Lin Yun's salary within this range as well. Wenger said helplessly, "Alright, no need for this. Arsenal sincerely wants to keep Lin, and Lin also wants to build a career here. Let's be more sincere. Let me give you a number, £150,000. This is the highest salary Arsenal can offer. You know, Wilshere only got £110,000. If that's the case, I don't think we need to talk anymore. Professor, I respect you, and I hope you will respect me as well. A striker averaging 3 goals per game, $150,000 a week. Do I look like an idiot?" Dick Law said, "Lin has only been in the industry for a short time, so it's meaningless to talk about his goal-scoring rate now. However, he is indeed one of the best strikers, there's no doubt about that. Let's compromise, 180,000, that's the most we can do." Then I lowered it to 250,000, and you mercifully raised it to 200,000. Finally, we each made a concession, and it was settled at 220,000. Or do you want to push it even lower? Gentlemen, are we buying groceries at the market now? We're talking about the best young player in the world. The best player born in the 90s in world football. A superstar who scored 5 goals against Bayern Munich in 2 games, came off the bench to complete a hat-trick and led England to the World Cup. Okay, I understand Arsenal's financial philosophy. We don't need to make direct comparisons. Comparing Arsenal to Real Madrid, Manchester United, Manchester City, and Chelsea in this respect is indeed unfair. However, your idea of binding a talented player with a bargain price is truly laughable. We don't need you to remind Lin what he did, because no one knows better than us what level of player he is. How about this, we can discuss the salary issue again, let's talk about the contract length first. 3 years, no room for negotiation. Don't look at me, these are Lin's exact words. It seems we're unlikely to reach a consensus today. That's natural, and we have another condition, Arsenal must strengthen their squad this summer, at least by signing a world-class midfielder. Or could we postpone discussing Lin's contract until then? This will indeed cause Lin considerable losses, but I believe he can afford to wait. We'd much rather partner with an ambitious club than, sorry, that might be a bit harsh, but the truth is, no player's career goal is to finish 4th. Don't worry about that, we have plenty of transfer budget. Before this season, Wenger's biggest desire was to acquire a top striker. That's why, in the original trajectory, Nana orchestrated the fiasco of bidding 40 million plus 1 for Suarez this summer. After failing to acquire strikers such as Suarez, Falcao, and Villa, he will change his target next year and buy Idris from Real Madrid for 45 million. This time, things have changed. Lin Yun's emergence has solved Arsenal's striker crisis, and Wenger is now focused on strengthening the midfield position. He himself was also looking forward to seeing what Lin Yun could achieve after being paired with a world-class passer, so both sides were on the same page. Moreover, Dick Law was not lying. Arsenal's transfer budget was indeed quite ample, and they could certainly afford at least 40 or 50 million. In fact, Wenger has been searching the world for a midfielder, with Modric, Kroos, Ozil, and even Pirlo, Iniesta, Fabregas, and others being among his considerations. Regardless of whether we can actually get our hands on them, let's just fantasize about them first. Dreaming isn't illegal. Contract negotiations for top players cannot be completed in a short period of time. Arsenal's immediate priority is still the match against Juventus. Nana will first play at home, and then travel to Turin 8 days later to challenge a Serie A powerhouse. The Paris Saint-Germain vs Barcelona match will also kick off at the same time, while the Real Madrid vs Galatasaray and Malaga vs Borussia Dortmund matches will be played the following day. Arsenal is now the only Premier League team left in the Champions League, so the other London teams can only look towards the Emirates Stadium with envy and resentment, unsure whether to wish Arsenal well or curse them. After another phenomenal performance in the national team, Lin Yun's status in the club's locker room has risen accordingly, and now basically no one treats him as a newcomer anymore. Anyway, even the team's crown prince has become his little fanboy, so he can practically walk around like a madman in Nana's locker room. That's the advantage of having an agent. Although Wenger now wishes he could kick Mendes into the Thames, he can't hate Lin Yun at all when he's with him. On the contrary, he finds him more and more pleasing to the eye. Lin, I must remind you again, the opponent is fielding a 3-defender formation, but that won't make things any easier for you, because their defensive midfielders will be your main opponents. Juventus have been using a 3-man midfield this season, with Pirlo and Pogba, one old and one young, plus an assistant midfielder. Anyone who faces this midfield will have a headache. No need to remind me so many times, boss. Even the sun knows that this will be a match between me and Pogba. Ha ha ha. Shall we leave? Or let the two of you fight it out one-on-one? Lin can kick him so hard he'll spit shit. Among the post-90s generation of players who have already made a name for themselves, in terms of physical attributes, Balotelli and Pogba used to be the top picks, and now Lin Yun has joined them. However, compared to Balotelli and Lin Yun, who play as forwards, Pogba is more of a player who excels in both offense and defense, so he and Lin Yun are likely to face off directly in this match. With the battle for the Golden Boy title, the Champions League knockout stage being a do-or-die situation, and perhaps Raiola, who suffered a setback here, stirring things up, the two are definitely going to have a head-to-head match today. In the away team's locker room, Juventus conversation also focused on Lin Yun. Vucinic, who recently faced Lin Yun in the national team, is the most qualified to speak on this matter. He can pounce on scoring opportunities in front of goal and also attack behind defenders. He even made a long run once, and nobody knows if that was just a fluke or if he really has that ability. In addition, his jumping ability and heading ability are not bad either. We previously analyzed that he was not very good at close-range techniques, but judging from the game a few days ago, his footwork is actually quite delicate. Bonucci shook his head. This is getting more and more outrageous. You might as well just say he's the perfect center. We can't be careless, and we shouldn't underestimate the young players, Chiellini said. We should stick to our strategy and not give him any space to sprint. We should try to place him between the midfield and the defense. Also, we can't ignore Giroud. He is also a good striker and has the ability to change the game. Lin is in your hands now, Paul. Pogba, with an earbud in one ear and nodding his head to the music, smiled broadly after hearing Chiellini's words. Don't worry, I know him. We played against each other in the youth league. Maybe he's improved a lot, but I can guarantee I've got him. This guy went straight from Manchester United's youth academy to Juventus, and he was incredibly popular in England's youth leagues back then. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was just a role player at the time. Their situations were worlds apart. Pogba only remembered Lin Yun because of Lin Yun's handsome face. It would be difficult for him to immediately change his opinion of Lin Yun. Everyone trusted this young man quite a bit, and felt much more at ease after hearing this, except for Vucinic, who secretly shook his head. Are you sure you can have him under your control? What should we eat? Are those your big white teeth? In the players' tunnel, Pogba took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Yun, saying, "Hi, long time no see. It's been over a year, hasn't it?" Lin Yun smiled. "I heard you've been doing quite well in Italy. You're doing well at Arsenal too." "It's alright, I'm lucky, my teammates are very considerate of me." I'll take care of you when we get on the field." "I can't wait to get it." The two chatted warmly like long-lost friends, making it seem to an outsider that they were really good friends. The players from both sides are entering the field. This is Lin Yun's third match at the Emirates Stadium. The first was against Bayern Munich, where he scored 4 goals to help his team defeat the Bundesliga giants. The second was in the league against Aston Villa, where Lin Yun again scored a hat-trick to help his team win 3-0. His performance in this match will also be one of the key factors in determining the outcome of the game. Now we have 35-year-old Buffon, 34-year-old Pirlo, 33-year-old Rosicky, 20-year-old Pogba and 17-year-old Lin Yun on the field. Let's see what kind of sparks will fly when the experience of the veterans and the vitality of the young people collide. Who will prove that Pogba and Lin Yun are the best young players? The match has begun. Juventus kicks off first. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. The home team, Arsenal, is missing Walcott and Wilshere due to injury, so Wenger has fielded a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, 21 Fabianski. Defenders, 25 Jenkinson, 4 Mertesacker, 6 Koscielny, 28 Gibbs. Midfielders, 16 Ramsey, 8 Arteta, 7 Rosicky, 9 Podolski. Forwards, 11 Lin Yun, 12 Giroud. Juventus formation is 3-5-2. Goalkeeper, 1 Buffon. Defenders, 15 Barzagli, 19 Bonucci, 3 Chiellini. Midfielders, 20 Padoin, 6 Pogba, 21 Pirlo, 8 Marchisio, 22 Asamoah. Forwards, 27 Quagliarella, 9 Vucinic. As soon as the whistle blew, Giroud and Lin Yun rushed towards the enemy's defensive line together. The ball was passed to Pogba, and Lin Yun immediately turned and ran towards him. Pogba had originally intended to toy with Lin Yun, but seeing him charging towards him, he suddenly felt a chill and quickly passed the ball away. Strange, why does he have such a strong presence? He seemed harmless off the field, but once he stepped onto the field, he exuded an invisible sense of oppression. Pogba was no stranger to this sense of oppression, but he never dreamed that he would feel it from Lin Yun one day. The first round ended with Pogba passing the ball to avoid the fight, and the second round quickly began with Rosicky's outside-of-the-foot pass. Lin Yun turned and surged forward the instant he passed the ball, and Pogba reacted just as quickly, immediately turning and sprinting. All the spectators watching the game immediately craned their necks in anticipation. The first showdown between Lin and Pogba is already over, Judging from their physiques, Pogba is a bit taller and stronger than Lin Yun. Everyone thought Lin Yun's advantage would be in speed, but unexpectedly, the two were evenly matched in speed. However, at the moment of touching the ball, Pogba was forcefully pushed aside by Lin Yun. Pogba was taken aback, and Lin Yun hadn't expected the guy to be so tough. The most resilient defender he has faced so far is Boateng, but Boateng is 24 years old and his body is almost at its peak, while Pogba is clearly still on the rise, but the pressure he puts on him is not much less than that of Boateng. That's interesting. Pogba was naturally more psychologically shocked, but there was no time for him to play that shocked and filled with emotion game. He quickly pounced on Lin Yun again. Lin Yun firmly protected the ball, forcefully blocking him to the side, before dribbling the ball and sprinting towards the penalty area. Pogba didn't give up and continued to follow him around, constantly bumping Lin Yun with his shoulder. But Lin Yun was only slightly unbalanced in his upper body from the impacts, his feet remained as steady as a rock, and he managed to carry Pogba into the penalty area. Chiellini dared not make a sliding tackle in the dangerous area, so he could only maintain his balance and block Lin Yun, preparing to intercept the ball with Pogba. Lin Yun had no intention of getting entangled with them. The moment Chiellini came in front of him, he quickly flicked the ball aside. Giroud arrived like a ghost, defying Barzagli's interference, and gently tapped the ball behind Chiellini. Lin Yun passed the ball and immediately flew past Chiellini's left side. Surprisingly, Pogba also rushed forward immediately, choosing to go to Chiellini's right. Lin Yun had to make a small arc to avoid Chiellini's outstretched foot, which gave Pogba an advantage, allowing him to get to the ball first. Pogba didn't dare to be careless and was about to pass the ball back to Buffon to clear the danger when a huge force suddenly came from his side, knocking him aside. Lin Yun. Eat it raw. End of this chapter.